What is up, Space Noids, Earth Noids, and everything in between? I am just a simple Newtype, and we are back at it, cruising through Universal Century's 1-year war as things start to pop off. In our last two videos, we went over Operation British and the Battle of Loom. These two devastating events caused a massive blow to both forces and cost the lives of billions. Degwin Soto Zabi of the infamous Zabi family took control of Daikum's ideals and crafted it into his own fortified military state. Daikum expressed the ideals of Contolism, the idea that all mankind should leave Earth and let it evolve naturally, an Earth void of humanity. Even though the Zabi family built itself on the ideas preached by Daikum, those ideas, if they ever existed at all, certainly no longer exist. If you drop something with 3 times the force of a nuclear weapon onto Earth, it is safe to say that Zeon can no longer run on a platform of Contolism anymore. That doesn't seem to matter at this point, however, as the Zabi family and Zeon are synonymous. All the while, Casfal Daikum, disguised as Char, makes his way up in the ranks of Zeon forces. He may be the only one that knows and cares about the fact that the Zabi family built its platform off of his father's ideas only to use it for their own gains. Char plots his comeback. It's coming. After the Battle of Loom, Char is promoted to Lieutenant Commander for his stunning performance in battle. After the Dawn Rebellion, a coup led by Garma Zabi and Char, Dozel Zabi took kindly to Char. Check out our Dawn Rebellion video for more info on that coup. He took kindly to him, so much so that he gifted Char his Musai-class ship, the Falber, in order to carry out a mission to find and destroy Operation V's headquarters. What is Operation V, or Operation Victory? A product of bureaucratic laziness. You see, Federation engineers pushed for advancement in mobile suit technology. Because the Feddy's tactic was big ships, big guns, big everything, Earth initially dismissed the need for not only mobile suits, but aircraft carrier class ships in general. Of course, the Battle of Loom and Operation British swiftly made Earth Federation change their opinion. The colony drop occurred because the Zakus simply outperformed their battleships. Furthermore, the Minovsky particle made radar technologies useless. You couple this with the fact that the Antarctic Treaty was signed disallowing any use of weapons of mass destruction, and it seemed like a necessity for Earth Federation to invest time and energy into mobile suit technologies. This is where Project V begins. We are now in April of UC 0079, during the 1-year war. Operation V is led by Chief Engineer Tim Ray, father of Amuro Ray. A part of Operation V, 3 prototypes were to be made: the RX-75 gun tank, the RX-77 gun cannon, and the RX-78 Gundam. The RX-75 gun tank was more tank than mobile suit. Although its top half has mobility, it still runs on treads. Its initial design had the gun tank as a 2-man team with a gunner, but was later changed to be operated by a single pilot. I imagine this is to accommodate for the core block system, which we will talk about in a second. The RX-77 gun cannon is a mid-range mobile suit. Both the gun tank and the gun cannon use shell-firing cannons. They seemed more reliable and most likely cheaper at the time than beam rifle technology. Unlike the gun tank, however, the gun cannon was able to carry a beam rifle and had Vulcan cannons and can throw things like grenades, with hands. Unlike the other Operation V weapons, the gun cannon wasn't meant for mass production, as it seemed to be a stepping stone for the mass-produced GM unit. And finally, the RX-78 Gundam. Deciding to forego the brittle titanium, the Gundam main alloy is Luna titanium, also known as Gundarium. This metal is not only lightweight, but stronger than titanium. The RX-78 can also take on the full force of Zaku 2's 90mm shells and 120mm shells. Later, Char's Zaku will play with the Gundam using melee attacks, and note how impressive that this mobile suit is able to take such a beating. What made the Gundam such a fierce weapon was the Baoa XBR M07G beam rifle. This beam rifle is a miniaturized beam cannon found on battleships and is capable of an output of 1.9 megawatts. It also uses charged Minovsky particles as ammo. This beam rifle is capable of taking out a Zaku with a single shot and can shoot up to 15 shots on one charge. A skilled pilot can dominate the battlefield with this unit. The gun tank, gun cannon, and Gundam all had one primary engineering feature in common. At the core of each mobile suit is the core block system. Think of the core block system as your base module to your mobile suit. Sometimes weapons would be created around the core block system, while other times it is used more as a key to a primary unit. All three of Operation V's core block systems were equipped with the FF-X7 core fighter. This fighter has weak Vulcan cannons, an anti-ship missile, and 2 air-to-air missiles. The original design for the core block system was essentially a fancy self-eject mechanism, but soon changed into a multi-purpose core unit. Operation V, but mainly RX-87 Gundam, was responsible for turning the tides of war. Like Earth Federation, so too did Zeon fall to bureaucratic pride. Due to the success of Zaku 2's in Operation British and the Battle of Loon, Zeon was riding quite high on their military prowess. Zeon spies got wind of Operation V from the Earth forces, but didn't show any concern, as according to them, their Zakus are the best, and the data shows it. Interestingly, it was Dozle Zabi that was the most paranoid about Operation V. This is where Char's mission of finding Operation V's home base comes into play. While Char is on his mission, Zeon forms an Earth attack force and assigns Garma Zabi as its commander. During this time, most of Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America were under Zeon control. This happens in February, after the Battle of Loon. It isn't until April that Operation V starts development. Meanwhile, the Principality continues to use Africa to build up its military land power. In September, White Base makes its way towards Side 7 to pick up the 3 mobile suits of Operation V. White Base is a Pegasus-class ship and a first of its kind. No more is the Federation in the mindset, big guns. They are now creating landing assault ships with the ability to carry mobile suits, mobile armors, and much more. This is vital post-Antarctic Treaty, as they had to rely on short-ranged, high-mobility weapons. Tim Ray, Amuro Ray's father, is on board, hoping to finish Operation V and bring an end to the war. Also on board of White Base is a young Ensign Brighton Noah and Captain Paolo Cassius. Paolo Cassius is the captain of White Base. While White Base is docked, Char executes his plan to infiltrate. 3 Zeon pilots go into the colony and attempt to find Operation V weapons. While scouting the area, Zeon locates mobile suits being transported. They are commanded to hold steady, while one Zaku pilot named Jean decides to fire on the base, holding the units. During this time, the citizens of Side 7 make their way to evacuation areas. One of these people is our hero, Amuro Ray. He and Frau Bo and Haro escape via car. Amuro eventually runs into his father Tim, but is more concerned about getting the Gundam onto White Base than he is of his son. He tells Amuro to find White Base to evacuate. Due to an act of friendly fire, an explosion causes an instruction manual to Operation V to drop out close to Amuro. He picks it up and notices that it is for the Special Mobile Suit Gundam. He continues to the evacuation point. Missiles strike a crowded area. Frau's mother is killed in the disaster, and she is devastated. Amuro has had enough and decides to take action. He finds a caravan of military equipment on the road with one big flatbed truck. This must be where the special mobile suit is. Amuro removes the tarp and opens the cockpit. Using the manual he found earlier, he makes the mobile suit stand. For the first time during the 1-year war, the Federation now has a new mobile suit to help in their battles. But will Amuro continue to pilot the Gundam? Yes, of course. Amuro quickly reviews the manual and unleashes his Vulcan cannons on Zaku. It backs off. They are taken aback, as Zeon thought Operation V wasn't fully assembled yet. Both Zakus continue their attack. One gets close with the Gundam, but uses melee to throw the Zaku across Side 7. Amuro rips off his dangly bit as well. The other remaining Zaku begins dashing towards the Gundam, but Amuro gets the upper hand and takes down the Zaku with his beam saber. Suddenly, Side 7 is attacked by the Fall Mill, Char's Musai-class ship. As there was no real crew on board during the assault, White Base is ill-equipped for this attack. Captain Cassius himself manned a turret. While he was manning a turret, a missile lands near his turret, blasting him out of the gunner chair. However, when found by Ryu Jose, he was badly injured as he was hit with with shrapnel. Amuro saves Frau and the kids, and they all regroup at White Base while Amuro continues his assault. Considering that White Base is currently crewless and Captain Cassius is currently down, Bright is left with no other option than to use some of Side 7 refugees to assist. Here we will see Mirai Yashima, Sailor Mass, Kai Shiden, Hayato Kabayashi, and Ryu Jose volunteer to help out as the White Base crew in various roles. Let's take a moment to talk about Sailor Mass for a quick second. Last we left her, she was abandoned by Char, still going by the name Edward Mass. For more on Char's beginning, see our intro to Char and the Dawn Rebellion video. In Gundam Origin, Sailor was working at the capital of Loom, at a hospital. Here she is met with a suspicious man who tells her to look out for the Red Comet. She gets a call informing her that Diabolo Mass is essentially on his deathbed. She heads to Texas Colony. This was bad timing on her part, as the colony was under attack under the assumption that Texas Colony was pro-Zeon. The Diabolo estate gave shelter to the people of Texas Colony, but when rioters came to attack the estate, she whipped out the Winchester and defended her home. We are starting to see the fighter that is Sailor Mass. She then transfers to Side 7, where they are in need of medical support. During the Side 7 incident, she is taken onto White Base, where she tends to the injured and tries to find more hands to help her. Kai Shiden has the face of someone you could slap. He is quite apathetic and sarcastic and often criticizes the 1-year war. Hayato Kabayashi is a prideful and stubborn man whose family was all killed during the attack on Side 7. He will be quite the asset in battle, and we will even see him destroy a Baoa-class ship in this video. Yu Jose was a cadet test pilot when Side 7 was attacked. He is a stoic man with a heart of gold, and everyone often goes to him for advice. In Origin, he was the pilot of the Duckbill during the Battle of Loom. Mirai Yashima is the daughter of Sho Yashima and is a part of the influential Yashima family. She will later man the helm of White Base, as well as man the helm of Bright's Ryu, Mirai, Sailor, Frau, and Bright all assemble over the captain's injured body. As they assist Captain Cassius's wounds, he also assigns Mira to be the helmsman, as she has experience. White Base finally contacts the Gundam to find out that Amuro, a kid, is piloting the mobile suit. Meanwhile, Sailor slaps Kai and goes off with Frau to find some survivors. While searching, Sailor stumbles upon Char. She pulls a gun on Char and tells him to take off his mask. He does so, and then immediately kicks the gun out of her hand. During this time, both Sailor and Char wonder if they are each other's long-lost sibling. The Gundam makes its way to Sailor, and Char makes his escape into the port where White Base is located. Hayato, Kai, and some other refugees try to shoot down Char, but fail somehow? Look at these shots. Even as a Newtype, I don't know how Char dodged all of that. He throws a grenade and creates a hole in Side 7 to escape. And what was the purpose of that assault? It feels like he was trying to solo that and realized how bad of a decision it is before backing off. He flees out into space. The Falmel sends out his mobile suit. Meanwhile, White Base finally launches from port. Bright sends Jose to sortie with the core fighter. White Base picks up on a Zaku moving 3 times normal speed.
3 times normal speed.
Captain Cassius knows that it is Char and warns everyone. Char and Amuro engage in battle with Slender and a Zaku supporting Char, and Jose and the core fighter supporting Amuro. Slender distracts the Gundam, but Amuro turns around and takes out a Zaku just in one shot, killing Slender. Amuro's energy rifle is depleted, and Char takes this time to retreat. White Base also escapes, and the crew regroups and gets some rest. Char requests 3 new mobile suits from Dozel Zabi. They only gives him 2. A Baoa-class ship will come to resupply the Falmel. During this time, White Base takes note that a ship is approaching Char's Musai-class ship, but they are unsure if it is heavily armored ship or something else. So the crew decides to take a vote. Either flee directly to Luna 2 or take the opportunity to lead an assault on Char's ship while they are vulnerable. The crew decides to attack. Amuro launches in the Gundam, and Jose launches in the core fighter. Kai and Hayato man some turrets on White Base. The Falmel engages with the Baoa-class ship for resupplies. While sorting, Amuro comments to Ryu that they should stay low to not face the sun. we are starting to see his new type abilities slowly creep out. Amuro and Ryu go for the docking Zeon ships. The Gundam fires a missile towards them. The two ships undock, and the Zeon begin launching for battle. Char goes for the Gundam while the Fall Mail protects the Baoa Qu ship. But Zeon is late to the assault, as both the core fighter and Gundam were able to get some hits off without Char noticing. While White Base goes for the Zeon ships, Char plays with Amuro. But Amuro is distracting Char from reaching White Base. Meanwhile, Ryu engages in combat at the Baoa Qu ship, but it prevents Kai and Hayato from shooting the cannons. Since they can't man the guns, Kai and Hayato convince Bright to sortie in the gun tank. White Base is on one side of the comet, and Zeon is on the other side. The gun tank fires towards the comet and sneaks around towards Zeon. They fire the cannons on the Baoa Qu ship. Before the ship goes down, Captain Gundam launches all of the supplies into space and launches his Zaku-1. The gun tank shoots again, and the Baoa Qu ship goes down. Captain Gundam, mad that his ship was destroyed, goes after Amuro with no weapons. Char warns him, but Gundam doesn't listen, and he is met with a quick death. Amuro is out of weapons and must flee to White Base. Char and his crew pick up the remaining supplies and what's left of the Baoa Qu crew. Char is confused because he notices that even though the Gundam is technologically superior, their pilots seem like amateurs, and that is because they are amateurs. Char picks up on this quickly. White Base continues to Luna 2. Once they dock with Luna 2, they are met with unfortunate news that they won't be able to dock and offload all the refugees and will have to go to Earth. Luna 2 is currently the front line for the Federation Space Forces. Commandant Joaquin personally rejects this and arrests the crew of White Base. He doesn't approve of children and civilians being privy to military technology. Captain Cassius is wheeled out of White Base and asks Joaquin to take care of the crew. Meanwhile, Char's crew regroups and hides on the other side of Luna 2. They plan the same strategy that they used at Size 7, capture the Gundam and White Base. Zeon sneaks out and around Luna 2, taking out any guards in their way. While being detained, the White Base crew squabble and explain Gundam battle plans, when suddenly Char makes his assault. His attack disables the security protocols for some reason, and the White Base crew make their escape. The crew saves Frau Sela and the children, and they make their way towards White Base. At Luna 2, there is currently a Magellan-class ship and White Base. Char's initial attack led the Magellan-class ship to launch, which is exactly what Char wanted. He planted bombs at the dock and blew charges when the Magellan launched. It crashes and blocks the Luna 2 docks. The crew attempts to break White Base out of its locks, but they are met with Commandant Joaquin. While arguing with Bright, Captain Cassius Skypes Joaquin. He tells the Commandant that they are the most qualified to operate White Base, and that Cassius will assume all responsibility if anything goes wrong. Joaquin agrees and allows the Gundam to launch. While the Gundam is fighting, the White Base is blocked by the crashed Magellan-class ship and can't launch. Joaquin allows White Base to destroy the Magellan. While Amuro fights Char and another Zaku, Bright tells the Gundam to get away from the port. The White Base fires its particle cannons. The attack takes out the Magellan-class ship as well as a rogue Zaku. Char throws his axe and bails to the Fall Mail. They make their escape. Luna 2 is safe. On White Base, Bright tells Captain Cassius that they succeeded, but when he looks over, he notices that the captain has passed away. Commandant Joaquin allows the White Base crew to leave and head to Earth. Joaquin comments on how in war, we bring people too young in while also losing those who have so much more to give. On White Base, the crew have a funeral for Captain Cassius. He is nobly launched out into space. Amuro wonders where his dad currently is. White Base makes its way towards Earth with a Salamis-class ship taking lead. Bright notices that Char's Musai-class ship is still following behind and was able to get a second resupply after White Base destroyed the Papua supply ship. The Salamis will launch a re-entry capsule to guide White Base to Earth. The White Base crew prepare for an attack as Char is still close behind. 4 Zakus start approaching White Base. The Gundam launches. Amuro only has 4 minutes to defend White Base before re-entry. The Gundam engages with the Zakus. He is able to use his bazooka to destroy an enemy's shield, but runs out of ammo quickly. 1 Zaku takes the Gundam head-on. The Gundam uses its Vulcan cannons and takes out one of the enemy mobile suits. White Base is unable to send out the Gundam's beam rifle, but they can send out the hammer, which is essentially a giant flail. White Base launches the hammer. Char aims towards Amuro, but he uses the hammer to block Char's shot while slowing down the speed of the hammer. The Salamis capsule gets hit. They are unable to re-enter Earth with the damage they received. The capsule docks with White Base. Meanwhile, the Gundam takes out the Zaku pilot Combe with his hammer. Time is up. They are about to enter Earth's atmosphere. Char abandons the mission and returns to a Musai re-entry capsule. Amuro must return to White Base, but he wants to finish off the last Zaku, piloted by Crown, who is spiraling towards Earth. But Crown and Amuro are in too deep. They begin re-entry to Earth. Crown cries for help from Char. Char says that there is nothing they could do, but his death won't be in vain. Amuro quickly refers to his trusty Operation V manual and realizes that the Gundam can handle re-entry. He releases the heat-proof film, which just looks like plastic wrap, and covers the Gundam. The Gundam instantly cools down. Char is astounded that the Gundam can survive re-entry. White Base also loses contact with Amuro. Char contacts Garma Zabi and lets him know that the Operation V weapons are heading towards Zeon airspace on Earth. The Gundam and White Base re-enters Earth safely, but they recognize that they are in enemy territory. A Zeon fleet approaches White Base. This is Garma Zabi's fleet, consisting of many DOPs, which are fighters designed for Earth's atmosphere, as well as Garma's GAU. The GAU is an Earth atmosphere attack carrier. Char docks with the GAU. Char and Garma recap the events of Gundam Origin while Garma twirls his hair. Garma waits till night to make his attack. Hayato mans the turret to take down the DOPs that attack White Base. On the bridge of White Base, Lieutenant Reed, who was on the Salamis-class ship Capsule, and Bright have a power struggle. As Amuro is not trained to handle mid-air battles, Hayato suggests using the gun tank. Both Amuro and Hayato launch in the gun tank. The gun tank provides supporting fire as White Base attempts to land. Zeon Magella attack tanks begin an assault on the gun tank and White Base. The gun tank wasn't enough. It retreats back to White Base and Amuro pilots the Gundam. Garma studies the gun tank. He decides to send the 3 mobile suits he has on board the GAU out to attack. The core fighter, gun tank, and Gundam launch. The Gundam instantly descends when launched, as this is the first time Amuro is piloting the Gundam in Earth atmosphere. He lands safely and engages with the mobile suits. Amuro is overwhelmed by the assault. He remembers Hayato's comment about splitting up Zeon forces. Amuro drops his shield and beam rifle and decides to do a melee tactic. He takes out numerous Zakus and Magella tanks. Garma's fleet retreats. Amuro is starting to get annoyed by the mindless fighting. Meanwhile, we see throughout this episode that Garma genuinely finds Char to be a great friend. However, we are starting to see his ulterior motives come out. Back on White Base, Lieutenant Reed and Bright wonder what to do with the refugees while on Earth. Meanwhile, Amuro helps modify the catapult mechanism to allow the Gundam to launch better in Earth atmosphere. The refugees get riled up and take Frau Bow and the children hostage in order to get some answers. Amuro launches in the core fighter to test the new catapult. It is successful, but Amuro passes out as he is now in Earth atmosphere. He is taking on a lot of G's of force to the face. Meanwhile, Char attempts to intercept the trajectory of the core fighter. Now remember the pulse engines that were used to disrupt radar tech during the Battle of Loom? Once the Earth attack force took control of the majority of Earth territory, we start seeing Minovsky-powered pulse engines placed throughout Earth. This makes radar effectively useless, and we see the White Base struggle with this as they only have a 30% reliability rate when it comes to radar on Earth, at least in Zeon-controlled territory. Char attacks Amuro, but Amuro is in core fighter and Char is in a re-entry cruiser. He is unable to outmaneuver him. Amuro returns to White Base and attaches the core fighter to the Gundam. Char launches his Zaku from the cruiser. Amuro launches, but he is in Earth's atmosphere. When he launches, he will fall directly to Earth, but he will have about a minute and a half until he touches to ground. That is plenty of time to protect White Base. Char and Amuro fight in freefall. Amuro is able to touch down on White Base. Char lands on Earth. Garma tells Char that they need a new plan of attack. They regroup. Oh, and also the old refugees give back Frau and the children. That was a little silly. Oh, and Kai gets slapped by Bright. White base flies low to create a higher density of Minosky particles, which in effect hide them better from radar. However, they are still being chased by Garma. While this occurs, the refugees get fed up and demand to land and be let off. Bright has the idea to ask Zeon for a ceasefire while they let the refugees leave White Base. Garma, nudged by Char of course, agrees. On White Base, Kai sets charges to the Gunperry to make it look battle damaged. The Gunperry launches with the refugees. They land near a newly formed lake created by a crater during battle. A Zeon cruiser is escorting the Gunperry. One of the engines of the Gunperry go out. Smoke starts forming. The Gunperry crash lands, but this was all a setup. Amuro and the gang hold smoke flares near the newly formed hole to make the ship look like it's going down. Kai, Frau, and the others jetpack back to White Base, while Ryu and Amuro hide on board. The Zeon cruiser follows the jetpack crew back. Most of the refugees heads towards a small town close by, while a mother and a child split off. The Zeon cruiser takes note of this and goes to scout out the mother after seeing the White Base crew back on board. Meanwhile, Amuro stowed the Gundam on board the Gunperry, but the Zeon crew is heading back. They wait to launch. The Gundam launches and follows the Zeon cruiser heading towards the mother, concerned they will attack them. However, the Zeon cruiser launches supplies for the mother and child. What a nice gesture. But the cruiser notices the Gundam, so I guess they have to die? The ceasefire ends, and the chase continues. Kai launches in the gun cannon, and Hayato in the gun tank. I believe this is the first time White Base launches the gun cannon. Kai struggles against both the terrain and the Magella attack tanks attacking him. The Gundam attacks from behind, the reason for Amuro hiding in the Gunperry in the first place. The Gundam throws its shield towards a Zaku, taking it out instantly. It powers through a bunch of Zakus. One Zaku gets the high ground, but Kai straight up pushes it off the cliff. It's great. Zeon forces retreat. Garma is starting to get frustrated. Char notes that he will join the battle next time. Meanwhile, the pilots from the Zeon cruiser survive Amuro's attack, and they meet up with the mother and child. They inform her that they should regroup with the other refugees because the land that they are currently standing on is indeed St. Agnes, her home. It was completely bombed. The mother begins to cry. Amuro is a grumpy pants to Frau Boa. He notices that the Fedis are using him as a decoy, a tool just used to distract Zeon until the Federation can roll out the GM. Kika gives Amuro a tomato to cheer him up. This seems familiar. Bright orders Amuro to go on patrol, but Amuro is still grumpy pants. Hayato and Ryu go on patrol instead. Bright goes to Amuro's quarters and demands to know why he won't sortie. Amuro is very butthurt that he has to pilot the Gundam. Now this is the moment that quite possibly changes the course of Gundam history. Yes, that's right. I am talking about the Bright slap. Ah yes, both powerful and motivational. Bright slaps him again. He leaves for the bridge before passive-aggressively suggesting that he thought Amuro could surpass Char. Frau Boa suggests that she should pilot the Gundam, but Amuro can't allow this to happen. He decides to pilot the Gundam again. Sometimes all it takes is a slap. Meanwhile, the core fighter returns to White Base and are attached to the gun tank and gun cannon. Hayato and Kai switch places and they relaunch. Garma sorties in a dop. He asks Char to remain on the Gao and watch. Char purposely misinterprets this to not interfere. He is trying to get Garma killed, knowing the power of the Gundam. The Gundam launches. Gun tank and gun cannon cover him. The Gundam starts taking out dops like nothing. Even though it can't fly in Earth atmosphere, it could jump really high and float down slowly. Garma engages with the Gundam. It lures it towards the Gao, but Garma struggles to communicate with it. That is because Char messes with the Gao's communication. Meanwhile, a Federation supply ship intercepts the Gundam. Garma uses this opportunity to get away. Garma wonders why Char didn't join in the battle. Char plays to his ego and tells him that he believes that Garma's skills were enough. Garma, the youngest Zabi, always seeking attention from the older Zabi siblings, plays into Char's ego boost. Meanwhile, the White Base crew is met with the captain of the supply vessel, Lieutenant Matilda. She resupplies White Base as a special request from General Revel. Char and Garma attend a Zeon party. Here we meet Isolina, Garma's love. He tells Isolina he will leave Zeon for her. Suddenly, an officer barges in and tells him that they found White Base. White Base lands and hides from Garma's assault. The gun tank, gun cannon, and Gundam are on standby. The Gao starts a bombing run. Meanwhile, Isolina's dad slaps Isolina. It seems that their bombing run fails, and Char goes down to find White Base. He and 3 other Zakus engage in battle with the Gundam. While fighting, Char spots the location of White Base. However, Char tells Garma that White Base is in front of them, but in reality, White Base is behind them. Garma's Gao continues moving forward. Now that the Gao is in front of White Base, they come out of their hiding. They have the perfect shot and they take it. It doesn't look like the Gao will make it as it takes many direct hits from White Base. Char communicates with Garma and tells him of the trap. Char laughs as he is finally taking revenge for what the Zabi family has done to his father's name. Garma is enraged. He takes control of the Gao and steers it towards White Base for a kamikaze attack. However, his attack fails. Garma, commander of the Earth Attack Force, is now dead. If we look at our Zabi death board, we are currently up to 2 dead Zabis. Stay tuned as we will be seeing more Zabi deaths. Dolzel returns to Zoom City, the headquarters of the Federation of Zeon. Here, he meets with the rest of the Zabi family. Dolzel and Degwin suggest that they grieve quietly. However, Giran Zabi wants to use Garma's death as a public display to get Zeon's morale up. Meanwhile, Isolina, Garma's fiancée, goes to visit Garma's quarters. She uses her beauty to get some Zeon soldiers to take revenge on White Base. White Base is having some minor engine troubles. They may have to land even though they are so close to Federation airspace. 3 Gaos approach White Base. It is the Isolina crew. The Gundam and gun cannon launch. They jump onto the Gao and take one out with the quickness. Suddenly, Char comes to assist Isolina.
Commander Char, it's me, Lieutenant Dorota, formerly under Captain Garma's command.
I don't care.
Or at least he is at the battle to make himself appear like his loyalties are still with Zeon. Either way, Char is able to get a shot on White Base. It is too much for the ship. White Base makes an emergency landing. Mirai is able to land with everyone safely. The Gundam and gun cannon jump off the Gao and head towards Earth. On White Base, they try to get the ship up and running again. Meanwhile, some of the refugees start to leave the ship. Bright tries to convince 3 refugees to stay, but they make their way off the ship. Bad plan for the refugees, as Char was waiting to take the people off of White Base. The refugees die. Bright and Kai chase after Char, but he makes his escape. The Gundam and gun cannon land on Earth, but the Gaos continue their pursuit. The Gao takes the Gundam head on. Amazingly, the Gundam's shield can handle most of the attack, but his shield starts to melt. Luckily, Hayato in the gun tank distracts the Gao. Amuro uses this moment to take out one of the Gaos with his energy lance. One more Gao remains, Isolina's. Isolina literally crashes the Gao into the Gundam. Amuro can't get the Gundam to pilot, so he investigates. Isolina gets out of the Gao and points a gun at Amuro. She blames Garma's death on him, but Amuro has no idea what she is talking about. Isolina sustained a lot of injuries from the Gao crash landing. Right before shooting Amuro, she faints and falls off the Gao. If she wasn't dead from the crash, this fall certainly did kill her. Amuro is so confused by the situation, but gives Isolina a proper burial anyways. Meanwhile, back at Zoom City, there is a funeral for Garma Zabi. Degwin listens to old audio recordings of Garma before giving his eulogy. Back on Earth, we are met with Ramba Ral. Captain Ramba Ral is now a part of a special pursuit force ordered to follow White Base after the death of Garma. Ramba Ral takes command in a Zanzibar-class ship. The Zanzibar is the closest ship that Zeon has to the Federation's Pegasus-class ship. It is a heavy assault carrier capable of carrying many short-range mobile suits and fighters. However, Ramba Ral notes that they don't currently have too much to work with on board. Ral searches for White Base. Meanwhile, White Base is going through a thunderstorm. They have to land so they don't waste Minovsky particles. Ryu and Amuro are commanded to sortie, but Amuro is spacing out. The war is starting to get to him. The Zanzibar locates White Base. Ramba Ral sorties in the goof, with 2 other Zakus supporting him. We talked about the MS-07B goof in our Weapons of MSG video, but to sum up, the goof is a short-ranged mobile suit designed for Earth combat. Its specialty is the heat rod, which is a high-voltage electric shock whip. Amuro and Ryu sortie, but Amuro is still unfocused and not in the game currently. Amuro and Ral fight on the battlefield. Amuro is taken aback as he never experienced fighting a Gauf. Ramba Ral says his most famous line in the Gundam franchise. Ryu and the gun tank comes in with an assault. The Goof and Zanzibar make their escape. Amuro notes that it seemed like Zeon was playing with him. Back at Zoom City, Giran Zabi's propaganda eulogy is broadcasted everywhere. His speech is used for fear to incite its people. Through rage, anger, and loss, a leader can boost the morale of their people quite easily. A small crew of Zeon Earth forces note that the enemy mobile suit is nearby. They make a plan to attack the Gundam, but they note that they only have 1 Zaku. Their plan is really silly. We will get back to it in a moment. On White Base, Lieutenant Matilda resupplies White Base again and informs Bright of his promotion to ensign. Meanwhile, Amuro is crushing hard on Matilda while ignoring a jealous Fraubo. Lieutenant Matilda supplies the ship and leaves, but is suddenly attacked. The Gundam launches. Amuro spots a Zaku and chases it. Now here is this Zeon squad's bright idea. They lure the Gundam away and then attack it with hovercrafts known as the WAPA, which is Wheelless Aero Palletized Personal Actuator. They have machine guns and that's about it. They're relatively weak, but in big numbers, they are quite distracting. The WAPAs fly around the Gundam and plant bombs all over the Gundam's body. The Gundam is able to swat away the WAPAs like flies, but they leave after planting the bombs. Amuro notices that there are bombs all over the Gundam. He only has 30 minutes to defuse the bombs. He defuses them one at a time. With the help of Ryu and Kai, they drive 1 kilometer away from Gundam and White Base and unload the bombs. As they flee, the bombs go off. As everyone regroups at White Base, a truck full of locals come up and talk to Amuro. Amuro notes how carefree people on Earth are, but Sayla and Bright are like, yeah, those are the Zeon soldiers that just tried to kill us. White Base continues across Central Asia. They are looking for a rendezvous point to meet up with some of General Revel's squad. They spot a jeep and land. However, the man is badly injured. They bring him aboard White Base and give him medical attention. The man informs Bright that White Base is to make its way to Odessa to take part in an assault on Odessa Day. Bright is concerned as White Base isn't a normal Federation ship and the majority of its crew are quite green. Meanwhile, the ship is currently out of salt. They diverge their path towards a lake to see if they could find salt. However, when they get there, the lake is all dried up as it shifts from period to period. The ship is spotted by Ramba Ral. He sorties in the goof. Amuro goes out to sortie in the Gundam. However, Sayla is the one that sorties. Amuro goes out in the gun cannon instead. Sayla struggles to pilot the Gundam. Ral notes that an amateur is piloting it. A Zaku pins down the Gundam to take back the Zeon base. Amuro in the gun cannon takes out one of the Zakus. The goof retreats, but the remaining Zaku is disabled by the gun cannon. Only Ramba Ral escapes. The gun cannon drags the Zaku back to White Base. They take the Zaku as a prisoner. Meanwhile, Sayla is condemned to 3 days of solitary confinement. Before she is confined, she asks the prisoner what has happened to Char. The prisoner informs Sayla that he was disciplined for not keeping Garma safe. Bright interrogates the prisoner while the crew is doing tests and simulations. The prisoner makes his escape. He tries to help release Sayla, who is still in solitary, but she screams for help instead. While the prisoner makes his escape, Ramba Ral prepares to attack White Base. Hayato and Amuro launch in the gun tank against Bright's orders. They take out some DOPs, but once the goof is launched, gun tank is of no use. Amuro and Hayato must return to White Base. Meanwhile, Sayla escapes and chases down the Zeon prisoner. He makes it to the airlock. A Fetty soldier whips out a bazooka and blows blows up the door, but in doing so, he also kills the prisoner in the process. Tough luck. Amuro launches in the Gundam. Meanwhile, Kai in the gun cannon is getting overwhelmed by the Gelf. Amuro is able to ward off the goof as it retreats. On White Base, Bright reprimands Amuro for disobeying orders. Later that night, Amuro overhears Murai and Bright talking about taking Amuro off of the Gundam. Amuro, fed up with everything happening, decides to leave White Base. Amuro takes the Gundam and bails. Amuro hides the Gundam in an abandoned city. While hiding, Caecilia and Makuve scout the city in an onion mobile armor known as the MAX-03 Adsum. Back at White Base, Fraubo goes to find Amuro. She finds Amuro at the abandoned town the next day, but he decides to leave after mentioning that Ryu thinks deserters should be punished. And maybe don't say that. Fraubo won't leave Amuro alone. While traveling, the Gundam intercepts a message from Caecilia and Makuve about an enemy mine. Frau heads back to White Base to inform them of the mine. Meanwhile, Caecilia and Makuve launch in the Adsum. The MAX-03 Adsum is a mobile armor with a Minovsky craft system. This allows a hovering drone to shoot out a metal net. It then douses its enemy with a sand-like material which conducts heat quickly. We see this play out as the Gundam is covered in sand and endures extreme heat. The Gundam can't move as all power is being diverted to keep Amuro alive. The Adsum escapes. Caecilia demands that the mine be blown up as a matter of national security. Don't mind the soldiers working there. The attack on the Gundam wears off. He investigates the destroyed mines. All the data is destroyed. However, Amuro finds a paper that says 102 mining facility. He realizes that he only destroyed one of the many mining bases. This wasn't as important as Amuro thought. His arrogance is getting the best of him. He helps a lone Zeon soldier get water and takes off as White Base is heading towards the mine. Meanwhile, the White Base crew notes that this attack will probably cause more damage than help. Amuro's arrogance and emotions are starting to affect the crew. Frau goes off to chase Amuro again. Amuro hides the Gundam and wanders through the Central Asian desert, most likely around India. He stumbles into a bar in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, 14 Zeon soldiers barge into the bar, including Ramba Ral and Haman. We haven't talked too much about Haman. Crowley Haman is the wife of Ramba Ral. She was also responsible for helping Sayla and Char get out of Zoom City when they were children. Haman notices Amuro and attempts to buy him a meal. Amuro refuses. Suddenly, Frau barges in as she is caught by Zeon forces. Amuro says her name out loud, giving away that he knows her. Rao walks up to Amuro and notices that he is freaking out and clenching his gun hard. Ramba Ral closes Amuro's jacket and ignores that he was about to get shot. He says if we should meet in the battle, things will be different. Frau and Amuro leave. Rao orders a Zeon soldier to follow them. Amuro bails again, and Frau goes to White Base to inform the crew of the situation. Meanwhile, the enemy scout informs Ramba Ral of the location of White Base. He mobilizes in his Gelf with his team of Zakus. Kai launches in the gun cannon, and Ryu and Hayato launch in the gun tank. Ral and the Zakus focus on the gun tank and destroy one of its treads. The gun tank is immobilized. Zeon ignores the gun tank and focuses on White Base. Hayato ejects the top half of the gun tank. This allows for Ryu to eject the core fighter. Meanwhile, Kai in the gun cannon is hiding from Zeon. One Zaku sneaks around to find the back of White Base, right as they put all power into their thrusters. That poor fool. The goof jumps on top of White Base and tries to destroy the thrusters. Mirai decides to flip the ship. The goof falls off White Base as it spins around. Gundam comes out of nowhere to help the White Base crew. The goof and Gundam engage in battle. Both Amuro and Ramba get part of their cockpits blown off quite conveniently to allow each other to see their faces. They recognized each other from the bar earlier. The Gundam takes out the goof. Ral ejects and literally swings away. Ral regroups with his squad. Back at White Base, Amuro is detained for deserting the crew. Amuro thinks that he is the only one that could pilot the Gundam, but the crew thinks otherwise. Bright ponders about what to do with Amuro. Meanwhile, Ramba Ral is informed that he will receive 3 new DOMs. However, Makuve doesn't like that Ramba Ral is all up in his mining business, so Makuve informs that Ramba Ral's DOMs were destroyed during resupply. This doesn't seem to deter Ral from his attack, however. Meanwhile, Kai, Hayato, and others leave White Base. Their morale is low and they want to find another Federation ship. Ryu goes and chases them. Yu finds and punches everyone, but they spot Ramba Ral's gallop. Ryu heads back to White Base. He lets Kai and the others make up their own mind on whether or not they want to come back and fight. Ramba Ral attacks White Base. Sayla launches in the Gundam. Ral lets Amuro out of the brig to man a turret on White Base. He also assists Sayla with battle tactics. Ral uses tanks along with jetpacks to get onto White Base. The team prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Sayla returns to White Base. Amuro and Sayla switch places. Bright tells Amuro to attack parts of White Base if he must, but don't let Ral take over the ship. Suddenly, Ramba Ral runs into Sayla. The Ral family had very close ties with the Daikun family back in the day. He instantly notices that Sayla is Artesia. However, in this moment, Ral hesitated. He chose not to attack and calls the mission a failure. The Gundam suddenly takes out a part of the ship where Ral is, and he is surrounded. He does the only thing he knows how. Haman attacks the Gundam. The Gundam uses its beam saber to destroy the Gallop, but Haman ejects and escapes. White Base moves onward, but Haman plans her revenge. Ryu is recovering from a bullet wound that he took from Ral's attack. Amuro is also back in the brig. Ryu goes to talk to Bright and suggests that they have a talk with one another to get on the same page. Ryu is too weak. He heads back to the medbay. However, he decides to talk to Amuro instead. They have to drag Ryu back to bed. Haman makes her attack on White Base. Ryu demands that Amuro be let out of the brig to pilot the Gundam. Bright agrees and lets him out. The mechanics are injured and the Gundam isn't ready. Amuro decides to go out in the core fighter. Kai and the gun cannon tries to hold them off. Jobjon pilots the gun tank, but it is out of commission. I think this is the first time we see Jobjon in the show, although he does make an appearance in Cucarun Doan Island, the movie. Ryu gets out of bed and tries to help get the gun tank up and running. Rather than using the gun tank, he launches the core fighter attached to the broken gun tank. The mechanic on White Base launches the Gundam parts. The core fighter attaches to the Gundam mid-air. Amuro has definitely mastered this technique. Haman's Magella and the Gallop head towards White Base. Amuro notices that there are bombs all over the Gallop. This is a suicide mission for Haman's team. The Gundam tries to hold back the Gallop as much as possible. The Gundam takes out a Zaku while holding the tank back. Haman's Magella attacks the Gundam from behind. The Gundam can't do anything, as it is still holding back the Gallop. Haman prepares for the final blow on the Gundam. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a core fighter flies and crashes into Haman. Ryu was in that core fighter. Both him and Haman are killed. The Gundam destroys the Gallop's engine and pushes it away from White Base and ignites it. White Base is saved, but Amuro wonders who was in the kamikaze core fighter. Sayla tells Amuro that Ryu was piloting the core fighter and is dead. The crew grieve for their lost friend and crewmate. Bright takes it hard as the commander. He blames himself the most. All Amuro and the crew could do is keep moving forward. A GM is fleeing while initiating suppressing fire. The pilot is in fear of his life. Out of the smoke and debris, a Zaku appears. The Zaku chases down the GM and destroys it. The Zaku also destroys a gunperry on the island. In the distance, children hear the Zaku defend the island. In Las Palmas, White Base is docked. EFF higher-ups want Bright and the White Base crew to investigate what happened to the GM. Bright is not really interested in the mission. Okay, writers, I get it. It is like a metaphor for how little interest you had in animating the original episode. More on that later. Jobjon, Kai, and Amuro, along with this guy, launch in the gunperry. Meanwhile, Mirai and Bright have some coffee. He reflects on how hard he has been on Amuro. Nice retconning of Bright having some sort of opinion on his actions during the war. It's a good thing, but remember, Bright is only 19 years old. He was flung into this position when his entire crew died. As much as I appreciate giving Bright agency, he was young during a horrible war. This dude's testosterone is going at full force. It is not weighed down by gravity whatsoever. They land on the island during a cloudy day. Kai launches in the gun cannon and Amuro launches in the Gundam. They split off and scout the island. Kai reports back to Bright. during which a bunch of children start throwing rocks at the gun cannon. While looking over a cliff, a Zaku sneaks up behind the Gundam and begins grappling with it. Amuro loses his beam rifle. The Zaku pulls out his Heat Hawk and the Gundam its beam saber. They begin a melee battle. Suddenly, the cliffside breaks off. Amuro falls into the ocean. The gun parry and gun tank lose contact with Amuro. Whiteface tries to contact the Gundam with no luck. Bright asks Lieutenant Slegger to go out and find him. We haven't talked about Lieutenant Slegger because in the original series, he hasn't been introduced and won't be introduced until after the Battle of Jaburo, which has already happened in this timeline. More on that later. Amuro dreams of his father and his mother. We also skipped the episode with his mother because this scene sums it up. Amuro's mom is sad and he is a child of war. That's about it. Amuro sees his boyfriend Char and wakes up. He leaves a mysterious room and finds a bunch of children with a man digging. This is Cucarun Doan. Amuro asks Doan, where is his Gundam? The children begin to hate on him. Amuro notices that the mysterious building is the lighthouse shown during his mission briefing earlier. He goes to search for his Gundam alone. Now this is a 22-minute episode stretched into a movie. We get a lot of walking in this movie to pad out that runtime. Amuro walks, and I mean he walks. Meanwhile, Doan and the children enjoy dinner. One of the older children, Kara, goes out to find Amuro. She brings him some water and drives him back to the lighthouse. The kids talk about lighting the lighthouse for the first time. Amuro and Kara return. Kara gives Amuro some food. The children go to bed, but not before saying thanks to Doan. At Belfast, General Revel is planning his attack on Odessa Day. He wants White Base to be there. Bright is given orders to leave for Belfast immediately, even though they haven't found Amuro yet. Lieutenant Slegger and Kai start scheming. Makuve informs General Gappa of the EFF that they should stop attacking Gibraltar, or Zeon will start attacking major Earth cities. In Casablanca, we are introduced to the Southern Cross Corps, all piloting a MS-06GD Zaku High Mobility Type Surface Type. They take out the remaining GMs in the area. The newest member of the group talks about wanting to work with Cucarun Doan. Egba, the new leader, holds a knife to his mobile suit's throat, which absolutely would do nothing, right? It isn't a human. You can't slit a mobile suit's throat. Anyways, we learn that Cucarun Doan was once the leader of the group, and the remaining members seem to have a great disdain towards him. Doan also dreams about his past with the Southern Cross Corps before Kara comes in to bring him a beverage. The next day, Amuro helps out around the farm, watches a kid milk some goat titties, and then he eventually goes out and looks for his mobile suit. Back at White Base, Slegger asks Sayla to let him ride her. It begins to rain. Amuro heads back to the lighthouse. After the rain, the kids were able to collect rainwater, but the pipe seems to be broken. Doan, Amuro, and Marcos go to repair the broken pipe. The next day, Doan heads out by himself. Marcos follows Doan, and Amuro follows Marcos. Marcos wants to pilot the Gundam, but Amuro demands for it back. Marcos fights Amuro to prove his strength, but Doan asks both of them to leave. Inside of the secret cove hides a nuclear missile that Doan seems to be prepping. Now, remember, modern UC nukes also contain Minovsky particles. Because of this, Makuve notices Minovsky disruption around the island and suggests its saboteur. Makuve brings in the Southern Cross Corps to scout out the island. The Zeon team instantly realizes that the saboteur is none other than Cucarun Doan. Marcos and Amuro head back to the lighthouse, but notices the ominous clouds and lighting are incoming. Meanwhile, Slegger, the gun parry, and Sayla launch to rescue Amuro. Bright distracts the Fetty higher-ups to delay heading to Belfast as he catches on to Slegger's plan. He then notices that a group of Zeon forces are heading towards the island. Kara attempts to console the kids. Marcos and Amuro make their way back. Amuro fixes the battery and brings power back to the lighthouse. He then activates the lighthouse light. As Doan heads back, he notices that the lighthouse is up and running. He rushes back Doan tells Amuro that he shouldn't have done that. The Gunperry makes its way back to the island. At the same time, the Southern Cross Corps arrives as well. Doan notes that he can't run away from his past. Amuro, Marcos, and Doan head back to the secret cove. The Southern Cross Corps are hanging to the bottom of docks. They drop from the docks. Slager and the GM is riding on the back of the core booster, piloted by Sayla. Slager takes out the dock. We will talk more on the core booster in a later video, but this definitely is something that changes the timeline in the original Gundam series. Doan heads out in a Zaku while Amuro nearly drowns. Meanwhile, Sayla crash lands and Slager nosedives into the rocks, literally losing his head. Hayato and Kai are in gun cannons. The Southern Cross Corps takes both of them out real quick. Luckily, they are able to eject. Doan makes his appearance on the battlefield. The guy seems really excited to kill Doan. He tries and fails horribly, but he is kind of happy to be killed by Doan. This guy and his whole team seem kind of like sadists. Amuro wakes up, but two of the Southern Cross Corps members enter the secret cove. Amuro and Marcos hide. One goes and looks for the nuke. The other notices Amuro moving. He investigates. Amuro sneaks into the Gundam. The Zaku pulls off a giant tarp, revealing the Gundam. The Gundam uses his beam saber to get off one of the cleanest kills in UC. That Zaku is probably still usable after that. Clean and efficient. The pilot on foot looking for the nuke investigates the noise. Big mistake as the Gundam just steps on the guy. Back outside, Doan takes out another Zaku. Blanca, the goat, gets loose. While Kai, Jobjan, and Hayato regroup after ejecting, they are met with the threat of the goat. All that is left for Doan is the new Captain Egba. He takes off Doan's left arm. Doan seems to be at a disadvantage. Vulcan cannons erupt in the distance. It is Amuro. Egba targets the Gundam. They fight at the edge of the cliff, similar to the Gundam that Doan fought earlier. Amuro backs the Zaku into a corner before using his beam saber to take out the mobile suit. All of a sudden, the nuke goes off. General Gop of the Federation reacts with anti-air defense. However, the defenses fail. They assume the worst, but the bombs do not come back down. They go off outside of Earth's atmosphere. Doan used the nukes for fireworks for one of the young children whose birthday is today. The Federation is relieved they won't die today. It is morning. Amuro mentions that the smell of war is still on Doan's hands. Amuro helps Doan by taking his Zaku and throwing it into the ocean. No longer is Doan tied to his past. Finally, the White Base crew is ready to depart for Belfast. It does a flyby over Cucarun Doan's island as one last farewell. And that is the movie. Now, let's compare that to the show. In the show, the Gunperry, piloted by Ryu and Jobjan, head out to the island. Amuro in the Gundam goes out, but quickly transforms into the core fighter. He finds some injured pilots before running into the children and Cucarun Doan and his very ugly Zaku. Doan takes out Amuro's core fighter. Similar to the movie, Amuro wakes up and helps the children and Kara. Suddenly, random Dops and Zakus show up on the island. The Southern Cross Corps does not exist in this version. Doan and Amuro work together to take out the Zakus. Doan takes out the final Zaku, which I appreciate more than the movie, which gives Amuro kind of the credit for the final kill. After the battle, Amuro suggests that war stays with him and he throws the Zaku off into the ocean. White Base makes its way to the island to pick up its crew. So where does this movie fit into the timeline? Well, this seems to be in its own thing, separate from the original MSG series as well as MSG The Origin. There are elements that might suggest that it takes place in the origin timeline, such as Ryu already being dead and the Battle of Jaburo already taking place. We know the Battle of Jaburo occurred because of the appearance of Lieutenant Slager Law as well as the distribution of GM units, which doesn't happen until White Base heads back into space. In the original episode, Ryu was still alive and was the one piloting the Gunperry. He is nowhere to be seen in the movie. Also, we get to see the core booster in action, which hasn't made an appearance yet in the show. Also, the Southern Cross Corps is made up simply for the movie and doesn't seem to relate to anything that happens in MSG The Origin, MSD, Cucarun Doan's Island, the manga. So who really knows where this stands when it comes to everything else in the UC timeline? The Gundam is fighting a goof. Captain Bright is struggling to give orders. He still isn't over the death of Ryu. The Gundam takes out the mobile suit. Bright suddenly passes out. They take him to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Makuve is made aware of the destruction of some of his mining bases. Hayato and Amuro are working on mobile suits. Amuro goes and visits Bright. He sees Bright in a bad state, so he decides not to push him with any questions. A group of Zeon soldiers are monitoring the area. They spot White Base. They use their jetpacks to hop aboard White Base as it passes over. They all split up and attach charges all over the ship. They quickly jump off and wait for an explosion. The explosions come, taking out the Minovsky particle emitters and ECM transmitters, which I assume stands for electronic countermeasures, but I am not entirely sure. The radar remains intact. 20 DOPs appear on White Base's radar. Hayato and Amuro launch in the core fighters, but Murai suggests that Ryu goes out, forgetting that he is KIA. The team still has Ryu on their minds. Another formation of DOPs appear. 2 core fighters aren't enough to take on the DOPs. Mirai is currently acting as captain, but she is out of her league and still helming the ship. She brings back Hayato and launches the Gundam. However, they launch the Gundam too fast. But he's able to dock, however, so why bring it up? This is like the come take a look of this of Gundam cliches. I'm sure it is to show off Amuro's Newtype potential, but the writing just simply does not come off that way. The Gundam engages with the Zeon fleet. The Gundam takes out a goof in the silliest moment of Gundam thus far. Bakuve left White Base, its radar, to lure it into a trap. The Gundam returns to White Base to resupply. Mirai is having a nervous breakdown and struggling to assume command. White Base falls into Makuve's trap. A mega particle turret gets a critical hit on White Base. The ship starts to go down. Amuro gets in the Gundam and jumps onto White Base. He takes out the turret. The ship crash lands. Mirai is in full panic mode. White Base launches smoke bombs to hide. It somehow works. It doesn't seem like White Base is going to make it to Odessa Day. The Zeon attack force withdraws for some reason, but who knows when they will be back. The crew is fixing White Base. Mirai goes to visit Bright in sickbay. He asks Mirai to officially take over as commander until Bright gets better. Sayla sends out a message to General Revel to inform them of their situation. Meanwhile, General Revel is advancing towards Makuve. White Base is important to Odessa Day. So General Revel sends out Matilda to help repair the ship and give the crew upgrades to the Gundam and Operation V weapons. She goes out to find White Base. Revel informs White Base of Lieutenant Matilda's emergency response team, the Medea. Makuve sends out 3 goofs with supportive fire. White Base picks up on Zeon forces coming for Matilda's crew. Mirai sends out the core fighters, but Sayla notices that it will leave White Base defenseless. Sayla and Mirai bicker very awkwardly, at least in the English dub. They decide to leave White Base defenseless. Mirai and Sayla feel very uneasy with one another. Amuro spots the goofs riding Dodais. Now the Dodai YS is a retrofitted interceptor bomber that is designed to carry mobile suits into battle. They're relatively light compared to how much thrust they can put out. The Dodai also still has its bombing capabilities. It has some air-to-air response weapons, but they are weak, which is why they usually travel with DOPs. Amuro tries to get between Zeon and the Matilda Medea fleet. Amuro takes out a goof, but he is still relatively useless in the core fighter. He sinks with the gun parry, but a goof starts attacking. Kai comes to the rescue in the gun cannon. This gives Amuro time to transform into the Gundam. 2 goofs start attacking Medea's fleet. Matilda refuses to abandon ship because it contains the new secret Gundam upgrades. They crash land. The Gundam intercepts the goof. Matilda and crew quickly unloads the new G module as her squad is under assault. Amuro is able to take out a goof. Amuro is concerned about Lieutenant Matilda, but another goof is coming in for an attack, and the Gundam is under heavy damage. It looks quite bad for the Gundam. Suddenly, Hayato comes in riding the new module, the G-Fighter. The G-Fighter is a new Operation V weapon that is very modular and integrates with the core block system. It has an A and B part similar to the Gundam, and these two parts can be combined to create the G-Armor and the G-Sky. More on those units later. Amuro hops onto the G-Fighter. The G-Fighter flies off. The Operation V weapons now have their own version of the Dodai. The fighter goes in. Amuro uses his beam saber and destroys the Dodai. The goof lands on Earth, but suddenly, Amuro takes his beam saber in the chest of the goof and destroys it. Amuro is amazed by the power of the G-Fighter. General Revel congratulates Midai on handling command during a stressful situation. Sayla consoles Midai. It seems their bickering is no more. Matilda shows the White Base crew all of the upgrade modules while ignoring Kai. Kycilia is meeting with her team. She is informed that DOMs were sent to the Black Tri-Stars and another mobile suit project sent to Char on White Base. Amuro walks Matilda to Bright in the medbay. Kai asks if he could take a picture of Lieutenant Matilda, but all the men of White Base get in on the action. Everyone here is way too horned up for their superior officer. Matilda visits Bright. Meanwhile, General Revel is informed that the Black Tri-Stars are on their way to Earth. Revel is very aware of who the Black Tri-Stars are because they were the ones who captured General Revel during the Battle of Loon. Check out our Battle of Loon video for more info on General Revel and that battle. He bumps up the Odessa attack. Amuro tries to up his game around Matilda, while the Black Tri-Stars get a hold of the new DOMs. Matilda tells Amuro that she joined the Supply Corps because it is the only division that attempts to create things instead of destroys through battle. Black Tri-Stars go scouting for White Base. One of the DOMs trips a distress beacon to White Base. They prepare for an attack. Hayato is struggling with the new controls from the gun tank upgrades. Frau Bo takes over for Sayla as she goes to pilot the new G-Armor. Now the G-Armor is a product of connecting parts of the G-Fighter and both A and B parts of the Gundam or parts of the gun tank. Usually you would use White Base or the Gun Parry to launch Gundam parts, but using the G-Armor allows for an even faster deployment of the Gundam. Meanwhile, the gun tank is engaging with the DOMs, who are way too fast. Midai is struggling to begin launching procedures. Amuro and Sayla launch in the G-Armor, with Amuro guiding Sayla as she is still a green pilot. Amuro controls cannons and fires on the DOMs. The DOMs assume it is a bomber. The gun cannon and gun tank are being pushed back towards White Base. The G-Armor transforms and launches the Gundam, with the G-Fighter module attached to the G-Armor to allow Sayla to continue assaulting the DOMs as well. The Black Tri-Stars engage with the Gundam, while Zeon forces attack. Matilda heads back to the Medea. Amuro is pushed to his limits, but he is still holding his own with the Black Tri-Stars. Time slows down. Are we starting to see Amuro's Newtype abilities? Even with Newtype powers, the three DOMs are too much for Amuro. Matilda comes in with the Medea to help the Gundam. Amuro takes out the Gundam's beam saber and hits one of the DOMs. Meanwhile, another DOM jumps onto the Medea. Matilda tries to crash the Medea into the ground, but the DOM destroys the cockpit, taking out Matilda. Mash is dead. Two of the Black Tri-Stars remain, and they make their escape. White Base, now fixed, is able to launch and make its way towards ZFF. General Revel, hearing of the good news of White Base and the bad news of the Medea crew, makes him push the attack on Odessa to now. As White Base makes their way towards Odessa Day, the crew gives a salute and honor to Lieutenant Matilda, who died in battle. Sayla blames herself for being a bad G-Armor pilot. But what exactly is Operation Odessa? As we have seen throughout our videos on the Earth Attack Force, we know that Makuve, a subordinate of Caecilia, has been working to control the mine, which is a good source of minerals for Zeon forces. After taking over the mines from Earth hands, the EFF realized that they are dependent on the mines and that pushing them out of Earth territory and away from the mines would cripple Zeon forces, so much so that they would have to end the war, or so they thought. During October of UC-0079, General Revel and the majority of Earth forces started making their way towards Warsaw. On November 2nd, Revel gives orders to rendezvous with the rest of the Earth forces, which we have seen in previous videos. It is now November 7th, and the battle begins at 0600 hours. The battle begins before White Base rendezvous with the rest of Earth forces. Bright is back in command. The G-Armor launches. Meanwhile, Guy and Ortega give a bazooka salute to MASH before making their way towards the front line. Amuro and Sayla G-Armor spot an EFF Dragonfly coming out of his Zeon ship. They wonder if there was a spy within the Medea crew. Amuro finds out that Judok is relaying information to Zeon. He goes to the general of the ship to find out that he is the one that is actually betraying EFF. Amuro is able to get him to spill the beans on camera and almost gets shot in the process. He heads out towards White Base, which just engaged in battle. One of the Doms destroys the gun tank's treads. Kai and the gun cannon is all alone in battle. Sayla and Amuro transform. One of the Doms gets a hit on the G-Armor. Sayla returns to White Base. They take the G-Armor and attach it to Hayato's core fighter to create the G-Sky, or G-Sky Easy. This gives the core fighter an extra boost. Hayato launches. Makuve is being pushed back. As a last resort, he threatens to launch a nuclear attack, breaking the Antarctic Treaty. General Revel doesn't respond and continues his assault. In Cucarun Doan's island, we see a similar version of this play out, except Odessa seemed to be a longer game in that scenario instead of a one-day assault. The G-Sky and Gundam engage in what I guess is the Black Duo stars now. The Gundam rides the G-Sky and attacks and kills one of the Doms. Gaia is the only remaining Black Tri-Star, Black Solo Star. Bright sims Amuro Data and orders him to try to take out the nuclear missile. Bright tells Amuro to ignore the Dom, but Gaia is still attacking. He destroys the Gundam's shield. Makuve launches the nuclear missile. Gaia knocks the Gundam off the G-Sky, but Amuro quickly destroys the Dom, killing Gaia. He hops back onto the G-Sky, jumps towards the sky, and takes out the nuclear weapon. Makuve escapes the battle, while White Base and EFF take out the mines. Earth is victorious this day. As Makuve makes his escape, he notes that they sent enough minerals to Caecilia so Zeon forces can potentially fight for another 10 years. As Zeon forces make their escape from Earth, the White Base crew finally meets General Revel. Amuro uses the gun parry to transform the core fighter into the Gundam. He is training to get the transformation under 17 seconds. White Base is on its way to Northern Ireland to get repairs for damages they received at the Battle of Odessa. As White Base docks in Ireland, one girl is collecting data and transferring that data via balloon, which then sends a signal to a sub. Weird. Char gets intel that White Base is nearby. He goes out in a small vessel to investigate. The White Base crew meet up with General Revel and most of the EFF that made their way to Northern Ireland. It is here that General Revel informs the crew that if anyone doesn't want to be a part of the military, they will be placed in prison for knowing too much information of Operation V. General Revel also notes that the Gundam has caused Zeon to put money into the development of new mobile suits and mobile armors. Meanwhile, the spy is trying to get close to the military base to get info. Frau Bow also wonders that if she joins the military, the children might not have anyone to help raise them. Meanwhile, under the sea, the Mad Angler Division launches some GOGs. The MSN-03 GOG is an amphibious mobile suit created by Zemad after a failed amphibious Zaku design. Unlike the original failed Zaku design that became the Zuda, watch our Hidden 1 Year War video for more info on that. The round shape helps the mobile suit reduce water resistance. The Mad Angler launches missiles onto the base. Only the Gundam is available to launch, and the beam rifle seems to not be available for use. Amuro preps for launch. The Gogs advance on land and start taking out the surrounding city. The Gundam launches and advances on the Gogs. General Revel watches from afar. He notes that war relies too heavily on mobile suits these days. The gun tank is finally ready to launch Hayato sorties. Meanwhile, the Gundam's Vulcan cannons are useless on the Gog. Luckily, the Gundam has the G-hammer. We haven't seen this since space. Unluckily, the Gog is able to stop the hammer with very little effort. Amuro suggests that they use the G-Bull module. The Gundam returns and preps the new G module. The G-Bull is the modularization of the G-Fighter and the Gundam. It combines to make a powerful tank which can be piloted directly from the core block in the Gundam cockpit. Amuro and Sayla launch in the G-Bull. They use their Mega Particle Cannon to take out one of the Gogs. White Base launches the G-Armor with the Gundam's modules. It attaches to the G-Bull, then the Gundam modules separates from the G-Armor module. The Beam Saber is also now good to go. The Gundam jumps into the ocean and attacks the Gog. The Gog is fast. It has the upper hand and tries to crush the Gundam's head, but the Gundam is able to blind the Gog and then get the killing blow. The Gundam comes out of the water. Meanwhile, Char makes his return to the Mad Angler, missing the entire battle. Char's pride is damaged by Amuro and must seek his revenge. On White Base, Amuro is giving the crew a lesson on how to use all the new modules. He also explains the easy forms of each variation. I believe we already discussed the G-Sky Easy in the last video. Meanwhile, Kai is getting tired being on this ship. He decides to leave. Amuro gives Kai his toolbox to exchange for money. As Kai takes off, he runs into the spy from earlier. He invites him over to her house. While getting comfortable at her home, Kai discovers a gun in her basket. Kai gives her false information about White Base's situation. Meanwhile, the Mad Angler launches the Zagak. The MSN-07 Zagak is an amphibious mobile suit similar to the Gog, but much of the data collected from the Gog was used to make the Zagak. Unlike the Gog, however, they can handle themselves quite well on land. The Mad Angler emerges from the sea and begins launching missiles. Sayla and Amuro launch. Kai notices the battle from afar. He asks Miharu, the spy's siblings, where she went. They lie to Kai, but Kai doesn't believe it. Meanwhile, the spy Miharu meets up with someone who gives her orders to sneak about White Base. When she returns, Kai is gone. She tries to go find Kai. Hayato launches in the gun cannon. It intercepts the Zagaks, but it doesn't seem to be able to carry its own weight. Kai, looking at the battle, has a flashback of every slap he's received on White Base. He decides to return to White Base. Kai returns and gets in the gun tank. Hayato is being toyed with by the Zagak. The Zagak attempts to split the gun cannon apart, but Kai comes in for the rescue and saves Hayato. The Gundam pushes the Zagak back into the water. The spy, dressed as an EFF soldier, sneaks onto White Base. The Gundam is fighting the Zagak. It lures it out of the water where Kai is waiting to get a shot off. It does, and the Gundam uses its beam saber to get the final kill. Back on White Base, Kai gives Amuro his toolbox.
Well, Amuro, I was told your toolbox isn't worth a dime.
But I paid a lot for that!
Kai is back to his cocky self. On the Mad Angler, Char is notified that the spy successfully made it on board the White Base. White Base leaves Northern Ireland and makes their way towards Jaburo. Sayla and Amuro practice transforming the Gundam and G-Armor. They are able to get it down to 15 seconds. Well, one of the Gundam's arms is still exposed, and that will be a problem. Miharu, the spy, sneaks in to Bright's quarters. Kai comes in to get Bright and finds Miharu. Kai thinks that she snuck on to be with him, so Miharu just goes with it. She hides in Kai's quarters. Meanwhile, some of the Mad Angler crew pretends to be civilians and lands onto White Base, requesting emergency assistance on a civilian aircraft. Boone, one of the Mad Angler crew, makes contact with Miharu and informs them that they are heading to South America. Kai is suspicious of the civilian crew. He runs to the docks, but the civilian crew plane takes off. Kai suspects that they might be spies, but he can't give Bright any proof without informing him that Miharu is on board. Back at the Mad Angler, Boone requests if he could use the new mobile armor, the Greblo. The MAM-07 Greblo is a mobile armor designed in the vein of a submarine that has mobile suit capabilities. However, the Greblo does not have any particle beam capabilities. The Greblo and 2 Zagaks head out. White Base prepares for an attack. Sayla and Amuro launch. White Base gets hit. Sayla and Amuro transform. Meanwhile, Hayato launches in the core fighter. White Base is still getting hit. The gun cannon is unable to launch. Bright gets Kai to launch in the gun parry. As Kai prepares to launch, Miharu joins Kai even though she has no training. Hayato distracts one of the Zagaks, which Sayla destroys. She is excited that she took out the new unit. The Gundam goes underwater and runs into the Greblo. The Gundam goes to fire the beam rifle, but underwater, the beam rifle is 50% less effective. Kai decides to take Miharu with him on the gun parry. Hayato is out of ammo, so the gun parry goes in to attack the Zagak. They go in to fire, but one of the missiles is jammed. The only way to unjam the missile is to detach it via the lever next to the missile. Miharu goes to pull the lever. However, Force and All does its thing and launches Miharu from the gun parry. However, before dying, Miharu was successful and destroys the Zagak. The Gundam lost its leg, but it allows the Gundam to move more easily underwater. He takes out the Greblo. Kai lands the gun parry to find out that Miharu didn't make it. He is upset for her loss. No one but Amuro even knew of her existence. Char is upset that the spy hasn't been giving them any more intel, not knowing that Miharu is currently dead. White Base finally makes its way to Jaburo and docks. Char notices that White Base has disappeared. He believes that he has found an entrance to Jaburo. His plan is to take out Jaburo and steal White Base. His crew receives the experimental Zok. The MSN-10 Zok is also an amphibious mobile suit that has a 360 monocamera. It also has 8 megaparticle cannons. Honestly, there really isn't any variation between the Gog, the Zagak, and the Zok. All these names certainly are something, however. The Zoks launch. Amuro meets with Lieutenant Woody, who used to know Lieutenant Matilda. Woody was planning on marrying Lieutenant Matilda. Amuro was unaware that she was even engaged. He apologizes and regrets not being able to save Matilda. Woody gets mad at Amuro and tells him that no one person is responsible, especially in war. White Base is assigned to the Tiaman fleet by Admiral Gob, and also the White Base crew won't receive any punishments. He does this as a favor to Marai's father, Shu Yashima. He was a politician who most likely kicked the EFF a lot of money back in the day. Suddenly, the alarms go off. Jaburo is getting attacked, but Jaburo is huge and EFF is trying to isolate the attack. However, from above, many Dops and Gaus come striking down. While this is all happening, the amphibious Zeon mobile suits are making their way underwater. They make it back to White Base. Amuro and Sayla launch into G-Bull, and Hayato and Kai in the gun tank and the gun cannon. Kai is no longer dwelling on the loss of Miharu. While the G-Bull is on alert, Sayla notices new mobile suits. Amuro notes that they are the new mass-produced GIMs. Zaku's, Goose, and Dom's all launch. Char and his team of Zagaks also launch. Char actually is piloting a red MSN-07S Zagak commander type. Char loses 2 members of his team before penetrating Jaburo's gates. Char notes that Jaburo is well prepared. Char goes underwater and meets up with his team of Zoks. The Zoks open an entrance to Jaburo. Zeon can now enter the base. The G-Bull goes to protect another entrance. The enemy is overpowering the base. Bright tells Sayla and Amuro to transform. Amuro notices a red mobile suit and wonders if it's Char. Char takes out a gem with ease. Amuro and Char dance once again. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Woody is operating a hovercraft. Char instantly takes it out. This enrages Amuro. He takes out one of the Zoks. Char makes his escape as usual. Most of Zeon forces make their retreat. Back on White Base, Amuro is certain that the red Zagak was Char. An At guy takes out an EFF outpost. Char is in his Zagak and is leading his team of At guys making their way back to Jaburo. The MSN-04 At guy is another amphibious mobile suit made by the Zeonic Company. Like many of these amphibious variants, the At guy has iron nails and extending arms. At Jaburo, White Base crew is given rank. Bright is now lieutenant, Midai is now ensign, and Amuro is now chief petty officer. Ryu Jose is posthumously given the rank of lieutenant. Amuro speaks out at his superior officer and he is slapped.
What?
Frau Bo is concerned about the kids because they are being transferred to an orphanage and the kids do not want to go. At the orphanage, the kids sneak out. They make their way into a cavernous area which just so happens to be the rendezvous location of Char and his men. Char's crew ties up the kids after charging bombs all over the gyms. The kids are able to escape from the rope. They make their way to the gyms and remove all the bombs. The kids dump the bombs into a jeep and drive away. Amuro and the gang meet up with the kids. They tell Amuro of the situation. The gang tries to help the kids while Amuro goes off and drives the bombs somewhere safe. He jumps the jeep off the cliff. The bombs go off. The gyms are saved. As some of Char's team gets away, the others in the Akai start assaulting the base. Amuro and the kids make their way back. While looking for the children, Sayla runs into Char. They are sure that they are each other's long-lost siblings after meeting. It is once again cut short by Mirai shooting at Char. Meanwhile, the Gundam launches. He chases down and kills an Akai. The Akai swing away like monkeys, but Amuro is still able to take them out. Char and Amuro engage in battle. Char notes that Amuro is a better fighter. He makes his escape. Back at Jaburo, the crew convinces EFF higher-ups to allow the kids to stay on White Base. After the attack on Jaburo, EFF thinks that Zeon are vastly overestimating White Base's powers. Because of this, they want to use White Base in space as a decoy. Bright feels uneasy about this. White Base is assigned to leave Jaburo 2 hours before the rest of the team and fleet. We find out that Mirai is actually engaged to someone, a man named Cameron. Back at White Base, Slugger Law is assigned to the ship. The crew prepares to take off for space. Meanwhile, Char hops onto the Zanzibar, heading in the direction of White Base. On board the Zanzibar is the MA-05 Bigro mobile armor. The Bigro has a mega particle cannon, quadruple missile launcher, and claw arms. Also on board are 2 Rick Doms. The difference between the Rick Dom and the Dom is that the Dom is designed for ground combat and the Rick Dom is designed for space combat. White Base changes its trajectory towards the moon, but Char is smart enough to recognize that White Base is most likely leading a diversion for the bigger fleet, which is exactly what is happening. He decides to launch the Bigro and Doms. They are going to preemptively attack White Base. Amuro launches in the G-Sky and Sayla in the G-Bull easy. They engage with Zeon. The Bigro swiftly flies by and grabs the G-Bull with its claw arms. She is afraid to attack because she might be killing her brother in the process. The Bigro throws the G-Bull. Bright asks Lieutenant Slegger to man the main cannon, but he wants Bright to turn around. They both butt heads a little bit. Kai is finally able to launch in the gun cannon. Now that Kai can cover everyone, Amuro uses this opportunity to dock with the G-Bull. Amuro transforms into the Gundam, and Sayla assumes control of the G-Sky. The Zanzibar gets in close. Char plans to collide with White Base. Slegger is able to get a hit on the Zanzibar with the cannon. Sayla takes out one of the Doms. Meanwhile, the Bigro hooks the Gundam and accelerates at fast speed. Amuro passes out for a second from all those Gs, but suddenly wakes up. The Gundam fires its beam rifle into the Bigro. The pilot doesn't understand how the Gundam pilot didn't pass out, but unfortunately, he thinks this right before exploding to death. One of the Doms retreats. The team returns to White Base. Slegger starts hitting on Sayla and Midai. The boys take a quick rest, but the enemy will return soon. A lone mobile armor is making its way towards White Base. Hayato and the gun tank and Amuro and the G-Sky go out and intercept the mobile armor. Meanwhile, back at the Zanzibar, Char is mad that one of the crewmates went out in the experimental Zaccarello, but the crew wanted revenge for Tokuan, the Bigro pilot. The MA-04X Zaccarello is a very ugly, early experimental mobile armor. Amuro quickly takes out the Zaccarello to a point where Amuro doesn't understand how incompetent it could be. Char, now captain, contacts the Camel fleet to try to cut off White Base's path while the Zanzibar holds the rear. White Base has no option but to take them on. Kai and Hayato launch in the gun tank and gun cannon. Slegger launches in the G-Fighter and Sayla in the G-Bull. The Moose Eyes from Camel fleet launches Rickdoms. While all this is happening, the TMN fleet finally launch from Jaburo and make their way towards Luna 2. Kai takes out a Rickdom. The Doms separate the White Base fleet. White Base is trying to break through and get a concentrated hit on the Musais in the front. The Gundam is finally ready to launch. Also, just as Zeon refers to White Base as the Trojan Horse, Earth forces refer to the Dom and Rickdom as the skirted mobile suit, as they don't have data on the unit. They take out one of the Musais. Dren, captain of the Musai, can't get eyes on the mobile suit. The Musai, the Swalmail, goes down. There's one Musai left. Suddenly, the Gundam comes in and destroys the Musai. All Musais are now destroyed. The Zanzibar couldn't make it to help before the fleet goes down. White Base decides to head to Side 6. Solomon is the headquarters of the front line for the Principality of Zeon. It exists within the remains of Side 1. Dolzo Zabi is mad at both Char and Caecilia's incompetence, so he decides to take matter into his own hands. He commands the Space Attack Force to intercept the TMN fleet. Sayla and Amuro are running tests in the G-Armor. While testing, they spot a Browboro. The MAN-03 Browboro is the first mobile armor in the UC timeline to be equipped with a Psychomu, or Psychic Communicator. To explain this, let's go back to June of UC0079. The Newtype phenomenon seems to be a real thing, and the Principality of Zeon takes this very seriously. They create the Flanagan Institute to study Newtypes, during which they realize that Newtypes give off a thought or psychic wave that is similar to brainwaves. These waves can be translated into machine code, and with that, a psychic interface can be made where the user simply uses psychic waves to pilot mobile armors and suits. This is essentially the Psychomu, a way for Newtypes to interface with technology at the speed of thought. Not only does Browboro have the Psychomu, but it is also modular. The Browboro attacks the Gundam. The Gundam destroys part of the Browboro, but a module makes its escape. We will return to the Psychomu in later videos. Amuro and Sayla go back to White Base and dock with Side 6. Once in Side 6, like Side 7, White Base cannot use any of its weapons or engage in battle. Remember that Side 6 is a neutral colony. Filthy neutrals. Amuro goes out with the crew to gather supplies on Side 6 when Amuro suddenly runs into his father, Tim Ray. He chases him down and they go to hang out in his junkyard of a home. Tim Ray gives Amuro a module to use on the Gundam, but it is a piece of junk. Now going back to Side 7, when a hole was created in Side 7 during its attack, Tim Ray was flung out into space with many others. He was in a space suit that wasn't designed for long-term deep space use and potentially suffered from brain damage due to oxygen deprivation. Amuro runs back to White Base after realizing his dad cares little about him or his mother. Back at White Base, Mirai meets with Cameron, her fiancé, for the first time since the attack on Side 7. He assists White Base with repairs. By repairing the ship slightly outside of Side 6, they are able to allow private companies to assist with repairs. Unfortunately, this leaves them quite vulnerable to attack, which is the case as 12 Doms descend onto White Base. The Gundam launches and takes them all out in less than 3 minutes. Now that we are back in space, Amuro's Newtype abilities seems to be finely tuned. The Zanzibar comes to meet the Chevet ship, and White Base makes its escape. Back at the ship, Mirai tells her fiancé he a punk-ass bitch and he needs to grow some hatos. Amuro goes to visit his slow dad. On his way back, he runs into Lalah for the first time. He is taken aback by her beauty and wisdom. Heading back to White Base, his car gets stuck in the mud. He is rescued by Char and Lalah. Amuro somehow knew it was Char, even though he never met him before. Also, it rains in colonies, which seems like a huge inconvenience. Back at White Base, Lieutenant Slegger slaps Mirai for not accepting Cameron's assistance to escort White Base. If White Base is being escorted by a neutral ship, Zeon most likely won't attack them. This is a weird scene where everyone justifies Slegger's slap, which is kind of funny, but ultimately, Bright accepts Cameron's offer to be an escort. So many problems solved with slapping. Cameron escorts White Base, and Mirai flips off Cameron. Seriously, go watch this scene. I don't know if there's a formal answer to this by sunrise. The Gundam launches. Rickdoms commence attack. Amuro is able to predict many of the Rickdom's moves. His perceptions is getting really sharp. White Base takes out a Musai. A TV vessel is broadcasting the battle. Lalah and Char watch. Lalah can feel that the Gundam will win the battle. Amuro goes and takes out a Chevet-class ship. Lalah was correct. Her Newtype powers are quite perceptive. Amuro and White Base leave Side 6 territory. Bright meets Commander Joaquin. Last time we saw him, he was the commandant of Luna 2. They plan for a major attack on Solomon. on. Dozel Zabi is mad that Garen gave him one experimental unit instead of a plethora of Rickdoms. Back at Side 6, Char threatens Cameron and all of Side 6 of their existence while Lalah looks majestic. The battle between Earth and Zeon begins. Amuro pilots the Gundam, Kai the gun cannon, Hayato the gun tank, and Slegger and Sayla in the G-fighters. Apparently, they received extra G-modules since Jaburo. The team and fleet launches GMs and balls. Dozel Zabi sends the women and children out as a safety precaution. He meets with his wife Xena and his daughter Minerva. So last time we saw Xena was in our Dawn Rebellion video when she held Dozel Zabi at gunpoint. True love. Also, Minerva will play a huge role in UC-0093 and keep the Zabi lineage moving forward. But for now, she a baby. Within the debris of Side 1, the new solar ray weapon is being set up. EFF fires the solar ray on Solomon and destroys many Zeon units. The gun tank is badly injured. Hayato heads back and is taken to the infirmary, aka anywhere, as many of the White Base crew is badly injured. Frau goes to comfort Hayato. Meanwhile, the Gundam is penetrating the Solomon's first line of defense. At the Zanzibar, Caecilia orders Char to give support at Solomon. Lalah will soon see battle. It is time for Vice Admiral Dozel to contribute to the battle. He goes to find the experimental mobile armor, the Big Zam. The MA-08 Big Zam has 4 fusion reactors and can output 35,000 kilowatts. Compare this to the 19,000 kilowatts output of the Gundam's beam rifle. Big Zam also stands at 59.6 meters tall. Compare this again to the Gundam standing at 18 meters tall. The Big Zam is a beast and the biggest force outside of nukes deployed during this battle. It has the ability to take out Salamis and Magellan-class ships with ease. The battle wages on. Slegger's G-fighter is hit. He returns to base for repairs. When Slegger returns, Mirai's attitude changes. Bright understands that she has feelings for Slegger. Bright, knowing this, says he will always be there for her and relieves Mirai to give her the opportunity to talk to Slegger. Slegger gets down on a burger. Mirai goes to visit him. They comfort each other. Slegger gives Mirai his mother's ring to hold on to in case something happens to him. The ship takes a hit. Mirai bumps into Slegger. They kiss. Slegger returns to battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, pew pew pew, pow pow pow. Suddenly, Big Zam comes out of the shadows and does an even bigger pow pow pew pew, killing many gems and balls. Dozel Zabi chooses to remain on the battlefield while Zeon flees from Solomon. Amuro spots the Big Zam right as it leaves Solomon and approaches EFF's fleet. At White Base, Mirai returns to manning the helm. Dozel commands the remaining Solomon fleet to make their escape. However, the team and fleet unleashes the solar flare again on the Solomon fleet. The Big Zam goes out and destroys the Titan and Vice Admiral Tiamin in the process. The Gundam and G-armor dock together. Slegger will go fast while Amuro uses his beam rifle at close range. They rush in. However, Slegger's G-armor is destroyed and Slegger is killed in action. The Gundam is able to make its escape. He uses his beam saber to get close and destroy the Big Zam. Dozel gets on top of the exploding Big Zam and uses a machine gun on the Gundam. Amuro sees the Angel of Death looming over Dozel. The Big Zam explodes, taking out Dozel Zabi in the process. Another Zabi is down. If we look at our Zabi death board, we now have half the Zabis down. However, a new generation of Zabis bloom. Some Zeon make their escape, but Earth was able to win the day at Solomon. Back at White Base, Amuro tells Mirai that Slegger is dead. The crew grieves, but no one more than Mirai. Garen Zabi mocks his brother, stating that he knew this would happen to Dozel. He proclaims that he will take out Earth forces at Baoa Qu. At White Base, Amuro and Frau catch up with one another. Amuro apologizes for not being there for her recently. White Base makes their way towards Texas Colony. In Mobile Suit Gundam Origin, we know that Char and Sayla grew up there. We also know that the original Char was also raised in Texas Colony. Char receives a new Gelgoog, but he doesn't have enough forces to handle White Base. He leaves it to Makuve. Makuve is such a prideful man that he sorties in the Gion mobile suit designed specifically for him, even though there is no need for a commander at his level to fight. The YMS-15 Gion was developed by Zimad, but ultimately the MS-14 Gelgoog from Zeonic won the bid for Zeon. The Gion's basic performance is said to be better than the Gelgoog. It has a beam saber and a fluid pulse accelerator. This mobile suit has a design resembling a medieval knight, which is suited for Makuve's fencing style. Zeon launches at Texas Colony. Amuro and Sayla launch. They separate. The Gundam goes in to attack the Doms. Their fighting is heading towards Texas. The Doms lure the Gundam towards the Gion. They engage in battle. The Gion heads into Texas Colony. Meanwhile, Char preps his Gelgoog to assist Makuve. Char engages in battle with the Gundam, but Makuve is such a glory hog that he doesn't even want Char's assistance. Lalah watches from afar. Suddenly, Amuro becomes Anakin for a quick second.
Your dirty tricks are no match against Gundam's immense power!
Amuro continues dueling the Gion. While dueling, Amuro can feel Lalah speaking to him. He destroys the Gion and kills Makuve. Amuro is confused by the voice in his head, but Amuro and Lalah are somehow connected. Char shields Lalah and tells her to get back to the Zanzibar. Back on White Base, Mirai tells the crew to wait to attack as she can feel that Amuro is still alive. She too is starting to exhibit Newtype abilities. The Gundam follows the voice of Lalah, but Char attacks from the rear. They engage in battle. Char gives the worst line read in the show thus far.
Oh no!
He creates a dummy explosion and retreats. The Gundam can't keep up with Amuro, and Char's Gelgoog can't keep up with him. Both are exhibiting Newtype abilities. Meanwhile, the Zeon forces make their move. Once they do, Sayla launches in the G-Fighter. She takes out a Musai. White Base takes out the remaining forces. Joaquin's Magellan meets up with White Base. White Base enters Texas Colony, while Joaquin remains guard outside. White Base touches down on Texas. They send out a search crew for Amuro. Sayla, on the search team, meets up with Char. He gives Sayla previously on Mobile Suit Gundam, where Degwin took control of Zeon after Daikum's death. Char offers Sayla a lot of money to leave White Base and head to Earth to live a quiet life. After he bails, Sayla finds the downed Gundam. They send out the Gunperry to pick it up. Outside of the colony, Char makes his way back to the Zanzibar and attacks Joaquin's Magellan. White Base makes its way out of the colony, but by the time they return to Joaquin, it was too late. Char destroyed his Magellan-class ship. Back on White Base, Bright confronts Sayla about Char. She tells him about Char being her sister and that none of this information changes her position on White Base. Solomon now serves as a base for Earth Federation forces. They are preparing to put an all-out end to the war. However, they are met with an unknown attack. It is the Elmeth, Lalah's mobile armor. The MAN-08 Elmeth is a prototype mobile armor equipped with the Psychomu system using brainwaves. The Elmeth is equipped with a mega particle cannon and bits. Bits seem to be the precursor to funnels, as they contain thrusters and beam weapons as well. White Base is put on alert. Amuro, Sayla, and Kai launch. When Amuro launches, something calls to him. Amuro goes on a Newtype acid trip. Lalah also senses Amuro. Zeon retreats for now. Amuro no longer hears the calling. Chalya Bull is meeting with Giran Zabi. It seems that he is a Newtype. Giran assigns Chalya to Kycelia Zabi's command. Kycelia wants Chalya Bull to pilot the Elmeth, as it seems Kycelia is doubting Char. Chalya Bull goes out in the Browbro as a test. We talked about the Browbro last episode. It also has a Psychomu system. On White Base, Amuro tries to upgrade the Gundam to keep up with him, while Sayla gives Bright Char's money to give to the crew. White Base detects the Browbro. The crew launches. Amuro can sense another Newtype, but knows it isn't Lalah. The Gundam and Browbro engage in battle. Amuro struggles to get the Gundam to keep up with his movements. The Gundam takes out the Chalya Bull. He won, but he is concerned with the Gundam's abilities. It simply isn't good enough. White Base makes its return to Solomon. Dr. Moss Khan adds a new coat of paint that should make the Gundam move faster. The link between Granada, Zeon's moon base, and Baoa Qu is Zeon's last line of defense. Mahal, a Zeon colony, is evacuating its 1.5 million residents. Solar panels are being added to the colony. Zeon plans to turn the entire colony into a weapon. This seems to be a bigger version of EFF's solar flare. Degwin Zabi chastises Giran for trying to evacuate its citizens. He plans on using the Zabi dictatorship to enforce Zeon's will. At this moment, Degwin gives a history lesson on Adolf Hitler and tells Giran that he is following in Hitler's footsteps. Unfortunately, Giran doesn't take this as an insult. The Zanzibar approaches a Magellan fleet. The Elmeth launches, followed by Char's Gelgoog. The Elmeth leads the fleet. She takes out a Magellan with ease. Back at Solomon, Operation Star 1 begins. This is a plan to invade Zeon's homeland. White Base is expected to lead the advance, but they are delayed due to to upgrades. Lalah and Char meet with Caecilia. She wants Char to take command during the battle. She also wants Lalah to be in a proper uniform. White Base meets up with the rest of the fleet, which is already in battle. The new upgrades on the Gundam seem to have improved the Gundam greatly. Char and Lalah engage with the Gundam. The Gundam takes out the Gelguga's arm. Amuro is getting the upper hand on Char, but Lalah gets the upper hand on Amuro. Lalah and Char retreat. White Base meets up with the fleet, but they have lost 3 Salamis-class ships in the process. Lalah was able to shoot down 4 vessels in one day and has proven herself to Caecilia. Garma Zabi is ready to use the new solar ray weapon on EFF, but Degwin chooses to go meet up with EFF to negotiate a surrender. Meanwhile, Caecilia lets Char know that she is aware that Char is actually Casaval Rim Daikun. She chooses to ignore his deception, at least until the war is over. Also, she has a weird understanding of playing. At White Base, the crew talk about exactly what is a Newtype. Char lets Lalah know that she has surpassed him. Char gives Lalah a kiss. They prepare for launch. White Base crew and Magellan's launch as well. Both fleets engage in battle. Amuro and Lalah also engage in battle. Amuro is able to destroy most of the Elmeth's bits. Amuro and Lalah have a psychic conversation with one another. Lalah mentions that they were destined to meet, but she must protect Char. Char makes his way on the battlefield and interrupts Amuro and Lalah. They engage in battle. Char almost takes out Sayla, but realizes that it is Artesia. He misses the G-Sky. Amuro takes out Char's arm. It seems that Char is finally about to be destroyed. The Gundam goes in for the kill, but Lalah pushes Char out of the way, taking on the force of the Gundam's beam saber. Lalah is dead. Amuro is sad that he accidentally killed Lalah. Zeon retreats with only a single Guazine ship. Caecilia is informed that Giran intends to use the solar ray weapon in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, General Revel meets with Degwin Zabi to negotiate a peace treaty. But at that very moment, Giran preps the solar ray. Giran fires the weapon. It attacks General Revel's fleet and Degwin Zabi's Guazine. Both Degwin Zabi and a big chunk of Revel's fleet is now destroyed. The solar ray has reduced half of EFF's forces. Caecilia's men are muttering. It seems they have received a signal of Degwin Zabi's Guazine caught in the blast the solar ray. Caecilia wonders what this could be. On White Base, Amuro boosts White Base's morale and says that his Newtype intuition will help guide them through this battle. Unfortunately, this was a lie to keep morale on White Base up. Newtypes definitely don't have this strong an intuition, but the crew was on the verge of losing all hope. Hayato goes to comfort Frau Bo. Ever since Hayato was injured, Frau and Hayato have been getting close. Amuro notices this. The battle begins. Caecilia and Char make their way back to Baoa Qu. Char goes to man the Zeon, while Caecilia goes to talk to Giran. When talking to Giran, she realizes that he is the one that killed their father. Meanwhile, Char goes to learn about the Zeon. The MSN-02 Zeon is a prototype mobile suit that has the same Psychomu system as the Elmeth. It seems to be only 80% complete, but that 20% is the legs, and in space, legs don't really serve a purpose if you have thrusters. It is a bigger mobile suit because the Psychomu system is still relatively large. Char wonders if he can handle the Psychomu. The battle wages on. Char heads out in the Zeon. He spots the Gundam. Amuro notices a strong mobile suit. It must be Char. Amuro wants to continue engaging with Char, but right now, he needs to make it to Baoa Qu. Now is not the time. Back on Baoa Qu, Caecilia asks exactly what happened to Degwin. She shoots Giran in the back of the head. She takes command of Zeon forces. White Base fleet pushes forward. Bright and Meat-Eye realize that Zeon is struggling. They could do this. Char goes towards the front line to find Amuro. The Federation makes its way to the surface of Baoa Qu. As Amuro touches down, he spots Char coming right at him. Caecilia is informed that they are resorting to cadets on the battlefield. She is starting to lose power. Also, the Dalaz fleet decided to abandon Baoa Qu. Dalaz is a Giran loyalist and saw Caecilia's decision as a coup. We will hear more about the Dalaz fleet once we reach 0083. For now, he makes his escape. Char and Amuro engage in battle once again. Char is starting to question if he is actually a Newtype. Kai, Hayato, Sayla, and White Base make their way towards the entrance of Baoa Qu. Char is unable to keep up with Amuro. Amuro uses his beam saber to shoot the Zeon in the chest. but the Xiong's cockpit is in the head for some reason. Char makes an emergency escape, but not before getting one more hit off on the Gundam, shooting its head off. Amuro chases Char. He gets out of the Gundam and walks it into a trap by the Xiong's head. Amuro flies away on a jetpack. Char engage in a gun and jetpack battle. Meanwhile, outside, things are starting to look grim for White Base. White Base crash lands on a Baoa Qu. The gun tank and gun cannon go down. Sayla crash lands. She senses that Char is close by. Amuro and Char begin a sword fight. Sayla finds them fighting. She tells the two to stop. Amuro is stabbed in the arm by Char, but Amuro cracks Char's helmet. If it weren't for the helmet, Char would be dead. Both reach out with their Newtype abilities as well. An explosion stops them from fighting. Char bids farewell to Sayla and makes his way towards the ports. He finds Caecilia's ship about to take off. He gives her a salute and immediately uses a beam cannon on her, destroying Caecilia's face and her ship. Amuro tries to make his way out of a Baoa Qu as it is exploding. He runs back towards the downed Gundam. He launches the bottom half, releasing the core fighter. As he gets into the core fighter, but loses hope, Lalah reaches out to Amuro. She tells him that he has so much potential that he is yet to unlock. Amuro focuses. He uses his Newtype abilities to psychically speak with Bright, Sayla, and the rest of the crew to abandon ship in an evacuation pod. They make their way off of White Base. As they drift off into space, White Base is finally destroyed. They all wonder where Amuro is. The kids point to the stars. As a Baoa Qu is destroyed, Amuro's core fighter is spotted. He no longer had a hatch on the core fighter, so he used a sheet metal to protect him. He jumps out of the core fighter and lands on the escape pod. Thanks to Lalah, Amuro realizes that he has purpose. Universal Century 0080. War is starting to fade. EFF and the Republic of Zeon finally meet to begin peace negotiation at the lunar city of Granada and signed the Granada Treaty. The Principality of Zeon is no more and are now re-established as the Republic of Zeon, as they were before the death of Zeon Daikun. The terms of the treaty are as such. 1. The Principality of Zeon ceases all hostilities with the Earth Federation and withdraws all of its military forces from Earth, the Moon, and all of the territories it had occupied during the war. 2. All Zeon military forces must disarm before returning home. 3. Zeon is permitted to retain possession of Baoa Qu, but Solomon and Pazun are permanently relinquished to the Earth Federation. Zeon is prohibited from constructing any new asteroid facilities for military purposes. 4. The Earth Federation gains control of Zeon's main mobile suit weapons manufacturing corporation, MIP, Zeonic, and Zemad. 5. Further dispersal of Minovsky particles in space is prohibited among the signatories. And 6. Zeon shall officially rejoin the Earth Federation on January 1st, UC 0100. Even though war is over, Zeon remnants remain. The two big Zeon remnant factions we will see in the future. One we already talked about is the Dallas fleet. They will remain hidden around Earth's sphere until they are ready to make their attack again. The other major Zeon remnant is Axis. Axis is an asteroid that was under Zeon control. It is in a remote location, so it wasn't used too much during the 1-year war. However, many fled to this location after Zeon's surrender. Other than these two remnants, there were also many small factions living in rubble and abandoned fleet ships, still not believing that war is over. Because of these remnants, we will see EFF forces once again go to battle. Before we dive into UC 0087, let's play catch up. March 10th, UC 0084. All information regarding the Gundam development project are erased from official records. July 31st, UC 0085. The Titans used poison gas in Colony 30, Side 1, killing millions of inhabitants. Because of this, the Anti-Earth Union Group is formed. September 8th, UC 0085. The new Titans headquarters, Grips, begins construction at Side 7. February 6th, UC 0086. The asteroid Axis makes its way back to Earth sphere. And that brings us to UC 0087. 3 pilots out in space are testing out the new Rick Diaz. The RMS 099 Rick Diaz is the first mass-produced mobile suit created for AUG by Anaheim Electronics. It's a part of the Zeta project, which we will go into more detail in another video. Let's just say Anaheim Electronics is playing both sides and supplying both the Titans and the AUG. It has a Vulcan phalanx, 300mm clay bazooka, beam pistols, a beam rifle, and a beam saber. One of its specialties is the booster binder. This backpack with thrusters acts as a boost to the mobile suits and back, or active mass balance auto control. Remember, during the Lalah conflict, we saw Ko go out in the GPO-1 with some wonky and back firmware. It makes this unit very mobile. Its development history stems from the GPO-2 Physalis. The red Rick Diaz is piloted by Quattro Bagina. On Side 7, we are introduced to Camille Bidan. It takes him less than 5 seconds of screen time for him to get smacked. He skips karate practice and goes straight to the spaceport. Ra Yuri tags along. As Camille and Quattro pass each other in space, they both sense something. Quattro wonders, is it Amuro or Lalah? It seems Camille has Newtype potential. Camille wanted to see the vessel that was bringing in Bright Noah. While at the spaceport, they run into the Titans. One of them says that Camille is a girl's name.
I thought I heard a girl's name. But that kid looks like a boy. But that kid looks like a boy. But that kid looks like a boy.
Those are fighting words for Camille. He throws down with the Titan, Jared Mesa. Jared kicks the girl in the face. Meanwhile, Quattro breaks into the new Grips colony. He scouts around to find mobile suits and a construction dock. As he takes photos, a black mobile suit appears out of nowhere. It tries to shoot at Quattro, but it is really hard for a mobile suit to shoot a person. This black mobile suit is the Gundam Mark II. The RX-178 Gundam Mark II is the successor to the RX-78-2 Gundam. It has a 360 panoramic screen and uses a movable frame concept. This incorporates all of the vital components into the design of the frame, which improves responsiveness. Also, many of its legs' movable parts are exposed. At the time, beam weapon technology still did great damage to the mobile suits, so EFF and the Titans took a firm do not get hit policy. What a time to be in the military. The Mark II fires on the colony, accidentally trying to kill Quattro. We are already seeing the Titans' lack of regard for humanity. Quattro makes his way back to the Rick Diaz. Based on how easy it was for Quattro to escape, it seems that Grips isn't completely operational. Grips is known to the rest of the world currently as Green Noah 1. It seems to people living on this colony don't realize that it is a secret Titans base. Camille is being interrogated by the Titans, during which he senses Quattro once again. Camille is free to go. His mother helps bail him out, but he starts another fight and gets beat up once again. Suddenly, a Mark II Gundam crashes into the building. Camille uses this opportunity to steal a jeep and flee from the base. Back in space, Quattro sends a message to the Argama to fire a hole in the side of the colony. It makes a direct hit. Quattro re-enters the colony with his two comrades. This time they are going to try to steal the Mark II. A few gems are trying to keep up with the Rick Doms and failing. Meanwhile, Basque wonders if the Rick Dom is Char. This isn't one of their designs, and they wonder if this is created by the AUG. This man, who definitely isn't Char, moves like the Red Comet. The colony is getting destroyed. A Mark II is making its way towards Quattro. Camille heads towards the base. This is the location where his dad works. While Emma and Bright are figuring out who should use Unit 3, Camille just suddenly jumps in, starts piloting the mobile suit. It seems that Camille has stole a lot of information and data from his father's computer, which has mobile suit information on it apparently. Jared, the man who called Camille a girl, is the one fighting Quattro and his team. Camille isn't interested in the revolution happening before his eyes. He is only interested in hurting the officer who is making fun of him in jail. Camille then proceeds to fight against Jared's Mark II. Bright gets the same feeling from Camille that he got from Amuro. Unit 3 overpowers Unit 2 and forces Jared out of his Gundam. Quattro believes that they could trust Camille. They escape with Unit 2. Camille joins them as he is tired of both EFF and the Titans. Meanwhile, the writers of the show said "f*** you" to Fa and Camille's house. Bright wonders why Basque is being so hostile. He responds with hostility. Quattro and Camille exit the colony. A group of Hyzaks come chasing after them. The RMS 106 Hyzak is the evolution of the Zaku 2, specifically the F2 type. It is fitted with a titanium alloy ceramic composite armor, which is way better than the Zaku. It has a shoulder shield, heat hawk, beam saber, missile launchers, beam rifles. This thing is very versatile. The Hyzak beam saber is technically an eye field that is blade shaped. The beam saber and beam rifle can't be used at the same time. As Unit 3 escapes, it seems that there is an air leak in the unit. He fixes it relatively quickly. They make their way towards the Argama. On the Bosnia, Lalah and Changya are monitoring movement and suspect that it is the AUG. Basque tells Bright to personally deliver a letter to Admiral Haman. On the Argama, Quattro and the team start to think that Camille might be a Newtype. Lalah goes out and scouts for AUG. She goes out in the Galbadi. The RMS 117 Galbadi Beta is what happens if a Gyan and a Gelgoog were stuffed into a single unit. In fact, the alpha version of this model was outbid by the Gelgoog during the 1-year war. It seems that developers are still around and finally were able to get their Galbadi made. Good for that random engineer. The Galbadi is comparable to the Gem 2. It is made with a titanium alloy ceramic composite. The leader of the AUG is Blex Forer. He was a former EFF officer who stands against the atrocities of the Titans. He used his political and business connections to form the AUG. Camille meets with Ensign Rekoa for the first time. The captain sends out Quattro. Back on Grips, Camille's dad slaps Camille's mom for mentioning his lover. So many slaps, and it's just episode 3. Quattro is able to take down one of the mobile suits. Lalah is abruptly called back by a signal flare. Meanwhile, the Mark II Titans team make their way towards the Argama. Emma will be delivering a letter to the AUG. The Titans are on board the Alexandria. The Alexandria-class ship is the evolution of the Musai-class ship while also incorporating elements of the Pegasus class. During UC 0083, we talked about the Birmingham-class ship and how EFF was so slow from a bureaucratic standpoint that they created a battleship with no mobile suit hangars in mind even post-1-year war. Its operational capabilities is equal to 4 Salamis Kai-class ships. It has a twin megaparticle gun, a megaparticle gun, twin and triple anti-aircraft guns, missile launchers, and a beam shield. Emma in the Mark II is carrying a white flag. They let her on board to deliver a letter. The letter says that if AUG doesn't return the Mark II, Unit 3, and Camille, then they will execute Camille's parents. Camille finds out that his parents are captives. Suddenly, the Titans launch a capsule. It is Camille's mother, Hilda. Camille heads towards the hangar and gets in the Unit 3. While the AUG team are discussing what to do, they get an alert that Camille is heading out in the Gundam. Unit 3 heads over towards the capsule. As he grabs it, Jared in the Hyzak shoots and destroys the capsule, killing Camille's mother. It seems Jared was tricked into thinking that it was a bomb in the capsule. He is confused when it doesn't go boom and wonders if he is being lied to, but also doesn't really seem to care too much. Emma in the Gundam Mark II Unit 1 leaves the Argama. Quattro tries to calm down Camille, who starts to attack Jared. Emma tries to calm down both Camille and Jared. Quattro goes out and holds him down. It seems the AUG has no choice but to give the Titans the Mark II Unit 3 back. Back on the Titan ship, they get the Unit 3 hatch open to find a paralyzed Camille. Naturally, Emma slaps him. He gets out to find his father also on board. Camille tells him that his mom is dead and that he can now spend all his time with his whore. Naturally, Camille gets slapped once again. Franklin Bidan is upset, but ultimately Basque uses his mistress to blackmail him and shuts him up. Basque tells Emma to meet up with Lalah and the Bosnia and to use the Mark II Gundams. However, Emma is considering defecting and joining the AUG. She asks Camille's father and Camille to join them. They take out Emma's comrades, Cucarun and Dava. Camille and Franklin take their place as the Mark II pilots. Jared calls out for Cucarun and recognizes that something is up. Emma forces the hangar door open. They launch from the Alexandria. Basque begins firing on the Mark II units. Franklin's unit was so damaged that it was going slower than usual. Lalah launches from the Bosnia. Quattro launches from the Argama. Quattro meets up with the Mark II units and they all regroup at the AUG ship. At the Argama, Quattro wonders why Emma decided to defect. She said she is following her heart. Meanwhile, Franklin Bidan is only interested in looking at the design of the Hyzak. It seems there is much conflict between Camille and his father. On the Alexandria, Basque and Jamaicon are talking about the data they collected on the Rick Diaz. Basque plans to return to grips on the Brunei. Jamaicon asks if they should attack Granada to flush out any AUG sympathizers. Basque tells Jamaicon to show no mercy. At the Argama, Quattro wants to pilot the Mark II for an assault. They are currently painting the Gundams, so they don't have the Titans' colors anymore. Franklin Bidan is annoyed by how the technicians are treating the Gundam. He goes in to show them how it's done, but he actually takes the tech's wielding gun and uses it to take a hostage and steal a Rick Diaz. Franklin punches a guy off the Argama. Is that guy dead? He steals Quattro's red Rick Diaz. The AU crew is informed. Quattro heads towards the hangar. Roberto and Napoli launch in their Rick Diaz. Quattro goes to find Camille wanting to chase after his father. He asks him if he truly thinks he could fire at his own father. Quattro gets in the Mark II and catches up with Napoli and Roberto. AU Commander Blex and Henkin Beckner, the captain of the ship, says that Quattro reminds them of the Red Comet from the 1 Year War. We talked about the AU Commander Blex, but we never talked about Henkin Beckner, the captain of the Argama. During the 1 Year War, Henkin was the captain of the Surugu, a modified Salamis ship with a cargo block added, during the Battle of Baoa Qu. Henkin also shows up in Gundam The Ride, a Baoa Qu, which was a theme park ride in Japan that no longer exists but looks amazing. Meanwhile, Jamaicon notices the approaching mobile suits and sends out Jared in the Hyzaks. The AU catch up with Franklin. As they capture him, suddenly the Titans and the Hyzak appear. Camille steals the damaged Gundam Mark II. It is missing an arm, but Camille doesn't care. Basque makes his way to the Brunei. The Alexandria is now safe to attack the Argama. Camille catches up to his father, but Franklin attempts to shame Camille. He hesitates. Quattro comes in and tells him that hesitating can cost him his life. But Camille was able to get a good hit on the Rick Diaz. The explosion causes Franklin's body to be flung out into the abyss of space. Camille attempts to go after the Titans, but Quattro stops him and brings him back to the Argama. Camille blames the military as the source of why his mother cares only about work and led his father to have a mistress. Quattro empathizes, but still tells Camille to quit being a bitch. Back at EFF, Lalah meets with the Titans. Jamaicon gives a briefing on their next move. Camille is designing his own mobile suit. He passively gives it to Rekua. Rekua asks Emma why she left the Titans. This is where we learn about the Colony 30 of Side 1 and how they used G3 poison gas. This gas is stronger than a VX nerve agent or mustard gas and was developed by NATO. Hey, they actually did something for once. Meanwhile, on the Alexandria, Lalah beats up Jared. She tells him that he will never have the true instincts of a space noid. He is kind of into it and asks Lalah to teach him her ways. Lalah and Jared launch from the Bosnia. The Argama pick them up on radar. Quattro, Apoli, and Roberto launch. Quattro is in the Mark II. The AUG allied ship, the Mont Blanc, joins the Argama during the Titans' attack. The Mont Blanc is a Salamis Kai ship. While this is all happening, Rekua has her own mission where she is heading to Earth. They prep for her launch while they are in battle. Camille doesn't like the current situation, so he goes out in the one-armed Mark II Gundam to protect her. The rules are pretty lax on the Argama. They really need someone with a good slap as captain. Quattro, Apoli, and Roberto head back to the Argama and Mont Blanc, which is being attacked. 90 seconds before they launch Rekua's pod, the Hysinka, they don't make it back in time before the Mont Blanc goes down. Back on Earth, Amuro senses something happening in space above him. Jared attacks Camille in the Mark II. 60 seconds until Rekkawa launches. Quattro is being slowed down by Jims. Camille gets the upper hand on Jared. 3 seconds. Rekkawa launches. Jared returns in his Hyzak. Camille takes off his arm as Jared retreats again. Rekkawa underestimates Camille's abilities. Camille wonders what her mission on Earth involves. Jared is mad that he lost to Camille once again. The captain officially makes Camille a pilot on the Argama. Camille wants to think it over before becoming an official pilot. Back on the Alexandria, Jamaicon is trying to figure out where the hidden AU base is located. They know it's going to either be Side 1, Side 2, or the moon. Lalah suggests to Jamaicon that her crew go back to the Bosnia, and their fleet and the Titans can divide and conquer. This pushes Jamaicon's buttons, but he agrees. That really did it for Jared because he asks Lalah out for drinks when she gets back. She accepts and takes off towards the Bosnia. The Argama reaches Colony 30. The captain wants to show Emma what the Titans have done with her own eyes. Camille, Quattro, and Emma head out in the colony on foot. Camille and Emma are taken aback by what they are seeing. Lalah goes into Colony 30 to chase after the AUG. While out, Quattro goes on a rant about how the people of this colony were simply preaching the ideals of contolism. What is contolism? We discussed this in our first video, so I will sum it up. It is the idea that mankind should leave Earth and let it evolve naturally. An Earth void of humanity. Naturally, Basque responded by murdering the millions in the colony. Quattro tells Emma the main reason this colony was gassed was because Earth is starting to get afraid of new types and the space noids were getting complacent. Lalah enters the colony and overhears all this. She denies Basque's wrongdoings. She pushes Camille and runs off. They get back to the Argama fast. Camille goes out into the Mark II, this time with 2 arms. He goes after Lalah's Galbadi. Jared wants to go out, but Jamaicon prevents him and tells him to keep his emotions out of the mission. Camille tries to get Lalah to consider Quattro's words, but she refuses. They fight around the colony. Lalah is starting to panic. Camille hides in the colony debris and hits the Galbadi. Camille's skills are top-notch. He shoots and takes down Lalah and her Galbadi. Jared isn't going to get that date. Back at the Argama, the AU crew welcomes Camille as a pilot. However, Camille is starting to get frustrated that everyone is trying to make him a soldier. Emma calms down Camille by telling her a story about the time she met Amuro Ray. Jared goes out into one of Lalah's Galbadis. Camille and Quattro go out to take care of him. Jared is frustrated that Camille killed Lalah. The Galbadi is drawing him away from the Argama, which plans on pretending to head towards Granada on the moon before changing course to Haman. Jared seems to be more experienced at fighting on the moon's surface than Camille. The Galbadi destroys the Gundam's beam rifle. They fight with their beam sabers. Suddenly, Quattro assists Camille in the Rick Diaz. Jared retreats. The Titans go towards Granada, while the AUG heads towards Amman, a small city near Granada. Camille and Quattro both sense that the Galbadi pilot was fighting with the spirit of Lalah. They both are exhibiting Newtype abilities. A man named Kignan meets with Quattro. He calls him Captain, meaning he knows he is Char Aznamol. Kignan lets Quattro know that Axis is making its way back to the Earth sphere. He also lets him know that Grip's colony is also on the move. Jared went out during a suspension, so Jamaicon throws him in the brig. Meanwhile, Quattro goes to the greatest fast food chain on the moon, McDaniel. He meets with Wong Lee. Lee is an AUG investor, and he wants to make a move on Jaburo. Meanwhile, Emma and Camille are attacked by Cucarun while driving around Amman. It is here that Camille stumbles onto Haro in a random junkyard. They get back in their car and run off with their new Haro friend. Jaburo, South America, Earth, EFF's main headquarters. Rekkawa is spying in Jaburo when some soldiers capture her. Out of nowhere, Kai Shiden comes in and saves Rekkawa. For those who didn't watch my History of the 1 Year War videos, Kai Shiden was a smart-mouth pilot on board White Base during the 1 Year War. After the war, he returned to his hometown and became a journalist. The Titans are leaving Granada and heading out in the Bosnia and Alexandria. Anaheim Electronics is resupplying EFF. Back at the Argama, Camille is fixing up Haro when Emma comes in and slaps him. He is more or less a soldier, and to get moving. Kai tells Rekawa that EFF is moving their headquarters to a new location. Wong is returning with Quattro to the ship when he runs into Camille and naturally kicks his ass for being late. Wong wants Camille to be focusing on piloting mobile suits and not working on intelligence gathering. He wakes up, Emma slaps him again and tells him that this is not how things are done in the military. Emma also tells him that his arrogance will get him killed one day. Quattro, Apoli, and Roberto launch. Quattro is piloting the new Hyakushiki. The MSN-100 Hyakushiki, or Type 100, is a mobile suit a part of Project Zeta. We will deep dive into Project Zeta soon, but for now, know that Hyakushiki was developed from the Delta Gundam. The Delta Gundam was a transforming mobile suit using Anaheim Electronics' new movable frame. The movable frame separated the inner frame from the sensors and actuators. This makes it extremely easy to replace and repair parts. However, the transformation system proved to be too difficult to produce. The non-transformable version of the Delta Gundam became the Hyakushiki. Hyakushiki means Type 100 in Japanese, as its creators wanted this mobile suit to last 100 years. Oh, gold. Its gold color is due to its beam-resistant coating. It has Vulcans, a beam saber, a beam rifle, a clay bazooka, and the mega bazooka launcher that we will see in action. Camille stops acting like a child and finally launches in the Mark II Gundam. He catches up with the others. The Titans were watching the city of Haman and waiting for AU to make their move. They prepare for immediate takeoff. They also question whether Anaheim Electronics are assisting the AUG. They are, Jamaicon. They are. Anaheim Electronics offers their services for free to the Titans, so they don't get too suspicious of their actions. Jamaicon gives Jared another chance to prove himself after everything that happened with Lalah. The AUG's plan is to test out the Hyakushiki while helping out Granada. They want to capture the Titan ship. The AUG sends out Nemos to help the Argama's team. The MSA-3 Nemo is based off of EFF's Gem 2 and is AUG's mass-produced grunt unit. Like many units of the time, it is the result of Anaheim Electronics bringing in former Zeon engineers to improve upon an initial EFF design. The Nemo also has a movable frame. Unlike the Gems, which uses titanium alloy ceramic composite, this uses Gundarium. Now what is Gundarium? It is essentially Luna Titanium, which the original RX-78 Gundam was made out of. Since Luna Titanium became known to the world, others have tried to replicate it. Gundarium Alpha, which is used on the Nemo, is essentially a reverse-engineered Luna Titanium. They get out of their mobile suits. Quattro gives Camille a gun and says, "Welcome to the war, baby. Let's do this." Maybe he should take the safety off. The Titans shoot down the port in Amman and close off any escape. Camille is able to sense that all the way from Granada. Emma goes out and fights Cucarun. Camille finally convinces Quattro that they need to get back to Amman to help out because of his spidey sense. Cucarun goes out in his Hyzak. He engages with Emma in the Rick Diaz. Cucarun is able to get the upper hand, but Camille in the Mark II comes in and helps her out. Cucarun retreats. Camille tells Emma that he was able to sense her distress when Amman was attacked. Camille said he saw her floating in her head. Newtypes, man. On Earth, both Rekawa and Kai Shiden are planning on breaking into Jaburo. I mean, we eventually find out that it's abandoned, but two people are trying to break into the most guarded place on Earth. The AUG is planning a mission to infiltrate Jaburo. Quattro doesn't seem to like this. However, he recognizes that Axis Zeon will get involved in some way, shape, or form, so getting the Titans out of the situation is the only solution. Now remember, after the 1-year war, besides a few Zeon factions, most retreated to Axis, an asteroid far outside of the Earth sphere. The Axis fleet made their appearance during Operation Stardust, but Axis itself has remained a mystery. Soon the asteroid will make its way towards the Earth's sphere. Once that happens, there will be another variable that will have to be taken care of. At the Alexandria, Anaheim Electronics gave the AUG prototype, the Marusai, to the Titans to get them off their backs about helping the AUG. The RMS-108 Marasai is an improvement on the Hyzak and is one of the first second-generation mobile suits created. This unit utilizes a lot of Zeon technology, but EFF's movable frame can be found inside the Marasai. What made the Marasai special was the ultra-compact Minovsky fusion reactor. We are starting to see engineers iterating on the original fusion reactor and making it smaller and more powerful. Because of this, the Marasai is a beam weapons master. Jamaicon, however, knows that Anaheim Electronics is playing both sides. Jared heads out in the new Marasai. As the Aoud make their departure from Amman, the city is attacked. The Argama crew launches in their mobile suits. There's a scouting unit watching over Amman City. Quattro takes it out instantly. Jared and Kakrakan fight Camille. The Marasai is a very fast unit. The Mark II is able to trick Jared and get the upper hand. While the Titans are attacking, the city sends out Petite Mobiles, which is hilarious. Petite Mobiles are mobile construction workers, but they can be retrofitted with weapons, which we will see here. One Petite Mobile is equipped with a hyperbeam cannon and distracts Jared and the Titans. Because of this, the Argama is finally able to make their departure from Amman. The city has suffered heavy damage, but they finally make their retreat. The captain congratulates Camille for his good efforts during the battle. The Argama stumbles onto the Temptation. Camille knows that this is Bright Noah's ship. The Aoud launches from the Argama. The Hyakushiki is equipped with its Mega Bazooka. Following the Temptation is the Masala. The PMX 000 Masala is piloted by the man from Jupiter, Paptimus Sirocco. It was also personally created by Sirocco himself. I believe this might be the first time that we've seen a unit in action that wasn't made by the military-industrial complex. It was designed to be used in Jupiter's atmosphere. Because of this, when on Earth, it is fast and powerful. This isn't a mobile suit with a mobile armor mode. It is designed to be a mobile armor that has a mobile suit mode, which is interesting. Quattro sees that the Masala starts attacking the shuttle. It attacks civilians, which gives Quattro the go-ahead to fire on the Masala. The Masala retreats for now. The Temptation crew boards the Argama. Bright is sad that another ship under his leadership was destroyed, but Quattro cheers him up. Bright refers to Quattro as a captain, but reminds him that he is not Char. That he is only a lieutenant. Also on board Bright's shuttle was Fa. She tells Camille that the Titans came and took her parents because Camille stole the Mark II. She was able to escape thanks to Bright. The man who was piloting the Masala was Paptimus Sirocco. He is known as the man from Jupiter. He is meeting with the captain of the Hario and wants to chase the Argama. Back on board the Aoud ship, Hinken informs Camille and Quattro that Bright Noah will be the new captain of the ship. Hinken is assigned to the new ship the Radish as captain. He sees that Camille has a Haro, but notices that it is the Mark II Haro and probably not Amuro Ray's original. Fa tells Camille that Bright's wife and son are still on Earth and might be in danger. On the bridge, Bright tells Quattro that his wife is Mirai Yashima. Mirai was the helmsman on board White Base during the 1-year war. Even though she appeared to have feelings for Slegger, it is undeniable that Mirai and Bright were close. After the death of Slegger at the Battle of Solomon at the end of the war, it appears Mirai and Bright settled down with one another and had 2 children. One of those children is Hathaway Noah. I'm sure he will go on to do great things. I'm sure he will go on to do great things. Sirocco launches in his Masala. The Aoud prep for their attack on Jaburo. As the team launches, the Masala comes in very fast and instantly destroys the Cecilia, an allied Aoud ship. Camille is riding on the Wave Rider, which allows the Mark II to attack while being protected from re-entry. The Masala transforms into its mobile suit mode and takes out Emma's right arm. She falls back while Quattro pursues Sirocco. The Titans come in. They are about to enter orbit, but continue to fight. Emma returns to the Argama. Besides Camille, who is on the Wave Rider, all of the Aoud mobile suits are equipped with a Balut capsule to help the mobile suits re-enter Earth's atmosphere. A few Titan members don't make it through re-entry. One guy falls off his Balut chute. That sucks. Camille feels bad for picking them off so easily, as the Wave Rider is clearly superior to the Balut chute. Camille experiences Earth's gravity for the first time. Everyone starts descending to Earth. At Jaburo, both Kai Shiden and Rekawa have been captured. They are trying to find a way to escape. They descend onto Jaburo, too. Camille lands on Earth while saying some psycho shit.
You'd still be alive if you hadn't come close to me.
He rides some sweet waves while murdering. Meanwhile, Jared gives his position away by blowing up a monkey. Jared is mad that a Space Noid is doing so well in Earth atmosphere. Quattro comes to back him up. They start finding a way into Jaburo. Quattro is wondering why the base isn't as heavily defended as he thought it would be. Camille senses Rekawa. The place is more or less empty. Something isn't right. Quattro thinks this may be a trap. They suddenly get attacked. He felt Rekoa again. Jared comes in and attacks. He gets one of his comrades and a Hyzak killed. Elsewhere in Jaburo, one soldier is going mad yelling about a nuclear bomb underneath Jaburo. Appoli finds this guy and is starting to get concerned. He brings in Quattro. Jared and Camille continue their fight. The Mark II falls underground. I mean, all of Jaburo is underground, some more underground. Everyone falls back, but Camille continues looking for Rekoa. Quattro goes in to find Camille and Rekoa. Camille eventually finds her and Kai Shiden. I don't know why, but Jared went out of his mobile suit and now he is trying to find a way off base on foot. He finds the remaining EFF forces savagely fighting to get onto one cargo plane. Jared hops on board with the help of a mysterious woman. Meanwhile, Hyzaks come in to attack Ayug. Luckily, Camille and Quattro escape Jaburo. Camille is able to get Kai and Rekoa on the transport ship, the Garuda. They all have impeccable timing because they get out of there right as the nuclear bomb goes off. As they escape, a Valkyrie comes in. I believe this is a first. The XB-70 Valkyrie actually exists in real life and is the world's fastest nuclear bomber. Go check out some YouTube videos about this piece of mid-century engineering. The Valkyrie is a part of Kuraba, another resistance group separate from the Ayug. More on them later, but the pilot of the Valkyrie is Hayato Kobayashi, former gun tank pilot on board the White Base during the 1-year war. Quattro finds it funny that he ran into both Hayato and Kai during this mission. Giamatov Haman decides to visit Grips after the invasion of Jaburo by the Ayug. This man is the creator of the Titans after Operation Stardust destroyed North America. He used this opportunity to create a police state for himself. He clearly wants power and control. We first seen this when Haman and Admiral Colony ousted Admiral Cohen in UC 0083. Grips is now divided into 2 colonies and was moved closer to Luna 2. The asteroid base is located at Lagrange Point 3 and was EFF's main space holdout during the 1-year war. On Earth, Amuro is flying the Edgeley Optica. The Edgeley EA-7 Optica is a real-life British aircraft designed in 1979, the year OG Gundam was released. The fuselage resembles a helicopter more so than an airplane, and it has a panoramic view as this craft is designed for observation. He lands in his estate in Cheyenne, Wyoming, I assume, and is met with Frau Kobayashi, formerly Frau Bo. Frau is a member of the White Base crew. She definitely at one point had feelings for Amuro, but Amuro's mind was so wrapped up in war that he ignored Frau Bo. After Hayato Kobayashi was badly injured on White Base, Frau took care of him. They seem to have developed a bond since then and are now married. She is with Kika, Katz, and Letz. If these names sound familiar, it is because they are the 3 children that were on board White Base during the 1-year war. All their parents died, including Frau Bo's, during the attack on Side 7. So after the war, Frau and Hayato adopted them. Imagine being a 24-year-old father to a 15-year-old kid. That must suck. Frau is also pregnant with another child as well. It seems that Amuro is playing it safe and not speaking around his maids, as he thinks they might be spies. Katz thinks Amuro is a spoiled child living a rich life now, but Amuro tells him that he is actually a prisoner and EFF is keeping an eye on him for being a Newtype. The Garuda lands safely at Kobayashi Base, that is the old space museum, the Kennedy Space Center. Kai bails without saying anything to Hayato. We also see that Hayato passes by a gun cannon in the museum. This was Hayato's mobile suit of choice during the 1-year war. Kai leaves a letter for Hayato. The letter states that he believes that Quattro is actually Char Aznable and that he finds his false identity despicable and most likely why he never joined Kobayashi in Kuraba. Meanwhile, Quattro is prepping to get back into space as they can't be on Earth for too long before the Titans make their move. They prep an old space shuttle to get the team out into space. Meanwhile, the Titans make their way to Ayug's location. One of the pilots, Buren Blutarch, is in the Ashimar. The NRX-044 Ashimar is developed by the Oakland Research Institute. This is a Newtype facility that was recently taken over by the Titans. It is the first unit to be able to fly in Earth atmosphere without the help of any flight subsystems or backpacks. It uses thermonuclear engines as it is designed specifically for use in Earth atmosphere. This thing is made by former Zeon engineers as it has its classic mono eye and its design looks not aerodynamic whatsoever. Its mobile armor mode looks like a donut. I have to call it a donut or else others will call it a donut, so I'm calling it a donut first. At Kuraba base, Hayato just straight up shows the letter to Quattro. He denies that he is Char Aznable and that he isn't that important. Hayato tells Quattro, if you really are Char, then you should be using your talents to lead the world. He still insists that he is not Char, and Camille decides to punch him because he thinks Quattro is lying. While bickering, the alarm goes off. The Titans have made their way to Kuraba. The shuttle preps for launch.
Thank you for flying Opoly Airlines. Fasten your seatbelts and hold on.
The Hyzaks accompanying the Ashmar are riding base jabbers. Like mentioned earlier, the Ashmar can only fly in Earth atmosphere. For the rest, they must use sub-flight systems, like the base jabber. This is similar to the Dodai that we saw earlier in the One-Year War, and we'll see later. Camille in the Mark II goes in to attack the Hyzaks. Quattro in the Hyakushiki fights the Ashmar. The Ashmar is able to get a direct hit on the Rick Diaz, destroying it and killing Roberto. The shuttle takes off, and the Ashmar chases it down. Camille gets on top of the Hyakushiki, and they use each other's thrusters to boost after the Ashmar. He is able to get a shot at the cockpit. The Ashmar retreats for now. Both mobile suits jumped really high, but now they have to come back to Earth. Luckily, Hayato in the Garuda comes in and picks them up before they fall. The AU team is successful at getting back into space and the Argama. Meanwhile, in space, Axis Zeon makes some moves that might overstep the Granada Treaty. However, EFF is so up their own ass that they simply ignore them for now. On an EFF base, a pilot named Rosamia Bottom launches in the Gap Plant. The ORX-005 Gap Plant is a prototype transformable mobile armor that was developed by Augusta and Oakland Research Institutes, which is now in the hands of Titan Control. Why make mobile suits when you could just occupy a base that makes them? This is one of the fastest and most agile mobile armors that have been created thus far. Because of this, barely any normal humans are able to pilot this unit and must be used by a cyber Newtype. More on that later. This thing is also a fuel guzzler and not efficient whatsoever. Its specialty is the movable shield binder, which allows the mobile armor to fire thrust in any direction regardless of which way the nose is facing. Quattro tells Camille to prep the Mark II, but Camille is still shaken up by the death of Roberto. On Earth, Amuro is helping Frau and her family escape to Japan. Frau tells Amuro that Kotz was kind of right and that Amuro isn't being the hero that he once was. While laying low, Amuro decides to take action. He asks Kotz to join him while the rest of the Kobayashis head to Japan. One guy is spying on Amuro, so him and Katz pretend to play hanky-panky in the bathroom.
Who needs to visit the bathroom?
I think I need to, old man.
Okay, smart guy.
They break out of the bathroom and onto the runway to steal a freighter. The man spying on Amuro realizes that he has been duped. They try to go meet up with the AUG. Rosamia in the Gap Plant runs into Hayato's Garuda. Quattro heads out to attack EFF, while the rest stay back and protect the Garuda. Quattro shoots one off of its sub-flight system. Yeah, that dude is falling like 10k feet to his death for sure. The Gap Plant is doing damage to the Garuda. Like always, Camille doesn't listen to orders and takes off on the Dodai. He fights Rosamia. Rosamia is getting the upper hand, but the Hyakushiki comes in and helps. Rosamia is running out of energy and decides to ignore them and head to her destination. On the Garuda, Hayato wants to hit Camille for not following orders, but he apologizes, which is a first. Quattro and Camille were able to sense something about the pilot, but it isn't the same feeling that one gets from a Newtype. At Buron's ship, Rosamia and Buron meet for the first time. He wonders why Rosamia doesn't need oxygen at this high of an altitude. She tells him that her lungs have been enhanced. Buron wonders if she is a cyber Newtype. Buron launches in the Ashmar and attacks the Garuda. Camille and Quattro start defending the ship. Camille uses what looks like a shrapnel bazooka, but I don't know. I didn't think the Mark II ever used this. Can someone confirm? Katz and Amuro comes in to help. Amuro tells Katz to eject using the Homo Avis. This is a tiny winged glider with thrusters attached. It's named after a mythical human-bird hybrid. Amuro rams the freighter right into the Ashmar.
That freighter's heading straight for us.
The Ashmar retreats, but Amuro's freighter is destroyed. He launches his parachute, and Camille grabs him. Both Amuro and Camille meet for the first time. Quattro and Amuro are able to sense one another. Buron is still taken aback by the fact that a random freighter just ran into him during a battle. He returns to find a somewhat manic Rosamia freaking out about the sky falling. She is, of course, talking about a colony drop. Buron lets her join the team, but he is wondering if her behavior is a side effect of being a cyber Newtype. Camille is left to watch over Katz. He tells Camille that the current day Amuro is nothing like he was when he was on White Base. The Kuraba team are trying to figure out where the Titan's new base is. Fortunately, It seems Kai is on the case as he is in communication with the Garuda and keeping everyone up to date on his investigations. Char and Amuro talk alone for the first time since Baoa Qu. Amuro wonders why Char is on Earth. Char tells Amuro that Lalah's spirit is on Earth. He also tells Amuro to stop being a little bitch. The next morning, a biplane comes towards the Garuda. Kuraba allows them to land. The pilot is Beltachika Irma. She is a freedom fighter for Kuraba, who was orphaned as a young child by the events of the colony drop from Operation British. Amuro and Beltachika meet for the first time. Beltachika smells him.
Huh?
Amuro calls Quattro a gentle and kind man, and Beltachika yells. The dubs cranks this scene up to 11 and makes this even more bizarre.
What is she afraid of? Deep inside, he's a gentle person.
That's not true.
Meanwhile, Kat steals the Gundam Mark II. Camille will have to pilot the Rick Diaz. Amuro wants to pilot, but he is having some PTSD. Beltachika helps out by using the gun turret. Rosami in the Gap plant attacks Katz. He is struggling as he is only used to a Zaku simulator. Camille and Quattro come in to help. Camille tries to guide Katz as he has never experienced real combat. Katz shoots and hits the Gap plant. Then Quattro comes in and takes out her unit, but Rosamia ejects and escapes.
A woman?
Back at the Garuda, Hayato slaps Katz for his disobedience.
I sensed her.
Quiet!
We never see Bright slapping Hayato, but you know that Bright smacked the shit out of him, so it is nice to see that he is passing it down to his son. There is a huge haze in the sky. The cover from the weather is a perfect opportunity to get Camille and Quattro back up into space. Amuro is obviously still afraid of space ever since the death of Lalah. Beltachika tells him that like the fog, he has been in a haze for the past 6 years and it is time to wake up. She tries to wake him up with a kiss, but then instantly tells him that she likes to move on fast. Amuro doesn't seem to mind.
Remember, I might move on pretty easily.
I don't mind.
What the hell is this dialogue? War orphans, man, they got issues. Let me know in the comments. Will you deal specifically with the crazy baggage that would come with dating someone whose parents were killed in a colony drop? I'm curious. Amuro and Beltachika are interrupted by Quattro.
I don't like this Quattro guy at all.
Amuro wants Quattro to leave one of their mobile suits behind for Kuraba's protection, but he tells Amuro that they will need it for battle in space, where most of the conflict is going to happen. Quattro tells Amuro to stop being a bitch and to stop being afraid of Lalah. He reminds Amuro that Force Ghosts exist in this universe as well. Katz and Camille are draining all of the water from the Mark II from when Katz stole the Gundam and fell into the water. Quattro comes over and lets Katz know that Hayato allowed him to join Quattro and Camille up in space. They prepare to get everyone back into space. Meanwhile, Buron prepares to attack the Garuda in his Asimar. Kuraba's goals is to land in Hickory, where they will use the spaceport to launch into space. Quattro takes off and lands on the base, but the others haven't made their way. Katz is inside the Rick Diaz with Amuro. They try to fend off an attack by the Titans. Amuro and Katz needs to hurry or Katz will be left on Earth. Amuro gives Katz the gun that he used to shoot Char back in the day. Amuro is able to drop off Katz to the ship, but then he immediately holds up Quattro and tells him that he is too important to lose for the Ayug. This episode is wild. Camille is the only one that hasn't landed yet. He is distracted by the Asimar. Buron shoots down the Mark II Gundam's subflight system. Amuro comes in and helps with the attack. Beltachika returns to the Garuda.
How can he think of women at a time like this?
The Asimar grabs Camille, but Amuro comes in and takes out his arm with the beam saber. Camille moves out of the way and Amuro stabs the Asimar, destroying it and killing Buron. Their units fall into the ocean as this battle was all done in freefall mainly. The shuttle takes off without Camille. They fish out the Rick Diaz from the ocean. Ben Wooder takes command of Buron Blutarch's ship now that he is dead. He is being resupplied with Hyzax. He wants to avenge Buron's death. Hayato and his crew believes that the Titans may have a base on New Guinea, so they suggest going there, but they instead go to Hong Kong to resupply as their subflight systems and Dodais have been destroyed. Meanwhile, in the hangar, Beltachika is trying to convince Camille to give the Mark II to Amuro, as he is the superior pilot. Nothing like being gaslit by war orphans after being abandoned on Earth, right? After kissing Amuro, it also seems like she is instantly codependent. Back on the ship the Sudori, Ben Woodard is receiving a new shipment from Murasame Labs. The unit is so big that it could barely fit inside the hangar of the ship. Also coming on board the ship is 4 Murasame, one of the lab's test subjects. She instantly tells Woodard that she can't be taking orders from anyone. Woodard laughs and tells her sure. The Gerudo makes it to Hong Kong. Amuro and Beltachika make their way towards Luo and Co. to stock up on equipment. Many people are trying to find shuttles off the planet, but it seems that the wait is quite long. In the building, Amuro spots a little terrorist and notices that it is Mirai Yashima Noa. They are trying to get up into space via the black market, but have been put on a wait list. When Amuro asks for Luo Woman, suddenly a man attacks Amuro. Beltachika, Mirai, and her family head out of the building, but they look up to see a giant mobile suit in the sky. It is piloted by 4 Murasame. Camille launches in the Mark II. Miss Namikar, a representative from Murasame Newtype Labs, tells Woodard that if 4 is a cyber Newtype, and that if 4 suffers from a mental breakdown, she might go berserk and attack everyone. The Mark II engages with the new Psycho Gundam. They begin fighting in the city, which is never a good thing. The MRX-009 Psycho Gundam is a transformable mobile armor developed by Murasame Newtype Labs and designed to be used specifically with cyber Newtypes. Classified as a large mobile armor, it can transform into a mobile armor mode known as Mobile Fortress mode that is capable of atmospheric flight thanks to the Minovsky Craft system. Plans for a mobile fortress in the base defense role were drafted after the 1-year war. This unit is controlled via the Psychomu system. Because of this, we will even see an instance where Cyber Newtype can will the Gundam even outside of the suit. For those who don't know, the Psychomu system is short for Psycho Communicator and uses Minovsky particles to allow the user to use Psycho waves as a control interface. After the 1-year war, EFF took control of the Flanagan Institute. Later, Earth created both the Augusta and Murasame Newtype Institutes, which adopted a lot of the research from the Jeong, which Char piloted in the Battle of Baoa Qu. It isn't outright stated, but I assume the Psychomu is what allows something so massive to be so mobile and agile. It also utilizes the Minovsky Craft system that was mainly used in Pegasus-class ships during the 1-year war. This Minovsky dispersal unit allows the Psycho Gundam to hover, but they can also be used to create eye fields. It is equipped with a small mega beam cannon, a diffuse mega particle cannon, and a regular beam cannon, along with a shield. Everyone's Newtype senses go off. It wakes up Amuro, who is being held captive by Luo Woman's daughter, Stephanie Luo. Beltachika and the Noahs make their way back to the Gerudo. Hayato has a reunion with his old friend and then takes off from the Hong Kong harbor. Camille yells at 4 for starting a fight in the city. Camille then proceeds to start fighting Psycho Gundam in the city. The Mark II was almost able to get a hit on the Psycho Gundam, but 4 dodges the attack. She starts freaking out once she uses her Newtype potential and leaves the battlefield. The Newtype feeling makes her feel sick. Woodard wonders why 4 didn't finish the job. She tells Woodard that her brain hurts and it feels like snakes are in her brain. Back at the Gerudo, Amuro tells Camille that he has the potential to be the best AUG pilot. He tells Camille to not let his soul get weighed down by gravity like him. 4 runs away from the Sudori. Namikar tries to go and get her back to the ship. Meanwhile, Amuro, Mirai, and her children are on a boat having a conversation. The little terrorist throws a glider off the boat. 4 happens to be the one who finds it on the docks. As Amuro and Beltachika leave, 4 gives the glider back to Mirai's daughter, Shaman. She overhears them talking about the Gerudo, so she finds Camille and asks him for a ride back to town. While spying on 4, the Titans find out that Amuro must be visiting the ship for a reason. They investigate and find out that it is because of Mirai and decide to take them as a hostage. Woodard sends a message to the people of Hong Kong and tells them that they will attack the new city of Hong Kong unless the Gerudo is handed over to the Titans. They also let people know that they have Mirai hostage and will not hesitate to kill them. Amuro takes off to go help. 4 realizes that Camille is a part of the AU and is a mobile suit pilot. 4 decides to get out. They go their separate ways for now. Amuro heads out to Woodard's ship. He exchanges himself as a prisoner instead in exchange for Mirai and her children's safety. They take off, but a Hyzek hides underwater and captures them. He now has 4 prisoners. Camille gets back to the Gerudo and they prep the Mark II. Hayato plans on pretending to surrender the Gerudo and then making an attack. Camille dives underwater. He notices that the enemy is also underwater. The Gerudo waves the white flag. Camille runs into 3 Hyzeks underwater. While above water, the waves rock the boats. It allows Amuro to escape, but also Hathaway falls off the boat. Amuro goes underwater to save Hathaway. Amuro, you could have just let him die and it would have prevented a lot of bad things from happening in the future. Just saying. Amuro, unfortunately, saves Hathaway. Meanwhile, 4 is freaking out. Without the assistance of Murasame Newtype Labs, she becomes very manic. Meanwhile, Beltachika yells at Mirai and then cries in Amuro's arms. Man, war orphans. Meanwhile, the city of Hong Kong has asked the Garuda to leave the city. They prep to leave. Beltachika wants to know what made Amuro become so distant. Mirai tells her and Camille that it was a girl named Lalah and she was an enemy pilot. Camille wonders if he is feeling the same thing with 4. On the Sudori, Nemikar tells Wooder that the Psycho Gundam has been modified to allow normal pilots to use the Gundam and not just cyber new types. Wooder doesn't want to have to rely on them after seeing 4 come and go as she pleases. The soldier, spying on 4, tells her that she needs to go back to the ship now. He also calls her number 4. She says that she promises that she will be back by midnight. Her and Camille go out on the town. 4 tells Camille that she is number 4, meaning that there were 3 failed experiments before her and that she doesn't even know her name. The Sudori starts attacking Hong Kong. It is Wooder in the Psycho Gundam. This causes 4 to panic and run away. Amuro launches in the Rick Diaz and meets up with the Psycho Gundam. It seems that Wooder is struggling to control the Psycho Gundam. The mobile suit stops. Wooder finds 4. It seems that she was able to will the Psycho Gundam using the Psychomu system without being in the suit. Camille gets back and launches in the Mark II, but not before getting slapped by Stephanie Liu for leaving. Camille goes in to fight the Psycho Gundam and realizes that 4 is the pilot. She panics and begins to destroy the city. Camille tries to stop her from causing more chaos, but Amuro comes in to attack. He tells Amuro to stop attacking. He gets out of the Gundam and tries to help 4. She wants her memories back and believes that only the Titans and the Murasame Labs are the only ones who could be able to do so. She pushes Camille away and gets back into the Psycho Gundam. Amuro tries to destroy the combat system on the Gundam. He attacks it and she retreats, but some Hyzaks come in and distract them. Camille takes them out with ease. They all retreat for now. Back on the Garuda, Mirai and her family leave the ship as she doesn't want to get in Bright's way. The Garuda finally leaves Hong Kong. When Amuro tries to have a conversation with Camille, Beltachika tries to start a fight with him. This conversation essentially leads to Amuro understanding that, like Camille, Amuro might have to return to space. On the Sudori, Ben Wooder blackmails 4 into fighting and destroying the Aldulma, which is Karaba's Garuda-class ship. He says that if the ship isn't destroyed, the Murasame Newtype lab will be closed down, and thus she will never get her memories back. Last episode, we learned that the Newtype lab and the Titans are somewhat holding her hostage by keeping her memories from her. She will do anything to get her memories back, which is why she is piloting the Psycho Gundam for the Titans. They received info from Luo and Co. regarding a new Titans base. They are also trying to rendezvous with the Argama in space, but in order to do that, they must make it to New Guinea in time. Hayato doesn't think this is going to happen. The Sudori crew begin their attack. The Garuda is informed of their presence. Amuro instantly launches in the Hyzak. 4 launches in the Psycho Gundam. They head straight for the Garuda-class ship. Hayato starts ascending. 4 starts doing damage. Beltachika gets Camille to launch.
Beltachika!
My apologies, Director.
While Amuro fights the Psycho Gundam, Stella starts having a panic attack. 4. She retreats for now. Namikar scolds and slaps 4 for returning. She returns to the battlefield. Wooder decides to make his suicide mission. He tells all personnel to retreat. A few men stay by his side. Before Camille launches, Beltachika gaslights Camille and tells him that he doesn't want Camille to fight alongside Amuro because he pushes himself too much. Camille launches. Camille and 4 engage in battle. 4 starts attacking Camille, but he doesn't attack her. While Camille fights the Psycho Gundam, Amuro notices that the Sudori is getting close to the Garuda-class ship. Camille gets out of the cockpit and talks to 4 face to face. Camille tells her his life story, and she's like, nah brah, I'm not having that. She points a gun at him, no actually I do mean her, and pushes him out towards his Gundam. She continues attacking. Meanwhile, Amuro is not so PC.
Where's that black one going?
The Psycho Gundam crash lands into the side of the Sudori. She gets out and plans to help Camille use the Sudori as a booster to get back into space. However, Wooder comes down to the hangar and shoots 4. As she is shot, both Camille and Amuro feel 4 as she tells the two to use the Sudoti with her psychic Newtype powers. This is Camille's only way back into space if he wants to rendezvous with the Argama. The Mark II goes in and starts attaching itself to the booster. Woodard goes and mans a turret. He attacks the Mark II, knowing full well it will do damage to the Sudoti, but to him, this is a suicide mission. Amuro protects Camille as he takes off. The Sudoti is destroyed, killing Woodard and 4. He heads into lower Earth atmosphere and runs into the Argama. They spot him and pick him up. Once on board the Argama, Bright tells Camille that Quattro and Kotz are at Granada currently. Meanwhile, the Titans are planning Operation Apollo, where they plan to take control of Von Braun's city on the near side of the moon. This will give the Titans a strong foothold within the Space Noid territory. Paptimus Sirocco is meeting with Jamatov Haman. Sirocco personally made a literal blood oath to pledge loyalty to the Titans at the expense of his life. Back on the bridge of the Argama, Camille and Torres get into a fight. Bright shows them what's up. He confines them to their rooms for now. Emma recognizes that Camille fell in love on Earth. Sirocco is planning on meeting up with the Alexandria for Operation Apollo. Out in space, Jared and Moira Farrow are testing out the new Gapthly. Farrow was the one who helped Jared escape from the Battle of Jaburo.
If you're weak, you won't survive. If you're weak, you won't survive. If you're weak, you won't survive.
The RX-110 Gapthly is designed specifically by Paptimus Sirocco and is intended for mass production. This is one of the fastest units seen to date. It is a transformable mobile suit which can perform limited melee attacks with its claw arm. It has a mega particle gun, a beam saber, claw arm, and the Fedayeen rifle. The rifle is very powerful with a 6.6 megawatt output. The beam rifle can output a constant beam, which can turn into a beam saber, which is a really cool feature that we will start seeing in mobile suits from this generation of Universal Century. Both are practicing with one another. Sirocco comes in his Masala and tests the two pilots. He wants the two to be a part of his team, but Jared is very hesitant. Sirocco tells Moore and Jared that Jamatov's true intentions are to create a famine state on Earth. He wants to weed out the population, where Sirocco will come in and be their savior. All Jared wants, however, is to defeat the Mark II. They head out for the Argama. The AUG notices and launches their mobile suits as well. Emma heads out in the Rick Diaz, and Camille heads out in the Mark II. They engage in battle. They notice the strength of its megaparticle cannon. The Gapthly is outpacing the mobile suits. Jared is able to take out Emma's Rick Diaz, but she is able to launch her escape pod. Camille goes to protect Emma, but Moore comes in and outmatches Camille. He ejects before they attack and destroy the Gundam Mark II. Two fighters come in to assist Camille. It is Apolly and Fa. She is in the shuttle and catches Camille's body that was floating out into space. Fa mentions to Camille that they brought back the Zeta Gundam. Apolly in the Zeta is able to take out one of Jared's Gapthleys. Both teams retreat for now. Back at the ship, Shin is happy to see Camille is happy to see Fa. On Sirocco's ship, Jared is prepared to take responsibility for losing a new mobile suit, but Sirocco tells him that he simply lacks determination. He takes Jared under his wing and gives him his own team to command. Back at the Argama, the crew preps the new Zeta Gundam. Camille talks to Fa. She is going to become a pilot cadet and start piloting mobile suits. Camille is mad that Fa has to fight, but she understands the greater picture of the current landscape. Meanwhile, on the Radish, we meet up with both Rekowa and Henkin. It has been a while since we have seen these two. Henkin was the former captain of the Argama before Bright took command, and Rekowa has been with the Radish since she escaped Jaburo with Kai. Rekowa is heading back to the Argama with the new mobile suit. Henkin gives Rekowa a present to give to Emma. Ooh, he got a crush. On the Argama, Camille and Fa are bickering. It seems that Fa understands that his heart is still back on Earth with 4. In the break room, Bright and Emma have a conversation about how to deal with Camille while Bright does the meme. You know the one, with the burger and everything? Back on Sirocco's ship, we meet with Jared's new teammates, Sarah and Sidley. As a lower-ranked member of a fascist organization who just attained a small morsel of power, the first thing he does is act like a fascist asshole to them. Also, let's discuss Shiroko's ship, the Dogose GR class. The Dogose GR class is the largest warship thus far by Earth Federation forces. Remember, during our History of Operation Stardust videos, we talked about how slow EFF is when it comes to keeping up with modern technological strategies when it comes to warfare. Even during UC-0083, they created the Birmingham-class ship, which was created after the 1 Year War, but still didn't take mobile suits into consideration. Well, the Dogose GR class, GR? I'm still figuring it out, finally changes that for EFF. The warship definitely has mobile suits in mind when it comes to its design. It has a long-range mega-particle gun, a twin mega-particle gun, a secondary mega-particle gun, anti-air gun, and missile launcher. We will also see another version of this ship pop up later in UC-0096. They prepare to rendezvous with the Argama. When they head out, they happen to meet up with Rekoa in her Methus. The MSA-005 Methus is the first true transformable mobile suit under Project Zeta. This Gundam's data will be later used to help create the Zeta Gundam. The primary form of the Methus is the mobile armor mode. It is a capable space fighter with extremely high mobility and excellent defensive capabilities. Because of this transformable frame, it does make it weak towards melee attack. However, its strength in being a dogfighting master makes up for its weakness. It has an arm beam gun, a beam saber, a grenade launcher, a shield, BRM-87 beam rifle, and a beam diffusion missile. Let's talk about the BRM-87 beam rifle for a second, because this is also the same beam rifle used by the Hyakushiki. Its output is about 2.8 megawatts and is powered by a replaceable E-Pack. The Methus is capable to equip 4 of these bad boys on the mobile suit if necessary. The Argama notices the action. They send out Camille and Emma. Camille can sense Rekoa once again. Camille launches in the Zeta Gundam. The MSZ-006 Zeta Gundam is considered the first success at a transformable mobile suit. The Delta Gundam was the first attempt, which they later turned the non-transforming version into the Hyakushiki. Of course, these units were created by Anheim Electronics, who currently is raking in all the money. It can transform into a cruising mode known as Wave Rider mode. In this form, it can enter the atmosphere without the help of any subflight systems. This unit also has generators in the shins inspired by the GPO-1FB that we seen during Operation Stardust. Zeta Gundam is equipped with the biosensor, a quasi-psychomu device that assisted with the mobile suit's control using the pilot's brainwaves, improving its responsiveness. It has a 60mm Vulcan gun, a 2-tube grenade launcher, an anchor wire, a beam saber, beam rifle, a shield, and a mega launcher. The AE B-XB G35 DO 105 beam saber is a beam saber that has higher output than your standard beam saber. When attached in Wave Rider mode, the beam saber can also function as a beam gun, but this has a low output and is used mainly as a distraction. Emma launches in the Mark II while Camille takes out the Zeta Gundam. Fa steals a Rick Diaz and launches as well. Jared's team surrounds the Methus, but the Zeta Gundam comes in and helps. Fa is struggling to keep up with the rest. Emma and Rekoa meet up. They try to get the Methus back to the Argama, but Jared comes in with the Gapthly. Jared notices Camille's new mobile suit. They engage and battle. Zeta is able to get behind Sidley in her Marasai and get a direct hit, destroying the mobile suit and killing Sidley. Jared is once again shamed, but Sirocco doesn't chastise him for losing a pilot. Sirocco notes that Sarah retreated before Jared gave her orders. He is very ominous in this moment towards Sarah. Back at the Argama, Emma slaps Fa for taking the Rick Diaz out without orders. She was acting on emotion. Emotion! Emma slap her again. Rekoa gives Emma the present that Hinken gave her. Katz wants to head back to the Argama. Commodore Blex and Wong are having an argument. Wong wants Quattro to be Blex's bodyguard, but Quattro wants to sortie at the moon because they know of the Titans' plan to attack soon. Emma and Camille talk about death on the battlefield while Fa spies on them. Meanwhile, the Titans plan Operation Apollo. They plan on taking over the moon and much, much more. But for now, they are focusing their attention on Von Braun City. Jamaicon intends to use Siroko's Dogoze Gyar class ship as a shield, but Siroko will use this as an opportunity to take all the credit. On the Argama, Camille reflects on the fact that many of the people on the battlefield are women and that times are changing. This is an interesting moment that they let breathe in the Japanese version. But if you watch the English dub, then you get silly 80s cartoon moments where Camille goes, "It's a goyle." Siroko's Dogoze class ship fires warning shots at the lunar city. The Argama prepares for launch. Fa steals the Mythos while Camille launches in the Zeta Gundam. Kotz also wants to go out. This place is a madhouse. I get why Bright resorts to slapping. I really do. Quattro also heads out to protect the AU ships. Fa is slipping, but she gets a hold of herself. Camille's Newtype senses go off, and he goes to save Fa. She is starting to grasp the full extent of war. Quattro saves Apolly. Siroko starts to make his move towards the city. This will leave the Titans to deal with the AUG on their own. Jared notices this. He and Moore launch. Jared is piloting the Gab fleet. Moore realizes that Siroko is using Jared as a decoy and heads out to protect him. Siroko's ship descends. All the Newtypes are able to sense him. They get a nauseous feeling. Moore tells Jared that he's being used, but Jared understands that this is a part of war. The Dogoze Gyar ship was able to make it into Von Braun City. They make an ultimatum to surrender the lunar base or it will be shot down. The Argama can't hit the Dogoze Gyar because it will destroy the city in the process. Bright tells everyone to return to the ship for now. On Siroko's ship, Jamaicon slaps Siroko for being reckless. He tells Jamaicon that he should be the commander of the newly occupied city. It seems Siroko is simply putting on an act right now. Quattro and Blex head towards Earth. On Earth, EFF figureheads are meeting in Dakar, Africa. Jamatov Haman will be making his appearance at this meeting as well. Camille is going incognito to Von Braun City to do a little scouting on the enemy mobile suits. Katz is mad that he can't go as well, so he naturally sneaks on board. During an intermission, both Blex and Quattro are mad. They are currently voting to give Jamatov Haman and the Titans more control over EFF forces. They are here to try to prevent that. Siroko just bails and leaves Jared and Moar behind while they were in the med bay. They want to rejoin Jamaicon's team, but he suggests that they simply use this as an opportunity to take time off. As they leave, Jared notices Camille sneaking around the city. He chases and pulls a gun on him. They smack Camille around. Suddenly, Katz comes out of nowhere and pulls a gun on Jared. They drop their guns, but Jared does a roundhouse to Katz's gun. Katz and Camille run away. Jared doesn't want to shoot because he doesn't want to hit civilians. Back on Earth, Quattro gets a ride from a Japanese racist stereotype. He gets back to his hotel to hear gunshots. He runs to Blex's room and finds that he has been assassinated. In his final words, he calls him Char Aznable and tells him to become the leader of the AUG. Meanwhile, a group of Titans members led by Yazan Gable spot the Argama and decide to attack without consulting Jamaicon and the Alexandria. However, Jamaicon does find out quickly and sends out assistance. He also says fuck it and fires the air raid siren to get Jared's attention within the lunar base. Fa launches in the Mythos and struggles once again to fight the enemy. Rekoa launches in the Zeta Gundam and Camille is able to sense it. A Hyzak is taken out and crashes right into the lunar city. Katz grabs some masks and heads to the escape route where they find Jared. Both pull guns on each other and a bunch of citizens start freaking out around them. Apolly comes in to save Fa. In the escape bunker, the citizens start to turn on the two Titans members. Katz gives Jared's gun and they both escape the bunker. Jared decides to head back to the base, but the citizens won't allow them to leave. So of course Jared punches a kid. He is able to escape. I mean, it was just a kid. Camille runs out to find Rekoa in the Zeta Gundam. She lands and lets him take the reins. This is one of my favorite moments in Zeta. Rekoa asks Camille if Katz is fine. Camille says, yeah, he's fine. He's right over there. Immediately followed by an explosion of Katz flying off screen. It then just cuts to Camille leaving in the Zeta Gundam. Camille goes out and does some damage. Fa is being chased by Yuzan Gapli when Zeta comes in to rescue her. Jamaicon decides that it is time to retreat. Jared finally comes in and asks Jamaicon to sortie, but he says he is too late. He allows Jared to stay on board the ship as they retreat, however. Back on Earth, the vote is in. EFF is now, for the most part, completely in the hands of the Titans. Absolute power, bitches! We reached it. A Hyzak comes towards the Argama wielding a white flag. It is Sarah Zabaroff, the pink-haired Titans pilot that Jared constantly yells at. She tells the Argama crew that the Titans plan another colony drop. They believe her, but like Emma, they treat her like an enemy until they are certain that someone could be trusted. But even so, info. Something is a little off with her. Wong wants the Radish and the Argama to work together. They start to see a colony from Side 4 make its move and confirms that Sarah wasn't lying about the colony drop. Meanwhile, Beckner is concerned about Emma's lady parts.
But if for some reason you couldn't bear children someday...
She reassures him that she doesn't plan on getting married. She then gets an omikuji which tells her that she will be married soon. Irony. An omikuji can be found at Shinto temples in Japan that contains a fortune for around a 10 yen donation. Meanwhile, Kat starts becoming a bitchy character while Camille starts playing it cool. The Aeug aren't sure if they plan on attacking Von Braun City or Granada. They prep for battle and their potential death if all things go wrong. Jamaicon argues with Yazan. He is growing impatient about not being out on the first wave. On the Argama, Kotz lets his boner make decisions for him and he allows Sarah to leave her quarters. Camille launches in Zeta and Emma launches in the Mark II. On the moon, Wong is talking with the mayor of Granada. He demands to know why they aren't evacuating the city. Wong tells him to have faith and more or less say if they lose the moon, they are dead anyways. I'm not so sure the citizens feel the same way, but sure, okay. The Argama goes in and starts using its main cannon on the colony. Yazan and his team go in to stop the ship, but the Argama team tries to stop them. Emma rips off a Hyzak's head. Meanwhile, Kotz's boner gets the best of him. Sarah thanks Kotz and lets him know of the Gaplant's weak points, but then pushes him and she escapes with her Hyzak. Never make decisions with your boner, folks. Emma is trying to activate the nuclear pulse thrusters attached to the colony to get it to change course. Kotz passes on the weak point info to Camille and he uses it to get Yazan to retreat. Emma is able to blow up the pulse thrusters, causing the colony to change its course. It lands in the middle of nowhere on the moon. Jamaicon has failed once again. On the Argama, Kotz is put in the brig for letting the enemy escape, but Camille thanks him for essentially saving them with the weak point info. Kotz now probably has trust issues. On the Alexandria, Yazan and Jamaicon are fighting once again. Yazan is planning an attack on the Argama, but Jamaicon is heading back to Grips and won't be turning around for him. He plans on succeeding where Jamaicon failed. On the Radish, Hinken fails at trying to ask out Emma again. Step up your game, dude, you're a captain. On the Argama, Bright notes that Camille has definitely grown since he came back from Earth. Kotz is tired of being on the Radish as he isn't allowed to sortie. Emma launches in the Mark II to take care of Yazan's crew, who is heading in their direction. Kotz takes out the G-Defensor. Henkin allows Kotz to go out as a test. The FXA-05D G-Defensor is a support unit for the Mark II. It is based off of the G-Fighter and Core Fighter from the One-Year War and can either be used independently or it can be attached to the Mark II to create the Super Gundam. More on that later. It is armed with missiles, Vulcan guns, mini laser guns, and a long-range rifle. In the future, we will see that the GM3 is able to connect to this unit. Emma and Yazan engage in battle. While fighting, they run into an old Guazine-class ship from the old Principality of Zeon. Kotz makes his way to the battlefield. Camille wakes up from a nightmare, but realizes that it actually isn't a nightmare and that it is the Radish under attack. Bright allows him to sortie in the Zeta Gundam. He recognizes a lot of Amuro, Ray, and Camille. Emma and Kotz try to dock with one another, but they keep getting attacked. Suddenly, Camille comes in to save them. Camille gives them enough time to attach and create the Super Gundam. When the G-Defensor and the Mark II combine, it gives the Gundam a 20% increase in mobility and can use the G-Defensor long-range rifle. The mobile unit also has more shields. When it attaches to the Mark II, Kotz detaches using the Core Fighter. A Hyzak chases him into an abandoned Guazine-class ship. He takes out the Hyzak's head. Both the Hyzak pilot and Kotz abandon their ships in the Guazine. The Alexandria begins firing on the Guazine. Emma finds Kotz, but the Hyzak pilot begins shooting at the two. Meanwhile, Camille and Yazan engage in battle. On the abandoned ship, the Hyzak pilot gets the upper hand over Kotz and Emma, but a blast hits the ship, killing the Hyzak pilot. Talk about luck. They escape towards the ship to find Zeta Gundam fighting. Kotz finds an old Gelgoog. He wires it and gets one shot off, helping Camille. Yazan retreats. The Mark II and Zeta chases Yazan back to the Alexandria. Emma fires towards Yazan and misses him, but accidentally shoots the Alexandria's bridge behind him, killing Jamaicon in the process. On the Argama, Bright gets some data that makes him believe that the former members of the Principality of Zeon are working with the Titans to create a new fortress. On the Radish, Captain Henkin thanks Camille for helping them out. As they are talking on the bridge, the abandoned Guazine-class ship finally blows up. Camille and Fa are bickering once again. Apolly tries to get Camille to open up and says that it seems to be young love, but then Apolly simply teases him and takes off, leaving the autistic alone with his emotions. Quattro is on his way back to the Argama. Meanwhile, the crew suggests to Bright that Fa and Camille no longer sortie due to their obvious feelings towards one another. Bright doesn't want to be a father to Camille, but he might have to show Camille the backside of his hand. The Alexandria ship is still functional. It was just the bridge that was destroyed. Last episode, Jamaicon and the bridge crew were killed when Yazan tricked the Ayug into shooting the ship. They are currently getting fixed up at Baoa Qu. After the 1-year war, EFF took control of the fortress, and it will soon be another Titan's base, known as the Gate of Zidane. The new captain of the ship is Gadi Kinsey, who apparently gave Jamaicon the Alexandria to use temporarily. Moore and Jared are on board the ship. They are both concerned about Yazan being on board as well. In the hangar, Yazan is going mad and throwing out all the Hyzaks, calling them a piece of junk. Jared tells him to defeat the Zeta Gundam if he is going to talk so big, and Yazan accepts his offer. He also takes off his glove and slaps Jared like he is agreeing to a duel. But there is no duel. Very disappointing. Morad tells Jared that she was offered a position on Siroko's Jupitris, but she chose to stay on the Alexandria to be closer to Jared. The two, Kisu, back on the Argama. Bright is eating a burger while they convene with the Radish.
Don't talk with your mouth full of food.
On the Radish, Kotz preps for launch in the Defensor and awaits further orders. The Alexandria spots both the Argama and the Radish. Suddenly, Yazan and his team launch without Captain Gadi's permission. Back on Earth, Quattro is with Hayato and he's making his way back to space once again. Last episode, someone mysteriously assassinated Commodore Blex. Hayato is concerned about the state of the Titans. Quattro doesn't really have a straight answer for him. He tells Quattro that now, more than ever, the Ayug needs a leader, and that leader should be him. The Argama awaits for Quattro's shuttle. They aren't launching their mobile suits. The Radish, however, takes on Yazan's team. Emma launches and distracts Yazan. The shuttle is getting impatient, waiting in orbit for the Argama. Quattro decides to use the shuttle's life pod to go meet up with the ship. Bright can't wait much longer. The Argama makes its move, and Camille, Fa, and Apolly launch. Jared's team launches with the Mega Launcher. This is different from the Mega Bazooka Launcher that we saw the Hyakushiki use in earlier episodes, but they more or less serve the same role. It's a giant battleship-sized Mega Particle Cannon and a giant gun, too big for even the average Gundam. Sarah plans on firing the weapon as she is more comfortable in the Hyzak that Yazan wanted to throw out. Yazan is about to destroy Emma in the Mark II when he realizes that Jared is fighting Zeta. He leaves Emma to go chase Camille. Kotz launches in the Defensor, and he docks with the Mark II. Bright spots the life shuttle and they go and retrieve it. Jared is trying to keep Camille in one place so Sarah could shoot Zeta. Yazan suddenly comes in and interrupts. Camille is able to sense Sarah in the distance. Sarah senses Camille. Right as she fires, Kotz tries to communicate with her. It distracts her, causing her to miss Zeta and hit the shuttle that brought Quattro in. Luckily, Quattro's life pod made it onto the Argama. Sucks to be that shuttle crew. At least they serve their one purpose. Both Moore and Jared sense something is wrong with Sarah. Does she have a boner for cats as well? Back on the Argama, Quattro gives Bright a letter from his family. While watching the letter, he begins to cry. Quattro informs Captain Bright and Captain Hankin that Commodore Blex was assassinated while they were on Earth. In the hangar, Camille is wondering what an old Gelgoog is doing on board the ship. They plan on retrofitting it with the Nemo parts to make it look functional on the outside, but it will be useless in battle. It seems that Rekoa is going to use it to infiltrate the Jupitris, pretending to be a part of Axis Zeon. Camille is concerned. Last time she went on a spy mission, she had to be saved by Camille. Rekoa is taking care of the two war orphans, Shinta and Kum. Oh yeah, Quattro brought back two war orphan children who will play the same role as Kotz, Kika, and Let's did on White Base during the 1-year war. This had to be some production note. Someone behind the scenes went, hey, you know what's missing from this? War orphans. Yes, that's what made OG Gundam great. Comic relief from war orphans. Rekoa tells Camille to worry about his own duties instead of hers. Fa and Rekoa have a chat. She wants to know what happened on Jaburo. Rekoa says that she enjoys these spy missions more, so she gives Fa the Mythos to use permanently. Rekoa prepares the Gelgoog for the mission. Camille is going to back her up from afar. Fa complains about sending Camille out with Rekoa.
Gender is irrelevant.
Bright sends Fa to assist the two to teach her a lesson. The Jupitrix is leading the pack while the Dagoza Gyar notices Rekoa's Gelgoog. Sarah decides to launch to intercept. However, she makes it to the Jupitris and is able to get on board. I suppose this would be a good time to talk about the Jupitris. The Jupitris class ship is a large tanker ship. Helium from Jupiter is used to fuel most Manovsky fusion reactors and is needed in huge amounts. The Jupitris class ship is designed to bring large tanks of fuel across the solar system. Because of this, these ships are not armed whatsoever, which is why the Dagoze Gyar follows behind. However, the ship has no problem housing mobile suits. If this was on a freeway, it would have those wide load signs. You know what I'm saying? While waiting from afar, Camille is suddenly attacked by Sarah piloting Siroko's Masala. Camille is able to sense that this is a different pilot. He recognizes that it is Sarah. On board the Jupitris, Sirocco touches Rekoa's face and then smacks it. He demands to know who she really is. She gives him her real name. What is happening? It seems that Sirocco is seeing right through her lies, but he likes touching that face. Weird. Suddenly, the Jupitris recognizes that Camille and Sarah are fighting. They wish Rekoa luck and leave her. While fighting, Fa comes in and backs up Camille. Sirocco wants to assist Sarah, but Sarah communicates with Sirocco with her cyber Newtype powers, and it seems she wants to handle it alone. Rekoa takes out a soldier and tries to launch her ship. Sirocco knows that this is most likely Rekoa and lets her go. He seems to really be into Rekoa. Rekoa in the Gelgoog joins the fight. The Masala is outnumbered and takes off. Camille notes that her reflexes are insanely good. Back on board the Jupitris, Sirocco touches Sarah's face. Red flags everywhere. On the Argama, Rekoa tells Bright everything she remembers from the ship. Everything except for telling him about Sirocco. Is she actually into it? Gross. Katz is helping feed the crew as they are short-handed. Emma suggests he talks to Quattro before he heads out to Von Braun, as you never know when you get the chance to see someone again. But Katz is being very stoic about this situation. Or is the plot trying to tell me something? Bright is informed of information regarding the Alexandria heading towards Side 2 and carrying chemical weapons. They are concerned that the Titans will resort to using G3.
Not G3.
Oh yes, this is a gas used by the Titans previously that is stronger than a VX nerve agent and kills people instantly. One of the war orphans throws a paper plane on the ship. It reminds Camille of 4. Camille gets to look at Fa's titties.
Watch the eyes, mister.
Fa taking care of the kids is turning on Camille. What is this episode? On the Alexandria, Jared is leading the mission to gas the colonies. Moir tells him it goes against the treaty, but he reminds her and us, the audience, that it doesn't matter anymore. Why doesn't it matter? So the treaty was against EFF forces, but in UC-0083, the Titans were formed, giving them absolute power, which extends beyond the rules of the treaty. But now that the Titans have full control over EFF forces, it kinda makes all that void, because the Titans will do what they want. While all this is happening at Side 2, Grips begins to make its move on Granada. Inside of Side 2, the mayor of the colony is concerned that the AU can't stand up to the Titans and considers siding with them instead. A rock approaches Colony 25 of Side 2. Suddenly, the rock breaks apart to reveal that it is the Alexandria ship. They begin attacking the AU cruiser. The Alexandria launches Jared's chemical weapons team. The mayor tries to negotiate with the Titans, but that isn't how they operate. Captain Gaddy goes, "Whoops, I can't hear you. Minovsky particle density is too high and you're breaking up." The Argama makes their way towards Side 2. Bright recognizes that the colony tried to make contact with the Titans and wonders if they tried to surrender. Bright sends out Zeta Gundam and Methus. Jared's team attaches the gas cylinder to the colony. Camille sees the Alexandria and starts shooting at long distance and gets no hits in. On the Radish, Emma launches in the Mark II and Katz launches in the Nemo. Jared goes to take on the Zeta Gundam, while Moir stays back and finishes gassing billions of people. You know, when you say it out loud, you think you would stop, but nope. Jared blames Camille for him now being a fascist. That is some Newtype levels of projection right there. They engage in battle. Here we see a modern-day beam rifle being used as a beam saber. This completely takes Jared off guard. Katz comes in to support Camille, and Moir comes in to support Jared. The Titans decide to retreat for now. Back at the colony, the mayor tries to cover up his cowardice. Bright comes to Side 2 and wonders what that communication really was about. Of course, the mayor covers it up. Bright is very concerned and gives the mayor a clear warning about aligning themselves with the Titans. Mr. Wong, Quattro, and Melanie Hugh Carbine have a meeting in Von Braun City. They are concerned about the state of Axis Zeon. Quattro doesn't know what to think of their figurehead, Mina Zabi, currently, and doesn't know how to approach the situation. All of you people out there who have been asking about Mina Zabi, it's coming. Meanwhile, Yazan's team goes to take out the Argama, which Mar and Jared are not a part of. They are going to head out to an abandoned colony instead. Yazan's team will be pushing the Argama towards Jared's location, where they will eventually make their move. 20 mobile suits start approaching the Radish and the Argama. All pilots launch. Fa is piloting the Nemo in this battle. They are wondering why the mobile suits aren't attacking. Suddenly, they notice the Titan's fleet from below. The Argama escapes near death. Camille heads back towards the Argama to back them up. Bright is being pushed into a corner. Of course, they start making their way towards the abandoned colony that Jared and Noir are hiding in. The two make their appearance on the battlefield and attack the Argama. The ship takes a direct hit. He calls back the mobile suits to help protect the Argama's front. Jared and Camille battle one another. Fa uses the Nemo to put out fires on the Argama. There is a giant hole on the port side and Haro comes flying out. Fa goes to save the dumb ball and to find the kids. As Zeta makes its way back to the Argama, Jared goes in and attacks once again, but he is reckless. Camille gets a direct shot, but Moir comes in and protects Jared, killing herself in the process. Jared angrily attacks Camille, but he destroys his Galbadi's legs. He sees a vision of Moir and realizes that he doesn't need legs, he's in space. Jared goes berserk and heads directly towards the Argama. Camille and Emma are able to fend him off before Jared makes his retreat. On the Argama, a hatch hits Fa in the face, but Medstaff goes to help her. Jared goes to the remains of Moir's Golbadi and cries. Even though Fa disobeyed orders, Bright thanks her for saving the children and the ship. The Argama has finally made it to Von Braun City after their run-in with Jared and the now-dead Moir. The two war orphans, Shinta and Kum, want to explore the lunar city, but Fa is too busy preparing for the next mission. The kids take off without her. Outside of the city, there are 3 mobile suits. Sarah is piloting the new Hambrabi. The RX-139 Hambrabi is a transformable mobile suit that was designed by the Gates of Zidane, aka former Baoa Qu. Sirocco also assisted in the design of the mobile suit. It was designed to have a simplified transformation system that would be easier to mass produce. It has 5 mono-eye sensors. That's too many eyes, man. I know they are sensors and we as the audience anthropomorphize it as eyes, but it looks like eyes and it's silly. Besides the forearm-mounted claws, the Hambrabi was also armed with a pair of beam rifles, a pair of beam sabers, a tail lance, and can use the Gaptle's rifle, as well as the Sea Serpent, a wired grappling weapon used to deliver electrical shocks to the enemy mobile suits. She gets out of the mobile suit and heads to the city on foot. She plans on infiltrating the Argama from within. Meanwhile, Fa and Camille go out to Armstrong Park to find the kids. While out, Camille happens to run into Sarah. Camille's Newtype senses go off and he wonders what it could be. Fa and Camille split up to look for the children. His Newtype senses go off again and wonders if it is 4, but he runs into Sarah. He chases and catches her. She tries to emotionally manipulate Camille. He thinks that ice cream will solve the problem. Fa comes and sees Camille with Sarah. He tells Fa to go back to the ship and let Bright know of the situation. At first it seems Camille is falling for her, but then he tells her that she knows she emotionally manipulated Kat to let her free earlier. He says goodbye and tells her that he never wants to see her again. But it seems that she has some sort of feelings for Camille, so she lets him know that she planted bombs. Camille tells Fa to inform Bright that there is a bomb planted in the city. He goes to look for the bomb. Fa informs Bright they unfortunately will have to evacuate the entire city. Camille and Sarah find the bomb in the air duct, but he accidentally makes it worse. I think we've all been in a similar situation. Sarah tries to escape, but Camille says no and punches her in the uterus. She passes out. He carries Sarah outside of the building, where Apolly and his Rick Diaz comes in and picks up Camille. The Argama leaves the city, and the explosion goes off. It was a kind of weak explosion, not gonna lie. Fa is worried that the children may have been caught in the explosion. Apolly and Fa launch in their mobile suits. Camille launches as well after getting on board the Argama. Fa notices the new mobile suits. While the battle wages on, Sarah once again tries to escape the Argama. Every time Zeta Gundam gets close to the Hambrabi, it transforms into mobile armor mode and takes off. Apolly and Camille try to cut off the Hambrabi. Fa notices that Sarah escaped in a jetpack, but she must focus on the battle ahead of her. Sarah is able to get into her Hambrabi and take off. Camille is sad that she fights for the Titans. He is a little dramatic about it. Back on board the Argama, Fa finds the kids in the shower. It seems they never left the ship at all. The Argama had to leave the moon without receiving any repairs to its ship. As the Argama heads out, several Nemos are on the outside repairing as much damage as possible. Char is concerned, but Wong is adamant about heading towards Axis Zeon. Wong is acting like a spoiled child, but he is correct. If they decide to turn back and get repairs on the moon, then the Titans will make contact with Axis first. Neither the Titans nor the Ayug truly know where Axis currently stands, as they haven't been in Earth's sphere for some time. In the mess hall, Requa and Quattro's hands touch. Oh. Back at the Dogo Skiar, Sarah briefs Sirocco on the type of man that Yazan is. It seems that he and his team will be joining Sirocco's fleet. The AU crew notices that their Titans are close behind them. It seems they plan on trying to intercept Axis as well. The crew plans for an attack. Quattro heads to Rekoa's quarters and gives her a kiss. Camille does a little bit of peeping. Rekoa, Quattro, and Camille launch along with the Mega Bazooka launcher. Rekoa and Quattro will man the bazooka. On the Dogo Skiar, Yazan and Sirocco give each other masculine stares. They send out a wave of Hyzax to attack the AU team. Camille is able to take them out quite easy. Quattro is aiming the bazooka, but he senses Patimus Sirocco and it causes him to miss. They have to wait for a reload. They only have 3 shots. They fire on the ship once again and get a direct hit on the Dogo Skiar. Sirocco decides to send out Yazan's team. Quattro sends Rekoa back to the ship, but Sirocco seems to be calling to her and she decides to head straight into battle. Camille is helping out Animo when suddenly it is destroyed. Oh no, that guy! It was Yazan. Camille and Yazan engage in battle. Zeta Gundam is getting badly injured, but Rekoa comes in and protects Camille. Yazan attacks both of them. Suddenly, a mysterious fleet comes in attacking the Titans. Sirocco notes that they have bad timing and decides to retreat. This mysterious fleet is Axis Zeon, and these mobile suits are the Gaza C. The MX-003 MMT-1 Gaza C is Axis Zeon's mass-produced mobile suit. Like the Titans in the AUG, they too also invested in transformable frames. This suit is riddled with manufacturing flaws. We will soon learn that Axis Zeon's resources are limited, so they had to create this using recycled Gaza A's and recycled Gaza B's. This unit was very flimsy, and thus could only transform a few times before falling apart. It has a lifespan of about 3 missions. It is equipped with the Knuckle Buster, a Leg Claw, a Beam Saber, and a Beam Gun. This unit will also be developed into the Gaza D, the Gaza E, the Gaza F, the Gaza Strip, and the Gaza G. Camille, Quattro, Rekoa, Bright, and Wong all head towards the Guadon. The Guadon class ship is the successor to the Guazine class ship. Like the Guazine, this ship is also crimson red. The biggest improvement to this ship is its 2 catapult launchers and its ability to hold around 100 Gaza Cs. This Guadon will act as the flagship for Axis Zeon. It is equipped with a bunch of mega particle guns and anti-air machine guns. This will be one of the biggest ships seen in Universal Century. While traveling to the ship, Quattro notices a pink Gaza C and wonders if it is her. The AU team are invited to the throne room. Oh yeah, the ship has a throne room too. Gaudy as fuck. They're finally introduced to Mina Vazabi and Haman Khan. Haman tells Quattro to step forward. He takes off his glasses, and Mina Vazabi instantly remembers him. She calls him Char Aznable and remembers playing with him as a child. Quite a cute moment, but then she begins spouting the fascist nonsense that the rest of her family used to spout. This really upsets Quattro. He yells at Haman for raising Minerva with the same old Zabi beliefs. He is too aggro, so Haman throws the AU crew into the brig. While arrested, Camille and Quattro pretend to get into a fight and get the guard to open the sail. They are able to get out. Classic get out of jail free cliche. Quattro heads directly to Haman and tries to take her life. Quattro says the funniest thing in all of Universal Century history.
I've never betrayed anyone in my entire life. Ever. Ever. Ever.
Camille and Rekoa come in to help. Haman shoots Rekoa in the arm and they take off. They head to the hangar and find some Zeon spacesuits. They meet up with Bright and Appley. Oh yeah, Appley is here.
Hey, it's a kid!
They are all clear. They head towards the shuttle while Camille releases the airlock. On the Argama, the crew shoots dummy balloons. These block enemy ships from getting a good line of sight. As they escape, Yazan and his crew head towards the Argama. The Argama is sandwiched between 2 enemy forces, and Sirocco knows this. Once on the ship, everyone gets in their mobile suits. Rekoa is in serious injury, but she sorties as well. They get into a tight formation and Camille is confused. Once he realizes what is going on, a bunch of Hambrabis come in with a net. Yazan has 2 new teammates joining him, Dunkel Cooper and Ramses Hassa. The 2 capture Zeta in the net and electrocute it. Camille is able to break through the net right as Quattro and the Hyakushiki come in and helps him. Yazan goes in and takes out the arm of the Methus. It is badly damaged. Yazan sees Emma, Katz, and the Radish crew come in to help right in the nick of time. Yazan and his team retreat. Everyone is lucky to still be alive after that encounter. Back on the Guadon, Sirocco is meeting with Minerva and proposing a treaty amongst the 2. Everyone's mobile suits are starting to wear for the worse. They need to get everything up and running again. Camille talks to Ashtenage. It seems that Camille has this weird codependency going on between Rekoa and Quattro. Ashtenage laughs at him and says he really did fall in love on Earth. Don't laugh this off, Ashtenage. This guy needs a psychiatrist. Camille asks Fa if she could go and visit Requa for him. She goes to visit. Her arm is still injured, but she preps for another mission. Requa proceeds to tell her entire story about living on the moon and fighting as a gorilla before joining the AUG. She then proceeds to piss off the trans community.
From the beginning, there's only been two sexes, men and women.
Back on the bridge, Wong, Quattro, and Bright are getting into an argument about battle strategies. Bright sends out the mobile suits. Requa launches in the Methus. She keeps sensing something or someone. Quattro tells her not to launch due to her injury, but she doesn't listen. They take on Yazan's team. Camille is able to take out one of his men. They temporarily pull back. Bright tells them to check the rear, but Requa keeps pushing out too far. Something keeps calling for her. They run into a fleet of Marasais. The Argama contacts the Radish to back them up. Earlier, Yazan's team launches balloon dummies. Hey, just like Bernie, the Radish goes to protect the Argama and fires on the Marasais. They instantly realize that they're dummies. Requa and Yazan engage in battle. She is catatonic and she keeps on hearing someone call for her. Yazan tears through her Methus. She gets out of her mobile suit. Before her unit explodes, Yazan grabs Requa and retreats. Back on the Argama, Camille is informed that Requa has been killed in action. The entire crew thinks that she is dead. Camille takes his anger out on Quattro, while Quattro stares at a cactus. As the Argama crew's morale is low, they finally make their way to Levian Rose. Last time we saw the Levian Rose was UC-0083, where Ko was given the GPO-3 Gundam. Also, this happened. What awaits the Argama at the Levian Rose? The Radish leaves Levian Rose while the Argama remains to continue their repairs. The kids are playing with Haro when suddenly Haro stops working. They go to ask Camille about fixing it. He is very aggravated. Everyone is since the death of Requa. Of course, we know that she isn't dead, but merely captured by the Titans. They're planning on a mission. Camille is not really listening to the briefing, and he wants the AUG to help Kuraba in the mission. But their plan is to stay in space, letting Kuraba handle everything. He just wants to go back down to Earth to be with 4. Camille fixes Haro and he decides to give it to the kids. Meanwhile, the Titans have received a new mobile suit called the Barzam. The RMS-154 Barzam is designed to replace the outdated Gym 2, and it still uses the GM parts to make the transition cheap and efficient. This is a departure from the EFF design, and this unit uses the typical Zeonic mono-eye sensor instead. Its handheld weapons are also shared with the Hyzak, again to keep costs down. It is equipped with a beam rifle, a beam saber, the BR-87A beam rifle, which is used by the Marasai and the Hyzak, and a shield. Yazan was given these new mobile suits by order of Sirocco. His team heads out in the Barzams and Hambrabi. On the Argama, all mobile suits are prepping for launch when missiles comes towards the ship. They launch ballistic missiles and fire megaparticle cannons towards Kilimanjaro. There is something about Kilimanjaro where there isn't really any visibility, so they're going in blind. They're kind of vague about it. Yazan's team comes in to intercept the Argama. Camille and Quattro launch. One Hambrabi uses the Sea Serpent grappling weapon against Camille. It catches him off guard. One of the Sea Serpents hits the Hyakushiki. He begins to head into freefall towards Earth atmosphere. Zeta Gundam goes and picks Quattro up and protects him from re-entry. The two head towards Kuraba's location. To avoid getting hit by friendly fire, they head towards the base of the mountain instead of the summit. Jamatov Haman is watching the battle play out. He grows impatient and wants to see the new weapon in action. Camille notices the Psycho Gundam has launched from Kilimanjaro. He wonders if 4 could be alive. His Newtype senses notices that it feels like someone completely different operating it. They get out of their mobile suit and find an entrance underground through the water. Camille follows even though Quattro told him to stay behind. Camille senses something that Quattro can't feel. It feels like someone is screaming. Suddenly, an insane rush comes through Camille. They move forward. Camille feels it again. Quattro thinks they shouldn't go on, but of course Camille goes on without him. Jamatov is monitoring for Murasame, who is controlling the Psycho Gundam remotely. Once she stops piloting, Camille stops sensing her. Jamatov runs into Camille and Quattro. Quattro doesn't hesitate and shoots at Jamatov. He dodges the attack, but he hits his assistant, who was right behind him. He runs off and locks the door. Jamatov locks them in a room with 4. Camille is surprised to see her. She runs off and Camille chases her. Quattro tries to shoot her, but Camille prevents him. She gets into the Psycho Gundam. The two return to their Gundams and meet up with Amuro on the battlefield. Amuro is piloting the DJ. The MSK-00 008 DJ is Karaba's prototype mobile suit. It is built by former Zeonic engineers, hence the mono eye. The Rick Diaz was not built by Zeonic engineers, and it shows in comparison to the DJ. It also has advanced communication systems due to the blade antennas on top of its fins. Amuro came in during the final development phase to give advice on the mobile suit. It uses the beam Naginata like the Gelgoog. This is the Darth Maul lightsaber weapon. Wait, do you think George Lucas was a huge Gelgoog fan? I think he was. It also has a rounded shield similar to the Gelgoog. Other weapons include Vulcans, a beam rifle, clay bazooka, and a long-range beam rifle. 4 goes Psycho in the Psycho Gundam. Amuro and Quattro try to get Camille to fall back, but he keeps chasing the Psycho Gundam. Amuro is mad at Quattro. He is essentially mad that what happened between him, Char, and Lalah are currently happening with Camille and 4. Generational pain, when will it stop? Before moving on, I just want to say that this next episode is called Forever 4, and they really lost an opportunity to call it Forever. Alright, moving on. Ayug and Karaba are waiting for the Aldumla, Hayato's Garuda-class ship, to return. Quattro wants the team to be patient and wait it out. He tries to tell Camille, yo, bro, you can't save people, you just have to let them be. And Camille goes, yo, I ain't having any of that, and decides to go and find 4 on his own. Camille sneaks into the Titan's base. He is able to sense her. While walking around, 4 stumbles onto Camille. She seems to be back to her normal self. Meanwhile, Jared, who is also at this base, happened to see 4 and Camille. Camille is wondering why she is acting normal again. He mentions her real name, and she almost goes back into shock, but she is fine. She says he is in love with him, but when she gets into the Psycho Gundam, she says she becomes a different person. After they embrace, she has a panic attack and goes for her pills. He goes to take her to the doctor, but she recognizes him as Camille. He smacks up a guard and demands the doctor to tell him about 4. Jared comes in and tries to stop Camille, but 4 knocks him over. The 2 leave the base. Jared follows the 2, but they notice Karaba coming in to attack. While distracted, Camille punches Jared. Quattro wonders if Camille was able to infiltrate the base. An explosion goes off, and it makes 4 panic. Her cyber Newtype powers are activated, and she now sees Camille as her enemy. She summons the Psycho Gundam. He tries to prevent her from getting in, but it is pointless. Stop thinking with your dick, Camille. Yamato Haman heads out in his shuttle at the base and is getting overrun by the Ayug and Karaba. Jared heads back to the base and grabs the closest mobile suit. It just so happens to be the Bjarlent. The RX-160 Bjarlent is an Earth atmospheric mobile suit designed to fight in Earth's atmosphere, obviously. It can enter Earth's atmosphere without the help of a base jabber. I have been referring to these as Dodais and subflight systems, but the Titans specifically use the base jabber, which is a Dodai, but worse. The Bjarlent's flight capabilities were achieved through the incorporation of powerful thermonuclear thrusters in its shoulders and waist. It is limited to the megaparticle cannon and beam sabers attached to the unit, as it can't use mass-produced mobile suit weapons. It makes this unit quite tedious to maintain. Because of its weird claw hand, its beam saber has a proprietary handle. Quattro is able to spot Camille on the ground. He tells him to get in the Zeta and stop thinking with his dick. He gets in the Zeta Gundam, but he still intends to save 4. Psycho Gundam fires on Zeta. Amuro tries to go into attack, but Camille prevents him. He tries to stop 4 from attacking, but Jared comes in and messes things up. 4 gets new orders. Yamato Haman's shuttle is taking off, and she is to protect it. Quattro notices the shuttle and heads towards it. 4's overwhelming cyber Newtype powers distracts Quattro for a second, but he chases the shuttle. That second was enough for Yamato to escape. As Camille fights Jared, he sees the Psycho Gundam explode from an attack. He goes to protect her. He tells her to get out of the Psycho Gundam. Jared comes in and attacks Zeta, but 4 in the Psycho Gundam gets in front of Jared's beam saber, taking the full force of the attack. He gets out of his Gundam and finds 4. He once again embraces her body as she lays there dying. The Aldumla makes its way to the battlefield. Everyone retreats but Camille. Quattro tries to give him a pep talk, but they don't have time, so they just grab the Zeta Gundam and grab Camille's body as they escape. As Camille holds 4's dead body, he tells Quattro that he will never call him Quattro again, and he will have to go back to being Char Aznable. Char is preparing for a mission, but he is not piloting a mobile suit this time. Camille is wondering what he is fighting for. Amuro tells him that he is fighting to prevent human extinction. Amuro is going to transport Char on this mission. Meanwhile, Beltachika is sneaking onto Dakar base as a reporter. A Titan member helps her get onto the base. Back in the sky, the Garuda is getting attacked, and Camille and Amuro go out with Quattro on board the DJ. A crew of Asimars head out to attack Karaba. Beltachika meets up with the DJ. Char gets out and gets a ride with Beltachika to the Parliament building. Due to the attack, the Parliament is about to adjourn, but just then the AU busts in and steals the show. Quattro announces himself to Parliament as they are broadcasting to the world. He also tells the world that he is known as Char Aznable during the 1-year war, and that his true name is Cassivel Rem Daikun, son of Zeon. Out on a beach, a woman is listening to the broadcast of Char on the radio. It just so happens to be Salem Mass, Char's sister. Jared launches in the Bjarland. They go and find where the broadcast is happening and see if they can take out the transmission. While this is happening, the Aasimars come in and fight Camille. He doesn't want to fight them, but one comes in and attacks. It begins crashing towards the city. Camille goes in and saves him. Both Amuro and Camille continue attacking. One of the Aasimar pilots notices Jared trying to take out the communications. This is the same Titan member who helped Beltachika earlier. Beltachika broadcasts the Titans shooting on the city, while Char tells Parliament that the Titans are willing to fire on anyone who gets in their way. The one Aasimar pilot starts to become conflicted as he is a Titans member. The Aasimar pilot decides to attack Jared's team. He doesn't want the broadcast to be cut off. Jared now thinks of this pilot as a traitor. Jared flanks Camille, but the Aasimar pilot tries to fight Jared. While fighting, Jared's beam saber hits the Parliament building. Jared takes out the random Aasimar pilot. They stop fighting as the Titans finds out that their fighting is being broadcasted. They decide to retreat. The broadcast ends and Salem Ass looks out in the sky. Oh man, Sailor's back. This is gonna be... Oh, she's gone. Everyone grabs a glass of whiskey and celebrates. Char goes off on his own, and Amuro follows. The two share a romantic moment together. The Aldumla has made their way out of Dakar. Jared is still following. Char and Camille say their goodbyes to Amuro and Karaba. The alarm goes off. Karaba goes to defend as the two make their escape on a shuttle. Amuro's DJ team heads out and approaches Jared's team. Camille and Chartro's shuttle waits for the launch. Beltachika mans the turret on the Garuda. Amuro is able to take out the enemy's Garuda. It slowly goes down. Chartro launches the shuttle. Jared chases the shuttle, but Amuro takes out his subflight system and he falls back towards Earth. Amuro wishes the two luck as the two head into space. Chartro tells Camille something is interesting. He says that their forefathers had to endure more G's than they are currently taking on. I wonder how they solved that problem. No more throwing up in space? That's nice. Once they make it to low Earth orbit, they notice that the Argama is being attacked. They lighten the load of the ship and use their thrusters at max to make their way towards the ship. On the battlefield, Apolly is taking on Yazan's team. Fa wants to launch in the Methus, but Bright holds off for now. In the hangar, Shinta and Kum lock themselves in the Methus. The English voice actor Dave Kelly gives Bright the best line read in all of Zeta.
Fa.
Sir?
Go to the Methus and give those two a spanking they'll never forget.
Oh, yes, sir.
Fa goes to scold the children, but she uses this opportunity to take the Methus. Meanwhile, on the Alexandria, Rekua is now with the Titans. She has defected, but even the Titans can't trust her. On the battlefield, Batch and Apolly are fighting Yazan still. Wait, who is Batch? Never mind. Apolly is outnumbered, but Fa comes in with the Methus to help. The shuttle runs out of fuel. The Hyakushiki hops on the back of the Zeta Gundam, and they head towards the fight. Fa is getting overwhelmed. Yazan destroys the Methus, but Fa is able to escape. Zeta Gundam catches Fa's pod. She is finally able to accept that she is not a pilot. Bright launches the Mega Launcher for the Hyakushiki. Camille senses someone on the Alexandria. Rekua tells Captain Gatti to watch out for the Mega Launcher. They were able to escape the attack just in time. The Alexandria fleet retreats. Chartro also senses something interfering. Gatti is slowly gaining trust for Rekua. Back at the hangar, Apolly cries for Batch, while everyone else has a happy ending. Poor guy. We end this episode with Camille taking a shower. That's right, that's how we're ending it. The Argama crew makes their way towards Side 2. Meanwhile, Grips has completed their new headquarters, which now consists of the Gate of Zidane, the former Baoa Qu, and Luna 2. The former Grips colony, now called Grips 2, has been turned into a colony laser. The Titans are ready to make their move on Granada. After the Titans fired on Parliament back on Earth, the people are concerned over the power given to Jamatov. Bask is concerned about leaving everything in the hands of Sirocco. Bask is going to step in. He is going to create his own cyber Newtype team. The Titans plan on dealing with Sirocco and Axis after they take Granada. Jamatov puts Sirocco in charge of the Gates of Zidane and will back up Bask, who will be given the Dogos Gyar. Also, look how big Bask's face is right here. Meanwhile, Fa, Emma, Camille, and the children go out on the town. Also in the colony is Rosamia, a cyber Newtype who fought the Argama crew previously. Emma splits off with the team and Rosamia seems to be tailing the crew. Camille teaches the kids about the colony modules on the outside of the colony. They're mainly for agricultural purposes. At that same time, there just so happens to be mobile suits hiding in the modules. Rosamia notices Camille and begins following him. She acts like a child. This is because she has a split personality thing going on where she takes on either a childlike nature or a cruel personality. Meanwhile, Quattro is scouting outside of the colony modules when the random hidden mobile suits spot him. She pulls out a picture that looks like her and a younger Camille. One of the rogue Hyzacs shoots at Quattro's Hyakushiki. Side 2 is a neutral territory, so Quattro was mad that they are firing. They engage in battle. One of the Hyzacs shoots a hole through the colony, and they escape inside it. Quattro chases them and takes down one enemy, but he causes another hole. He uses his goop to plug up the hole. While out, Coom runs into a little girl. It just so happens to be Minerva Zabi. She hangs out with the kids on the boat, but Haman comes out and tells her to come back on shore. Rosamia tries to play games, but Minerva isn't having any of it.
Woman, don't lie.
Camille and Fa notice that it is Minerva and Haman. Suddenly, the rogue Hyzac and Quattro comes in and attacks. They are firing left and right in the colony.
Don't you understand that you just don't do this in a colony?
One of the Axis members gets in the Gaza Sea. He attacks and destroys the remaining Hyzacs, but damages the colony more. The Gaza Sea pilot gets sucked out of the colony. Quattro makes his escape and meets up with the Argama team. He has to go to the police because he violated neutral territory, but he is sure he won't get into too much trouble as he was just defending himself from rogue Titans. Rosamia is brought on board the Argama. They run into Emma and she starts freaking out. They take her to the detention room to get some rest. Emma and Camille head to the briefing room to meet with Bright about the new colony laser. They need to investigate to see if it is active. Rosamia stumbles into the briefing room before being escorted out. Camille asks Quattro if he truly believes she is a cyber Newtype. Quattro said he never said that. Did Camille just read his mind? Meanwhile, back on the Jupitris, Sirocco gets all touchy-feely with Rekoa. He gives her the masala to use. The Argama crew launches and heads toward Basque's team. This is only meant to be a recon mission. Rekoa heads out in the masala and spots Zeta. They engage in battle. Camille isn't able to feel who is in the masala and notes that it isn't Sarah. He goes on ahead while Emma and Apolly take care of the masala. Emma realizes that it is Rekoa in the mobile armor. Rekoa ignores the two and chases Camille. After she chases, Camille notices and gets the upper hand by destroying its left arm. She gets out of her mobile suit. He notices that it is Rekoa. He tells her that she joined the Titans. Camille is upset and says that he could protect her, but she simply calls him foolish. She takes off, but before she goes, she lets Camille know that the colony laser is complete. Camille heads back to the Argama. Emma knows that Camille saw Rekoa out there on the battlefield, but he plays dumb and says he saw nothing. Emma, handle business. They head to the briefing room where Camille explains to the entire crew the whole situation. Camille compares her defection to Emma's defection from the Titans. She slaps him again. Bright and Quattro tend to believe Rekoa about the completion of the colony laser, but Emma says they shouldn't believe her. They keep that a secret for now. Of course, Camille doesn't like this. As the AU make their way to Grips 2, Basque fires the colony laser. It hits Colony 18 of Side 2. This was the colony laser at only part of its power. It has the potential to do so much more at 100%. What's happening in the med bay right now?
Boom, hold her legs for me!
Camille convinces Rosamia to get a checkup. Rosamia and Coom show the doctor their tits. Basque wants Rekoa to lead an operation to gas a colony. She questions Basque. Did you hear that, Basque? You gonna let her talk to you like that?
Who do you think you are?
He tells her that he is trying to bring peace. Hilarious. The Argama preps for launch. Rosamia wants to steal a Gundam. Shinta and Coom convince her to steal one. Quattro is informed by the doctor that Rosamia may be a cyber Newtype. He goes to investigate while Bright leaves Emma in charge of the team. Shinta and Coom distract the team in the hangar while Rosamia steals a Nemo. Quattro goes back to the Hyakushiki and chases Rosamia. He has no choice but to try to shoot her down. Her moves are insanely good. It is all the proof Quattro needs to know she is a cyber Newtype. Meanwhile, Rekoa starts gassing the colony. She was hoping that the AUG would stop her. Camille is able to sense it. They head out towards the colony. Camille engages with Rekoa. As they are fighting, Rosamia comes in and helps Camille. She is able to shoot down one of the Hyzacs. Camille is also now sure she is a cyber Newtype. Quattro and Requa meet on the battlefield. She starts calling him Char. Camille gets back into his mobile suit and takes out some Hyzoks, while Rosamia starts freaking out. She starts shaking a dead child that has been killed by the gas. Rosamia gets back into the Nimmo and starts fighting Camille. She has switched to her other personality and now sees the Zeta Gundam as her enemy. Quattro is hesitating to shoot Requa. She begins retreating. Rosamia takes off on her own. Camille makes this noise. Granada begins evacuating the citizens. However, many defied the Titans by remaining in the city. Both the Radish and Argama went to Levian Rose to resupply. They are now heading back to Side 2. Emma, Camille, and Quattro meet with the doctor. They find out that Rosamia has steroids and keto-metallothioneine in her body.
The anti-radiation drug?
Exactly, Quattro. Behind Camille's whining, he makes a great point about how creating cyber Newtypes defeat the purpose of Newtypes and natural evolution. The doctor tries to look at Emma's tits.
Onto your top, Emma.
Back at the Dogo Skiar, Rosamia is back on board and she is testing out a new mobile armor. Bask gets a communication that the Alexandria is experiencing engine failure and won't be able to meet up with them. He takes off and leaves Rosamia and Gates in the new Bound Dock. The NRX 055 Bound Dock is a very fast and mobile armor despite the fact that it looks like a crab. It is equipped with a beam rifle, a beam saber, a powerful diffuse megaparticle cannon, a claw arm, and 2 leg claws, but it specifically is equipped with the Psychomu system that can be used by Newtypes and cyber Newtypes. I think that this unit looks extremely ugly. What are your opinions on this unit? Gates will pilot a 2-seater version of the Bound Dock that will be used by the flight instructor. Camille, Quattro, and Emma launch and rendezvous with the AUG Advanced Fleet. Camille wants to bring Rosamia back for Shinta and Kum's sake. The Radish pilots, including Katz, launch as well. The Titans enter Side 2 airspace. The mayor of Side 2 wants to fire on them, while others want to surrender. Luckily, the AUG make their way to the colony to help protect it. A fleet of Hyzoks come in, while one Barzam goes off towards the colony. Fawn the Methys chases the unit until Rosamia in the Bound Dock starts attacking her. Camille in the Zeta comes in and helps Fa. While fighting, Camille senses that it is Rosamia in the mobile suit. She snaps out of it and manifests the childlike personality for a moment. Camille tries to get her to come back to the Argama. She snaps out of it and fires off a round, hitting the colony. Her psycho waves controlling the mobile armor go off. They flee into the colony. Camille gets out of his Gundam and tries to get her to come out of the Bound Dock. Camille begins fighting the ship.
Please don't hurt the Bound Dock.
I have to.
It is just an inanimate object, Camille. He is able to get her to calm down. Outside of Colony 13, the Titans are trying to use G3 gas. Quattro wonders if Minerva is still on the colony. He goes in to find out. Quattro goes in and finds one of Minerva Zabi's handmaidens slowly dying. She says to Quattro, calling him Char, he must protect the princess, and that it isn't her fault that she was born into the Zabi family. The handmaiden slowly dies. Camille has finally calmed Rosamia down when Gates comes in his Bound Dock and freaks her out again. Gate gets out and fights Camille, but once Quattro makes his appearance, he gets back in the mobile armor. They try to take off before Quattro shoots it down. It begins transforming into its mobile armor mode. Rosamia heads out with Gates. It seems that Rosamia doesn't remember him again. Camille gets back into the Zeta and they begin fighting. Though Camille is hesitant, he can't shoot her. The two take off for now. Rosamia and Gates chases after them outside the colony. Once they head out of the colony, they are surrounded by the AUG. They don't fight but are able to retreat. Camille cries out for Rosamia. Meanwhile, the attack on Side 2 was simply a ruse. While they were fighting, Bask makes his way to Granada with the colony laser. Katz and Captain Henkin are on the Argama for a meeting. Apolly tells Katz about Camille's run-in with the cyber Newtype girl that changed him. It seems that the chairman of the AUG, Melanie, wants to try to get access to help them take down Grips too. Katz chimes in, but Captain Henkin tells him what's up.
Katz, nobody asked to hear your opinion on this.
Bright and Camille confront Emma and Katz. It seems that Katz is mad that they are trying to work with Axis. Fa seems to have the same opinion as Katz. So Bright decides to confine Katz and Fa to the brig until further notice. Katz gets snippy with Bright. He tries to slap him, but Katz dodges his slap. Oh no, the next generation is evolving. Camille wants to go to the Guadin whenever they do the negotiation. On the Guadin, Haman notices Zeta Gundam approaching their ship. He gets out to a nice welcome party.
Just like the zombies.
Rather than having a delegation come to the Guadin, Haman decides to go visit the Argama. She prepares the Kubli. The AMX-004 Kubli is a mobile suit designed for new types. Its shoulder thrusters give this mobile suit one of the best AMBAC systems of its time. Of course, the Kubli is equipped with the Psychomu system that is mainly used to control the funnels. Gunbits, Dragoon systems, whatever you want to call them, it all started here with the funnel. This unit has 10 funnels stored in its back. It is the obvious evolution from the Elmeth's bits. Of course, we saw Lalah use the Psychomu system in a similar manner. Each funnel is battery powered and charges once it's stored back in the mobile suit. It is also equipped with a beam cannon and beam sabers for close combat, but lacks any mega particle weapons. This is quite a beast of a mobile suit, but what makes this mobile suit interesting, I think, is that it is built to last, and it will be Haman's mobile suit of choice, all the way up to UC-0089. They head over to the Argama. Camille checks out her mobile suit. She does a flyby over the Argama's bridge. Quattro recognizes the Kubli and notes that if they are able to produce that mobile suit, then their production capabilities are quite impressive. She boards the ship and demands that the AU recognize the Zabi family. Bright says that this is acceptable terms. She notes that if they didn't recognize Minerva, then Axis would have probably nuked the Earth. They will give Axis Side 3 in return for their firepower to fight against the colony laser. Quattro bows to Haman as a sign of shame. This pleases Haman and they agree to help. The Argama and Radish head out. Bask and the Titans notice that only 2 ships are trying to attack them right now. They aren't worried. Happily, Emma and Camille launch. Quattro wants to launch, but Bright wants him on the bridge. While the AUG is attacking the Titans, Haman watches on. She contacts the Dogo Skiar and tells them that Axis will assist them. She is playing with the Titans. She doesn't want to completely destroy the colony laser, as it may be used to her later. The AU take out Marosais and Hyzox left and right, when suddenly Rekoa and the Masala comes in attacking. Fa is able to sense the battle and she leaves the brig. Bright relieves Fa and Kats, and they head out for battle. Fa's Methus and Kat's Nemo helps out on the battlefield. The AU aren't getting any communication from Axis and wonders if they are playing them. But suddenly, the Guadon attacks the colony laser. Bask starts punching his own men in anger. The Titans begin diverting their course away from the moon. After the battle, Char. See, no glasses. Char. He bows to men of Zabi. Char doesn't like the power that they have given the Zabis. Chartro has a little alone time. Haman wants to meet with Jamatov Haman. She is working with the AU currently, but Katz is still mad about working with the Zabis. The Guadon approaches the gate of Zidane. Rekoa and Sirocco will head out to the gate of Zidane while Sarah stays behind and watches out for the Argama. Sarah plans on being a decoy for Sirocco. She seems to be jealous of Rekoa. Happily picks up a radio signal from behind the asteroid. Camille's Newtype senses start going off. He heads out in the Zeta Gundam. They meet on the battlefield. Sarah is piloting the Pallas Athene. The PMX-001 Pallas Athene is another mobile suit built by Sirocco himself, the first being the Masala. This is a heavy arms unit designed for bombardment and can take out Magellans with ease. This unit is fast, but because of the heavy firepower, this unit is chonky and lacks mobility. It has a mega beam cannon, scattering beam cannon, movable shield, large missiles, twin beam gun, and a foot claw. 2 Hyzax assist her. Camille is able to take them out relatively quickly. The Pallas Athene begins dropping missiles on Zeta. Camille realizes that he is fighting Sarah. Camille takes out one of her arms and she retreats for now. Camille follows her. After talking with Camille earlier, Bright tells Katz to pilot the Methus. Camille chases Sarah into the asteroid station and tricks her. He tries to convince her that Sirocco does danger touches to women. Haman meets with Jamatov. She actually doesn't want anything from him but his life. She threatens him with cyanide gas and runs away. Well, that was a weird meeting. She heads back to the Guadon and contacts the AUG. She failed the assassination on Jamatov and begins heading towards the gate of Zidane. Katz still doesn't want to head out, but he hears Sarah's voice. Camille captured her. Katz finally launches as Camille joins up with his comrades. Haman launches traps around the Guadon. Jared and his Bjarlant joins the battle. Haman launches Gaza Seas. Jared is able to take out a Gaza Sea, but he notices that the AUG is coming to help. Camille and Jared lock eyes and their hate boners go crazy. They engage in battle. Camille uses homing weapons on Jared. Sarah can sense the Jupitress as Camille continues fighting. She tries to sabotage Camille in the cockpit. Katz comes in and tries to help Sarah because he still has a boner for her. Camille knocks out Sarah and begins fighting Jared once again. Luckily, Katz comes in and helps out Camille. Jared retreats for now. Back on the Argama, Sarah is once again a prisoner. At At the gate of Zedan, Bask and Jamatov notice that Axis is planning on ramming the fortress with an asteroid. They notice the Ayug is back on their way as well. Sirocco orders Rekkawa to launch in the Palace Athene and find Sarah. Meanwhile, how's the peepin', cats? How's that peepin'? Camille comes in and slaps him, telling him to control his boner. The Ayug fleet fires on the gate of Zedan. Their plan is to make sure no Titans flee while Axis rams the Titan base. Everyone but Fa launches. Jamatov is planning on making his escape on the Dogo Skiar, while Bask leads the attack. Rekkawa in the Palace Athene tries to escape the area. She gets behind the Argama and fires on the ship. Camille tries to stop her with his new type senses, but it doesn't work. Fa heads out in the Methys and fights Rekkawa. Camille notices that Fa is on the battlefield. Once again, Sarah escapes from the Argama and takes the Palace Athene from the hangar. Fa and Rekkawa get out of their mobile suits. Fa realizes it is Rekkawa. She once again pisses off the trans community.
In this world of ours, you're either a man or a woman. Politics and ideology have nothing to do with that.
As they argue with one another, Camille comes bursting in. Rekkawa heads back to her mobile suit. Fa can't bring herself to shoot her. Katz finds Sarah on the battlefield, and she wants Katz to shoot her. She tells Katz that she will never love him. Emma comes in and says what everyone is thinking.
Katz, shoot her down!
Sarah retreats back to Sirocco's ship. On Axis, most of its people have moved to the extra asteroid Mosa. Remember when Zeon fled to Axis after the fall of Baoa Qu, Axis's population increased vastly. Mosa was an added asteroid to accommodate its people. It now detaches from Axis as the asteroid is on a collision course with the Gate of Zedan. Rekkawa and Camille does a Star Wars. Jared notices and tries to get in on the battle, but Fa comes in and attacks Jared. Jared gets the upper hand on Fa, but Apolly comes in to help her out. Jared comes in and shoots down the Rick Diaz, killing Apolly. This sets off Camille. He attacks Jared. The asteroid moves closer towards the Gate of Zedan. 3 minutes until they make contact. Bright calls all the mobile suits back. Jared and Camille continue fighting as two asteroids make impact with one another. The Dogo Skiar is fleeing the scene. Bask and Jamatov takes off. They're able to dodge all of the debris. Some Magellans aren't so lucky. The Hyakushiki pulls Camille out of his rage from Jared. They head back to the ship. The team mourns the loss of Apolly, but the Titans have been hurt badly by this attack. Ayug leader Melanie Hugh Carbine meets with Haman and Minerva for the first time. The Titans have lost their greatest stronghold and must regroup, but the war is not over for them. Sirocco is heading out to meet with Haman and Axis to negotiate on behalf of the Titans. Sarah is still jealous of Rekkawa. Sirocco launches in the O. The PMX-003, the O, is the fourth mobile suit created by Sirocco. This unit has a special control interface that Sirocco made specifically for himself. It has a thermonuclear reactor that you would typically find on a battleship. Even though this is a big mobile suit, it has the thrust power to go as fast as a mobile armor. The O is only equipped with 4 beam sabers and a beam rifle. However, it does have a subarm, so the O could wield all 4 swords at once, something that no other mobile suit could do, allowing the O to excel at close quarters combat. It also has a biosensor, which is very similar to the Psychomu system. The Argama finds out that Sirocco and Haman are meeting with one another. Katz finds out of this information and freaks out and launches in the G-Defensor. Rekkawa decides to remain outside in her mobile suit while Sirocco and Sarah do the talking. Minerva meets with Char. She informs him that she is switching ships. This makes Char wonder what Haman is planning on. Katz tries to land on the Guadan, while the Zeta Gundam sneaks on board without permission. They take Katz as prisoner, but he grabs the guard's gun and sneaks away. Meanwhile, Char finds Katz fighting a soldier when he comes in and helps. Haman, Jamatov, and Sirocco meet for the final time. Katz heads back to the hangar while Chartro deals with Haman. He comes into the meeting and begins shooting Sirocco in the arm. Sarah's cyber Newtype senses go off and she shoots the meeting room. As the smoke clears, Sirocco tells Jamatov that this was a setup for him. Sirocco shoots and kills the leader of the Titans. Katz and Camille get back to their mobile suits, as does Sirocco and Sarah. They blast a hole in the Guadan and escape. Katz follows. Sirocco lies and tells the world that Haman killed Jamatov and that everyone should shoot down the Guadan. Everything is going to hell on the battlefield. Haman meets Sirocco, and they begin fighting. Sarah tries to flank her. She uses her funnels and takes out Rekkawa's guns. No one can spot the funnels' attack. Sirocco focuses and is able to sense the funnels. He takes out 2. They stop fighting with their mobile suits and start fighting with their Newtype senses. Katz comes in and shoots at Sirocco, but Sarah jumps in and protects him, taking the brunt of the force. Katz accidentally kills Sarah. Sirocco is enraged by Sarah's death. He goes in to attack Katz, but the AUG fleet, including Quattro, comes to the battlefield. Rekuo retreats while Haman watches from afar. The Guadon explodes, and Katz cries out for Sarah. One thing I forgot to mention last time was the Bolanoke Saman. The PMX-002 Bolanoke Saman is a seek and destroy mobile suit. It is equipped with a pair of 3-tube rocket launchers, a shield which contains beam sabers, a grappling hook, and beam guns. It doesn't have too many armaments because of the surveillance units built into its head and forearms. Sarah was piloting this unit, not the Pallas Athene. This is the third mobile suit created by Sirocco, which rounds out his collection of units. Camille goes out in the Zeta Gundam, but before going out, Shinta and Coom give off ominous vibes towards Camille. Katz is still being Katz, and he is trying to sortie without permission. He takes off in the G Defensor. Fa launches as well. Bright is losing control, but luckily he mentions they will be a diversion for Operation Maelstrom. Katz meets up with Camille. Tired of his shit, Camille points his beam rifle at Katz and tells him he will shoot him down if he doesn't follow orders and return to the ship. Fa and the Methus comes in and stops Camille from shooting his comrade. After the fall of the Gate of Zidane, Axis claimed the colony laser for themselves. They plan on using it on Granada, just as the Titans wanted to. The operation involves AUG circling Axis, moving closer and closer in, until they can take control of the colony laser. Quattro and Emma launch. The operation begins. Lieutenant Body is now in command of the Rick Diaz team. I miss Appley. Haman is taking command now from the Guanban class ship. Remember last time, the Guadon was destroyed. The Guanban is smaller than the Guadon and the Guazine classes, but it still packs a powerful punch. It's like when the PlayStation releases their PS Slim line of consoles. It has 3 retractable megaparticle cannons and 6 single-barreled cannons, and could carry and maintain up to 18 mobile suits. Haman notices her forces are spreading out too thin. Camille is getting impatient as he waits for Haman to come to the battlefield. Lieutenant Body and Quattro take out the electrical circuits on the colony. The colony laser can't be fired anymore. Bright tells Shinta and Coom that a maelstrom is a sort of whirlpool, which is what the AUG fleet is acting like. A giant whirlpool as they swallow the colony. Meanwhile, is Camille really just gonna wait around for Haman this whole episode? Luckily, Haman decides to finally sortie. Minerva Zabi goes to visit Haman. She doesn't want her to go out because she has a sick feeling in her stomach. It seems that she too is exhibiting Newtype potential. Haman recognizes this as well. She takes off with her squad. Katz is the first to run into her. He is hit, but Fa helps him out. Haman is able to sense Camille as he comes in and attacks. The physical fighting soon turns into a Newtype psychic battle. Everyone is able to sense it. Camille thinks of all the women in his life. He then senses his mother for the first time in a while. It seems that their thoughts are intermingling with one another. Camille says that we could actually understand each other with these powers, but Haman snaps them out of it. They begin fighting again in their mobile suits. Out of nowhere, Katz comes in and attacks the Quibbly. Haman tears through the G Defensor and the Methus. Camille says that Haman doesn't deserve to live anymore. He uses his anchor wire on the Quibbly and disables its left arm. He comes in and destroys the left arm with his beam saber. She retreats. The Methus and G Defensor are fine. The Zeta goes to help out the Argama. Axis has abandoned the colony laser and is now in the hands of the AUG. But the Axis asteroid is still on course with Granada. Everyone regroups on the Argama. They make their way towards the moon, but for now, Camille plays with Shinta and Coom as he promised. The Minovsky particle density is too high, and they can't contact the Radish currently with their communication array. But the one on Axis might work. Camille comes in and says he should have ended Haman's life. In a we should watch out for this kid kind of way, Bright orders him to get some rest. Quattro says he is starting to act more like a soldier. He stumbles onto Fa. Camille tells Fa that he thinks he is starting to realize his purpose in life. He goes to get some rest. Back with the Titans, Rosamia is piloting the new Psycho Gundam with gates close by in the bound dock. The MXR-010 Psycho Gundam Mark II, like the original, is a giant mobile suit that can transform into a mobile fortress. It has improved firepower with reduced energy output. Oh man, I love efficient murder machines. Of course, this also is equipped with the Psychomo system. The cockpit is in the head like the original, but the Mark II head can detach and be used as an escape pod. This unit also has bits, but they aren't used for attacking. Rather, they are used for deflecting its own beam attacks, making this unit truly a beast. It has a series of beam cannons, a wired Psychomo beam sword, and a shield. This unit will play a bigger role in Double Z. It seemed that they convinced hints to Rosamia that Gates is her brother, and that seemed to have calmed her down a little bit. Yazan is being rowdy on the bridge, and Bask tells him to wait in the hangar. The Argama gets close to Axis and boards the asteroid. They notice that the air isn't even stale yet, so they evacuated recently. They split up and look around. Torres goes to look for the communications array. On the outside, Bright is still trying to throw bombs on the asteroid to try to change its course. As this happens, the team is on the inside, where they could be affected. Kind of weird. Weird strategy, for sure. Rosamia and Camille start to sense one another. Camille wonders if it is 4 initially, while Rosamia goes looking for the Argama. Zeta goes out and launches as the Psycho Gundam comes rushing in. She sees the Zeta Gundam and starts freaking out and attacking. Camille realizes that it is Rosamia. The two engage in battle, but Psycho Gundam is too big and gets stuck. They both get out of their mobile suits and begin shooting at one another. He hears 4's thoughts inside of Rosamia. She falls through a decompressed area. She happened to fall right inside of Axis and stumbles onto Fa, but she doesn't remember her. Camille comes in and the two try to get her to remember each other. She runs out and looks for her real brother, Gates. They both run back to their mobile suits. The Psycho Gundam begins firing in all directions. Camille tries to stop Rosamia from attacking the Argama, but Camille is forced to shoot her down. He hears 4 in his head yelling out to shoot. He listens to the voice in his head and shoots. Rosamia is killed. Meanwhile, Siroko's forces come onto the battlefield. Rekoa is in the Palace of Thane and destroys the Dogos Gyar, killing Bask. While all this was going down, Taurus was on Axis and sent a message to Grips 2. He tells them to fire the laser at Axis. The laser hits the colony and luckily diverts the asteroid from hitting Granada. Camille thinks that neither new types nor cyber new types can really make a difference on the battlefield. The Argama makes its way back to Grips. The Radish and the Aeug fleet are being bombarded by both the Axis fleet and the Titans fleet. They must retreat. The Aeug ship, the Renee, is destroyed. Captain Hinken is getting worried and hopes that the Argama can make it back quickly. The Mark II, G-Defensor, and Zeta Gundam launch when suddenly, surprise Boundock. Surprise Jared. They begin battling. Katz and Emma stay close as they are attacked by Yazan's team. Katz helps Emma from Yazan. Camille is able to sense that Katz and Emma are struggling. He goes to help them. Emma and Katz dock to create the Super Gundam. Katz ejects in his pod, but he still wants to fight. Emma takes out one of Yazan's men. This frustrates Yazan. He goes after Katz, but he's able to dodge his attacks. Unfortunately, Katz wasn't able to dodge an asteroid right in front of him. As he crashes, Yazan fires on his ship. His ship flies out of control and runs into debris, killing Katz. Before dying, he was able to hear Sarah's voice. Katz lived life based off the decisions of his boner, and he died based off the decisions of his boner. I applaud his consistency. The Mark II is taking on Yazan alone. She is getting destroyed, but the Radish comes in and blocks the mobile suit. Captain Hinken is starting to think with his boner. Yazan goes in and destroys the Radish, killing Captain Hinken and his men. Camille and Jared continue fighting. Jared calls him a murderer, but Camille refuses to see it that way. He destroys Jared with relative ease. What are Jared's last words?
If it weren't for you,
Quite hilarious. This scene actually plays out better in Japanese.
Camille,
Camille is witnessing everyone die around him, and he is starting to freak out. He once again fires out in anger. Camille goes to save Emma. She is in shock as well. They get her back to the Argama. The Guanban begins coming in and making their attack. Bright sends out the Mega Launcher for the Hyakushiki. Haman and the Axis fleet head out. Her fleet is getting picked off. It is Sirocco. As the two engage in battle, Quattro uses the Mega Launcher on both fleets. Sirocco comes in with the O and takes out his Mega Launcher. Yazan and Rekoa begin working together to try to destroy the Zeta Gundam. Rekoa in the Palace of Thane begins shooting at Camille, but Emma returns in a very beaten up Mark II. She can't fly and has to use a sub-flight system. She gets spicy with Rekoa.
I don't think anyone will shed a tear for you when you're gone.
They begin battling with their beam sabers. Zeta tries to stop the two, but he is too late. Emma tears through the Palace of Thane. Emma and Camille go to the wrecked mobile suit when her remains are shot down. It is Yazan and his Ham Brabi. A force field surrounds the Zeta Gundam, protecting Camille from attacks. Remember, the Zeta Gundam has a quasi-Psychomu system installed, and it is unknown about its limitations of the device, so I imagine this is what is at play here. This also seems seems to be the advent of a future Space Ghost phenomenon that we'll see soon. Camille destroys the Hammurabi, but Yazan is able to eject. Emma is badly injured. Camille brings her to the colony laser as the battle continues on. Camille holds Emma. She is barely hanging in there. She looks at Camille and reminds him that there are so many people that are always watching over him. As she says this, Emma dies in Camille's arms. Quattro is trying to prevent Sirocco from taking out the colony laser, but Haman and the Kubli is also chasing both of them. Sirocco is able to get a hit on Quattro when Haman comes in and double teams him. The Hyakushiki loses an arm and a leg as he runs off. The Argama is taking heavy damage. They are waiting for the colony laser to be able to fire once again. Within the colony, Quattro, Sirocco, and Haman have themselves a little bit of a Mexican standoff. Haman entices Quattro to come to serve the Zabi family. Camille finally barges in and helps Quattro. Then Fa comes in and helps Camille. As the shooting begins, the three take off. They are about to fire the laser and need to get out of there. Grips 2 is finally able to fire, but Bright notices Camille is still fighting in the danger zone. Haman's funnels are distracting Zeta Gundam, but Quattro and Fa pull Zeta out of the range of the laser. As he moves out of the way, Bright fires the colony laser. It destroys the majority of the Titans' fleet, including Captain Gaddy. The Titans have essentially lost this war. After the laser fired, Sirocco and Camille continue fighting while Quattro and Haman fight. He confines Haman to a tight area so she can't fire off her funnels, but little does he know that 2 funnels were already deployed and destroys Quattro's 2 remaining limbs. Haman goes in to kill Quattro, but he shoots a weak spot in the abandoned Magellan and shoots it with his Vulcans. The Kubli takes off and the ship explodes. Haman is upset that it has come to this, thinking that she just killed Char. Back with the O and the Zeta, Camille begins talking to himself, and Sirocco was very confused. He is actually talking to everyone who has died in his life. Sarah is still trying to protect Sirocco, even as a dead Newtype ghost. Katz's ghost convinces Sarah to help Camille. All the Newtypes join with Camille, and they overclock his brain. Is this safe? Yeah, that's probably safe. Camille goes in and charges towards the O in his mobile armor form and crashes right into Sirocco. He is penetrated. Nice. Sirocco tries to self-destruct, but Fa comes in and saves Camille. Fa goes in and asks if Camille is okay.
'Cause comets move like soon.
Uh-oh, I think the Newtypes broke his brain. Fa takes what remains of Zeta and the Mark II back to the Argama as the remains of the Hyakushiki pass by. A young boy in a petite mobile suit is picking up some junk around Side 1 and Colony 1 known as Shangri-La. This is Judo Ashita. He looks out to see the Argama approaching. On board the ship, Bright is trying to get access to dock at Colony 1, but their port is currently full. Fa is by Camille's side. He is still not completely there since his accident at the end of Zeta. Shinta and Kum are also concerned for Camille. Judo picked up what looks like a pod from the outskirts of the colony. He heads back with the pod. The Junkers are hoping to get some money for this pod. They open it to find Yazan Gable passed out. Now remember, at the end of Zeta, Yazan's Hammurabi was destroyed by Camille, but he was able to escape in time. Also, one thing I didn't mention at the end of our Zeta coverage, that Yazan is the one that actually kills Bask during the final battle instead of Rekawa in the movies. One of his junk friends, Bicha, comes in and tries to take his bounty, but Yazan wakes up and chokes Bicha. He tells him that they are on Side 1. Judo gives Yazan some food, during which he mentions that the Argama is here on this colony and he wants to check it out. Although this is how the conversation probably should have went down. Going to the Argama! What? The mention of the Argama makes Yazan get in the mobile worker and steal a truck. The Junkers and Yazan go to spy on the ship. They notice Fa, who is taking Camille to the hospital. Yazan goes and sticks up Fa. They steal key cards and open up the back. Judo finds Camille, being Camille. He touches his hand and he can sense his Newtype power. It appears that Judo has that Newtype touch as well. Shinta and Kum are sneaking around and notices Yazan and the Junkers taking Fa. Judo doesn't tell Yazan about Camille. He tells Fa that his parents aren't around and he must make a living to survive. Astonage and Bright are trying to get repairs done on the ship, but they don't have enough money to get too much fixed. This is the first time any exchange of money has been done for repairs. This is also an EFF-controlled colony, so who knows. Shinta and Kum try to tell Bright about the kidnappers, but they come bursting in with demands. As they are demanding, Yazan takes a mobile worker and heads towards the Argama. Shinta and Kum want to save Fa, so naturally, they go out and pick up a gun. They fire fire the gun and don't understand how physics work, so they go flying backwards. Judo looks at the Zeta Gundam and can sense Camille. He goes and steals the unit. He wants to sell it. While this is going on, Torres is fighting with Yazan. As they are fighting, Yazan attacks Segusa, who is helping Fa, and kills him. No, Segusa! In that moment, Judo decides to fight against Yazan. The two escape into the colony. Yazan finds a different mobile worker. Zeta drops the beam saber, and Yazan takes it and drives it into Zeta Gundam. He lets off the rockets in his arms and is able to destroy the mobile worker, but Yazan is still alive. Bright gets into a mobile worker and does a Star Wars on Zeta Gundam. He captures Judo, but suddenly an explosion occurs, and Judo runs off. As this is happening, an Indra-class ship shows up outside the colony. The Indra-class is the primary ship that we will see Neo Zeon use during the first Neo Zeon War. It is the evolution of the Musai-class ship. This ship was supposedly present during the end of the Grips conflict. I think this was retconned into the Zeta movies, if I remember correctly. This ship has a megaparticle gun, a twin megaparticle gun, anti-air lasers, and an unknown number of missile launchers. It has the ability to operate in space and Earth atmosphere, and has a balut system for Earth re-entry. They send out a briefcase towards the colony. The suitcase is picked up by the heads of the colony. It is pure gold. It seems Axis is bribing Side 1 to allow them to dock. One of the heads of leadership named Chimatter doesn't like this and informs Bright. He suggests that the Argama uses service tunnels to escape and not be noticed by Axis. Mashimo Cello is in command of the Indra-class ship. It seems that he wants to ensure that Side 1 will bow down to Haman and Zeon. While Judo and the Junkers are planning to steal the Zeta again, his sister, Lena, tries to stop him. During this time, they spot the Argama being towed throughout the colony. He gets into the petite mobile worker and chases the Argama. He is able to grapple onto the ship. He goes to the hangar and looks at his mobile suit, the Gallus J. Or is it Gaius J, like Spanish origin? Let me know in the comments. The AMX 101 Gallus J specializes in close combat. It is considered a cleanup unit that you send out after a bombing run. It doesn't really have any long-range weapons, but Axis scientists took a lot of inspiration from the Goof and its superior close combat abilities. Like the Goof, it also has the finger launchers that are great at short range. It is also equipped with a 2-tube missile pod, an energy gun, a beam saber, and the BR-87A beam rifle that was also used by the Hyzek and the Marasai. And just look at it. It is designed to look like a very buff dude. It seems he is in love with Haman. He is simping quite hard. He even keeps a rose that Haman gave him. He launches in his mobile suit. Chimatter breaks away from the Argama and notices Judo climbing on the side of the ship. Bright is informed instantly. He is reminded of Amuro, and he has a feeling about him. Haro, Shinto, and Kun find Judo. He hides with the kids before Ashtanaj comes in, spotting the stowaway. Mashimar approaches the ship, demanding that the Argama surrenders. Judo sneaks out and places explosives on the unit. It blows, causing Mashimar to fall off the ship. Oh, he's an idiot. Fog goes out in the Methus. In one of the rare instances we actually see it in its mobile armor form, the Gallus J comes in and destroys the Verniers of the Methus. The war orphans and Judo head to the hangar. He steals Zeta once again. He rushes over and protects the Methus. Mashimar goes on about smelling his rose. The two engage in battle. Judo has no idea what he is doing. He is pushing the wrong buttons and crashing quite a lot. Mashimar demands that he draw his beam saber. He struggles to find it, so he just starts punching Mashimar. As the Gallus J tries to jump on Zeta, he figures it out and uses the beam saber to take out Mashimar's head. Judo gives back the Zeta and takes off with his sister. He notes that the Argama will be hiding in the junk of Side 1 to lay low for a while, so he will be back. Chimatter is assisting with hiding the Argama once again. Caesar is trying to helm the ship, but notes that he isn't Segusa. Mashimar is on the colony in disguise. He purchases a stay at a hotel with gold? What is the value of this gold? What is the exchange rate? Why did one transaction trigger so many questions I never had about Universal Century? They are trying to take the Argama without taking any blood. How did that producer's note get in the script? He recalls being assigned to Shangri-La by Haman. He is mesmerized by her beauty. As they are driving, they happen to almost crash into the Junkers. The Junkers happen to be picking up Judo. Mashimar's subordinate Gaten is heading to the hospital to use the people as shields, but Mashimar finds this dishonorable and almost causes them to crash into Camille and Fa. Mashimar gets out and asks if everyone's okay. Oh no, he starts simping for Fa. Judo and the Junkers are searching for the Argama when Mashimar comes in looking for it as well. They snuck his mobile suit on a truck full full of alcohol crates. Mashima gets in his Gallus J. Judo tries to lasso his mobile suit. Hilarity ensues. Mashima notices him. He does a little dance to try to toss Judo off. The Junkers come in and start throwing beer bottles at Mashima. It distracts him while Judo comes in. The two begin fighting. Both almost fall out of the mobile suit. More hilarity ensues. Judo falls and the Junkers catch him. Mashima remembers Haman's words of keeping the colonies safe. The Junkers finally are able to find the Argama, but of course, Bright and the crew are informed of their break-in. As they make it to the hangar, Torres and the crew come in and stop them. Judo rushes and gets into Zeta Gundam. He steals a unit and goes to fight Mashima. Judo drives him away from the ship. However, his team sets a trap for him. They accidentally blow a hole in the colony. Zeta and the Gallus J head out into space. Bright is trying to guide Judo as much as possible as he is still green. He is able to fend off Mashima for now. He heads back into the colony. Bright sends Fa to go pick up the Zeta. As she heads out, she crosses paths with Mashima. He starts simping hard once again. Mashima is meeting with Gema and Bajak. He is a junk dealer and the creator of the Geze. The Geze is created using random mobile suit parts that Gema found lying around during the Grips conflict. It even has Gundarium for some of its armor. It has no armament and is intended to be a mobile worker, but it can fly within the colony for a limited amount of time. It also has a cockpit that circles around the unit. Its only weapon is a rod that is used to crush junk. Mashima fondles his flowers and thinks of Haman. Now, I like to think that Haman is being cold and distant from Mashima, but his memories of the situation play to his fantasies and delusions more so. Mashima agrees to work with Gaman. He will even back him up with Gaza Seas. Meanwhile, Fa tells Judo that he is a really good pilot and should consider becoming a cadet. His sister, of course, wants him to have some structure and thinks that he should go with the Argama, but he is hesitant. What is Mashima up to? What do you think he's up to? He really does think that flower is Haman, doesn't he? If his subordinate didn't walk in, he would probably have fucked that flower. The Junker L was spying on Mashima's team and goes to tell Fa. Fa steals L's car and goes to tell the Argama. The rest of the Junkers go to school. Shinta and Kum, of course, follow and mess around and end up making a ZG in the school playground. L comes in to find Judo and informs him that an attack is about to take place. The giant ZG makes the mobile armor think Zeta Gundam and it heads towards the school. They threaten to destroy the school if Zeta Gundam doesn't come out. Judo decides to Looney Tunes this shit by distracting them and tying a rope around the Geze's legs. It somehow works and knocks over the mobile worker. A mysterious man shows up. It is Yazan. He goes and tries to steal the Geze, but he forgot that he was in a Looney Tunes cartoon. Fa heads back to the Argama and launches in Zeta Gundam. She heads to the school and begins fighting the Geze. Fa doesn't want to use any weapons within the colony, so she gets all punchy. Judo and the Junkers find these round tanks, and he has a plan. He distracts the mobile worker while the Junkers goes to break off the tanks, causing it to roll down the hill, crushing the mobile worker. The mobile worker makes this sound effect. Yay! Solidifying this is Looney Tunes. They execute the plan, and the ball heads towards the Geze, but he is able to throw it. It is merely a minor distraction. Judo heads towards Zeta. Fa stands up the mobile suit while Judo is on top of it. He climbs into the open cockpit, sitting on Fa. He takes over for her and begins fighting the mobile armor. It is surprisingly fast. He spins his cockpit and gets the upper hand, but it causes him to get really dizzy. This is when Judo comes in with the beam sabers and destroys its arm. The mobile worker is destroyed, but the cockpit is out of control. Judo saves Gemon and tells him that Mashima is behind the attack. He asks if that is the pretentious guy with the flower. Oh yeah, back with that pretentious guy. He is upset that the mobile worker has failed, but he must heed Haman's words and get some rest. He mentions the mobile suit Hama is almost production ready. Mashima is trying to find a way to once again defeat the Argama without hurting Shangri-La. He looks at his Haman flower and remembers a time when she told him that there are times when you aren't able to handle things in a noble manner. The Argama crew feeds the Junker kids. They refer to the food on board the ship as gourmet. Damn, if these kids think that military-grade food is gourmet, what are the living conditions of Shangri-La? This must be an extremely poor colony. I mean, the Argama and White Base was always stocked with burgers, but they never seemed like good burgers. They always come off seeming like dry gas station burgers. It's no McDaniels, that's for sure. While the kids are eating, Bright asks if they could help out on board the ship while they are docked at the colony. He even offers them a place on board the ship if they want to join. They plan on meeting up with Levi and Rose after leaving Shangri-La. Judo doesn't want to, however, and prefers working on the colony. The others seem okay with staying on the ship, and Lena thinks it would be good for him to work on the ship as well. He smacks the food out of her hand. That is when Fa comes in and gives our protag a good old Gundam slap. As he runs out of the Argama, he hears something. He thinks it is close by, but it is actually his Newtype powers sensing Mashima from afar. He happens to be launching the AMX 102 is an artillery bomber designed to work with the Gallus J. You can't introduce Wu-Tang members this late in the game, man. It can hold up to 44 missiles and is armed with 30mm Vulcans along with a scattering beam gun and beam sabers. Its shoulder shields will go on to evolve and be later used in the Gyaradoga. A booster pod can also be attached to provide additional thrusters. He launches, but not before taking a whiff of his flower. 2 Gaza C's will catch up with him once they are ready. Look at this guy. He's got a lot of wine. Why are we spending so much time with this guy with the wine? No, one guy's wine. It's the only character trait this guy's had, and it's all gone. Mashima causes the entire house to roll off a cliff towards the city. It stops, but much of the town is still in the danger zone of the landslide, including the hospital where Camille currently is. Fa realizes this and gets in the Mythos and goes and saves them. The Junker Beecha asks to borrow a car so he could pick up Judo and bring him back to pilot Zeta. Ashtonage wonders why Bright relies so much on the kids to solve their problems. Bright believes he is a new type, but Ashtonage has had enough and he decides to pilot Zeta himself. He is the mechanic after all. He is going to prove that the kids are nothing special. Judo notices Mythos flying by. At that moment, Mashima in the ZZ makes his move. Mashima gets all punchy with Fa. Suddenly, Ashtonage in Zeta Gundam comes in and helps Fa. He does fine at first, but then he struggles to control the mobile suit. Ashtonage almost hits a civilian and small trailer. Mashima thinks that Ashtonage is quite a chivalrous man for not attacking civilians, but Ashtonage just doesn't know what he is doing. Mashima's an idiot. While distracted, Fa comes in and attacks. The rips off the Mythos' arm. Even though he has the upper hand, Mashima takes off and meets up with the 2 Gaza C's. Within the town, Yazan notices 2 mobile suits fighting. He steals a random person's moped. The man and woman may have lost their wine, but most of their belongings seems to be fine. Never mind. Fa tries to convince Judo to pilot the Gundam and tells him about Camille. Everyone thinks he should pilot the unit. He is mad that everyone is pressuring him, but he pilots the mobile suit anyways. 2 Gaza C's come in towards the mobile suit, but it is hiding in the junk. Zeta pops out and destroys one of the Axis mobile suits with its beam saber. The Gaza attacks from above. It is able to dodge the attack and body slam the second unit into the rubble. That is when Mashima comes in and attacks, but he causes a landslide of junk all around him. He is attacking too hard and causing some damage to the colony. As they are fighting, he notices that his rose snapped. This of course infuriates him as he has probably slept with it. He puts it in his mouth, of course. The 2 fight with their beam sabers. Fa comes in with a surprise attack from behind. This causes Mashima to retreat from now. This whole time, Yazan was following the action. He accidentally crashes. Back at the ship, Lena is willing to give up school if Judo stays on board the Argama to keep out of trouble. I mean, probably not a good idea, but then again, your entire colony is made of trash. What are you going to go to school for? Are you going to learn to pick up trash? Is that too mean for the pores of Colony 1? I probably shouldn't be calling them pores. But then again, they called military-grade food gourmet, so my hands are kinda tied on this one. Bright is informed by Chimatter that Lavian Rose is 1 day out from their location. We also learn that this Looney Tunes of a character was Chimatter's mean boss, so we don't feel bad for him when he loses his entire life. Mashima sets up his ship as a blockade within the colony. Essentially, in order for the Argama to leave the colony, they will have to pass by his Indra-class ship. He is blocking the secret hatch out. Pampa wants to go out with his team to take out Zeta Gundam. Mashima allows them to handle business instead of his plan of just blasting the colony with the Indra class. Mashimure's dumb. Meanwhile, the junk dealer, Gaman Bajek, spots Judo and his junk team. He chases them down. Meanwhile, Pampa's team launches in the Gaza D. The AMX-6 Gaza D is an improved version of the Gaza C that has enhanced speed, maneuverability, and power output. The problem with the Gaza C was its transformable frame was made from recycled parts on Axis at the time. Because of this, the mobile suit was very temporary and wouldn't last more than a few sorties. Most of the time, a Gaza C would be in either MS mode or MA mode, and they would never transform for fear of, dying. The Gaza D fixes this and allows the frame to last through multiple transformations. New weapons included with this mobile suit include missile launchers, missile pods, and a mega particle gun in the leg claw for more firepower. The team performs an airshow stunt before taking off on their mission. Show-offs. Dude literally cried for Mashima, which is like a boss of a boss of a boss. On the Argama, they have a new shipment of beef. Oh sweet, they even got a shipment of GUNPLA models on board. I wonder what else they got from Bandai. Maybe a few boxes of Space Warp. Dinner tries to run away. The Gaza approaches the Argama. Fa launches in Zeta Gundam while Torres goes out in the Mythos. Judo is still dealing with Gemin. Both Torres and Fa are struggling to fight the new Gazas. Pampa sends a message to the people of the colony. He gaslights the colony into thinking the Argama is responsible for damaging Shangri-La. Bright says he doesn't believe in gaslighting and launches the Argama. He leaves Bicha and the Junkers to man the turret, but he tells them to watch the regulator as they don't want to tear a hole in the colony. The kids have no idea what he is talking about. They then proceed to use the turret and almost end up tearing a hole through the colony. Whoops. Gimon is choking Judo when suddenly someone attacks him from behind. It is a young woman, but Judo and the gang don't have time to talk. They have to get back to the ship. He yells out asking what her name is. She says she is Rue Luca of Levian Rose. She heads back to the Neo Core fighter and takes off. The FXA-07GB Neo Core fighter is Anaheim Electronics' new baby that they developed off of the original principles of the core block system. This core fighter will also act as the cockpit and core block system for the pivotal Double Zeta Gundam that we will see soon. Like the original core fighter, this has limited firepower and is mainly used as a recon vehicle. I guess you could kamikaze someone with it. At least 3 of these have been in production and will serve the Double Zeta in the future. She takes off and finds Zeta fighting the Gazas. It distracts one enough for Fa to get free. She is distracting Axis while Zeta and the Mythos are able to get their bearings. But the Gazas have their sights on Zeta. That is when Judo and the gang comes in the service vehicle and just bumps the Gazas. That's all it takes for them to fall over in a hilarious manner. Fa uses this opportunity to meet with Judo and let him pilot the Gundam. When he gets in, he contacts Rue. They communicate with the Argama to plan an attack. The Argama is able to pick off one of the Gazas. Hey, Bicha got one. Don't get cocky, kid. The 3 remaining Gazas do the Gaza Storm formation. They use smoke blinding Judo. Then they begin attacking by bombing the area. Rue finds a hole in the colony and realizes that the smoke is leaking out. She apologizes to Shangri-La before shooting at the colony, making a bigger hole. The smoke clears and pulls out one of the Gazas. He attacks the 2 final units. Zeta is able to punch both units into space, clearing the colony. Mashimure's men have failed their mission. He fondles his flower in sadness. Rue and Judo head back to the colony. She informs Bright that the Levian Rose is awaiting their arrival. Judo, Rue, and the Junkers go to open the secret tunnel so they can make their escape from the colony. Meanwhile, Yazan steals a pig. He's eating bacon tonight. As silly as the last episode was, some people of the Gaza Storm died during the attack. Axis Zeon mourns the dead. Poor Pampa. Mashimure tells the men that the best memorial you could give your comrades is to capture the Argama. Judo and the Junkers try to prep the Argama to leave the colony when a red flare goes up. The junk dealers are all having a meeting. They also have a blue flare. If they launch the blue flare, it will signal the Argama to begin leaving the colony. L comes in and tells everyone that the Junkers are going to put Mr. Chimatter on trial. Rue goes to the city to help. What do you expect from trash people? She takes off in the Neo Core fighter. Judo goes out in Zeta because he believes that this is a junker matter and should be dealt with by junkers. The junk dealer Gaman is inciting a mob and telling the people that Chimatter is responsible for allowing the Argama into their colony and causing a havoc. Chimatter is tied up to a truck. Yazan comes over to him and, he totally killed and ate that pig, didn't he? He spits a bone at Chimatter after he says he is a vegetarian. Yazan finds the blue flare on Chimatter and wonders what it is. Judo catches up with Ru, who is watching the mob. Suddenly, Mashimar's Indra-class ship comes in. Mashimar flashes back to a time when Haman tells him to honor his fallen comrades and that digging a grave simply isn't enough. She fondles her wine glass. This thought makes him fire on the colony. He let the bad thoughts win. Or in this case, sexy? ? The explosion causes the mob to disperse. Ru goes out in the core fighter while Judo goes in to save Chimatter. Gaman and Yazan begin fighting with one another. Judo kicks Yazan in the balls. Gaman and Yazan get into the gezes. Them getting ladders to climb into their mobile suits had me laughing harder than any of the Looney Tunes gags. Chimatter heads out with Ru in the core fighter, but tells Judo he left the flare. Judo goes back to find the flare and the two gezes try to stomp on him. Yazan accidentally crushes the blue flare. Bright sees this and launches the Argama, even though the path isn't clear yet. Judo goes back to Zeta, which is now buried in rubble. The two gezes find him. The Argama begins leaving without Judo. He needs to hurry. He is finally able to get into Zeta. The gezes begin attacking the Argama with trash. Judo is able to contact Bright and inform him that the flare went off by mistake and the hatch isn't open yet. He shoots down Gimon's geze. Yazan is hanging on to the Argama. Zeta attacks, and the two fall off the ship while still fighting. Yazan blames Judo for all the times he lost, but he tells him that it wasn't him, that was Camille. Meanwhile, Ru and Chimatter were able to open the hatch on their end. Mashima aims the Indra's cannons on the ship. That is when Judo finally figures out Wave Rider mode in Zeta and transforms into a mobile armor. He attacks Yazan, which causes his geze to crash into the Indra class. Mashimir wants to go out in the Hama, but the Argama fires its mega particle cannon on the Indra and damages the launch pad. The Indra makes its retreat. Meanwhile, Judo is struggling to change back into mobile suit mode. Zeta and the Argama finally make their leave from Side 1. Mashimir once again mourns the death of his men. One of his men finds a bone. Yep, Yazan definitely killed that pig. Mashimir also mourns the loss of the pig. The Argama is trying to rendezvous with Levi and Rose. Asteroid debris is slowing them down. Ru is out in the core fighter scouting. Bright is 2 seconds away from giving Bicha and Mondo a famous Bright slap. Fa looks up at the damaged Methus. It appears they don't have the manpower to fix it currently, but it still can fly. Judo, Ashtanaj, and Shinta and Kum are playing around with the dummy machine. We have seen dummies used in the past as decoys, but we actually never seen the machine that makes these dummies. It appears like a 3D printer that poops out balloons in the shape of anything. Remember, once Minovsky particle density increases, one must rely on visual sensors to find targets. These dummies can appear like fleets from vast distances away. Ashtanaj also explains that you can place bombs on the dummies to act as mines as well. We will also see Zeon attach thrusters to one later. While all this is going on, Ino, Mondo, and Bicha go to sell out the Argama to Mashimir's ship. Ino doesn't want to be a part of their plan. On board the Indra, Axis was able to pick up a small energy signal, and Mashimir is sure it is the Argama. He launches in the Hama. The AMX-103 Hama is a prototype mobile suit that Axis Zeon built to help take over the Earth sphere. This mobile suit has a quasi-Psychomu system and was intended to test out mass-producing Psychomu system-based mobile suits. This machine is 24 meters tall compared to Zeta, which is about shy of 20 meters. Of course, nowhere on the level of the size of Psycho Gundam or Big Zam. It has a wired 3-gun barrel beam gun mounted on the palms of the mobile suit. Like funnels, this allows the pilot to utilize the Psychomu system but still have the training wheels on. Kinda like the wired gun barrel system in Cosmic Era, but way worse. The 3-barrel beam guns have a power output of 3.1 megawatts. Other beam weapons include a shield, a beam gun, a beam saber, base mine launcher. Unfortunately, this unit didn't live up to its specs. Some men are joining along with Mashimir and Gaza's Seas. One of these men is Glimmy Toto. This is the first appearance of Glimmy Toto, but we have seen him once before in our coverage of the plot to assassinate Giran, where we saw a young 8-year-old Glimmy at the opera. Ru thinks that she found Levi and Rose, but it is Mashimir that she runs into. She pretends to be a helpless cadet in training. Mashimer orders Glimmy to escort her back to the Indra. Oh, Glimmy. Glimmy, 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 Glimmy. Wow, that was quicker than cats, bro. On the Argama, Bright goes to Red Alert. Ino tries to tell him about Bicha and Mondo, but he isn't listening. He tries to tell Judo, but he is trying to launch in Zeta. He is launching on his own, and when he realizes this, he says, screw that. Yeah, you suck, Fa. It's really your fault for not being the main character. Ashtenaj convinces him to pilot the Gundam. He goes out to look for Ru, but ends up running into Mashimer and his team. He goes to shoot his rifle, but he is out of energy. He forgot to reload energy packs. He throws his beam rifle and hides in the asteroid debris. Back on board the Indra, Ru plays dumb and pretends her ship is broke, but Remy tells her everything is fine. Ru does her best Sarah impression. Mashimer tells his team that some of the asteroids aren't real and are just dummies. So naturally, his team gets cocky and they all end up crashing into real asteroids, leaving only Mashimar. Glimmy is a sucker and is convinced to bring the core fighter back to her ship. She spots Zeta and turns on Glimmy, shooting him in the back and bailing. The Hama goes after the core fighter. Judo follows behind and begins attacking. Mashimer lands on an asteroid, but it is a dummy. It pops, knocking him off balance, and Judo comes in with his beam saber and takes off the Hama's arm. The two forces retreat for now. On the Argama, Ru and Judo begin bickering as the ship finally makes contact with Levi and Rose. As the Argama leaves Side 1, Fa looks out to Shangri-La and thinks of Camille and cries. Ru and Judo start bickering again, but then the two start teasing Fa and telling her to go to Camille. Ru is going to Levi and Rose to pick up a new mobile suit. In the communications room, Bicha and Mondo are still being little terrorists and trying to communicate with Indra. Ino comes in and tries to stop them, but they end up tying him up. On board the Indra with Mashimer is Kara Sune. He fawns over Haman as Kara fawns over him. He says Haman is the only woman for him, but Kara says why would she want someone who can't even take Shangri-La? Mashimer's underling Gotten volunteers to get on board the Argama. Mashimer is cocky towards Kara, but she was recording his conversations and says she will add this to Lady Haman's report. After talking to Lena, Elle starts having suspicions about Mondo and Bicha, but the red alert goes up at that moment. They run off. Mashimer's team heads out with Gotten and some makeshift dummy asteroid. Probably the jankiest machine we've seen thus far. It's essentially a dude in a dummy balloon with one single thruster. Judo goes out in Zeta with his beam rifle, but it once again wasn't plugged in and won't work. Fa realizes this and heads out in the Mythos to help. Bicha and Mondo are on top of the Argama shooting dummy asteroids and helping Axis. If the tone of this show was different, they would be murdered for their treason. Other Gundam properties killed for less. Gotten in his asteroid gets close to the Argama. He gets out and sneaks on board the ship. Elle notices a Zeon soldier on board. Mashimer and his team approaches when the Mythos goes in to help Zeta with the beam rifle issue. Zeta goes out and distracts the Hama. Fa rewires the beam rifle. Mashimer gets distracted by dummy asteroids. He touches his flower and goes in to attack with his wired beam gun. Fa fixes the gun and gives it to Judo. Zeta and Hama begin fighting when Ru and the Gundam Double Zeta core base comes in and helps. More on this later. Gotten goes to find the spy that sent the message to Indra, but Elle and the kids have their own Scooby-Doo adventure and catch Gotten. Mashimer retreats and leaves it in the hands of Gotten. On the bridge of the Argama, the captured Gotten tells Bright that they have a mole on board the ship. Fa realizes that Judo will be able to protect the ship. She doesn't go back to the Argama. She heads to Shangri-La. She heads to Camille. Kara teases Mashimer. The two touch boobs. He proclaims into Kara's recorder that he will be the one to take down Zeta Gundam. Kara isn't just someone reporting for Haman. She is also a mobile suit pilot. On the Argama, Dinner is attacking Judo. Ino comes and helps him. Judo asks Ino if it is Bicha and Mondo that are the Zeon collaborators. Shinta and Kum are sad about Fa leaving the ship. They want to leave and head to Shangri-La, but they are too young to pilot. That is when they pass by Gotten, who is a prisoner. He talks shit about Mashimer and says he will be their pilot. He convinces the kids to let him out. As they head to the hangars, Ru notices them. Gotten pushes Shinta and leaves. He runs into Ino and holds him captive. They head to the hangar and he hits Ashtenaj before getting into the core fighter, but they won't open the hatch. He still has Ino hostage. Judo wants to go out in Zeta, but there is nothing they could really do while on the hangar. Lena comes in and tricks him with Dinner. I hate it when dinner attacks. Meanwhile, Bicha and Mondo go and open the hangar. They take off. Rue and Judo take off as well. While Ino is putting on his spacesuit, the core fighter crashes. Ino and Gotten fly out. He just so happens to run into Mashimar in the Humma Humma. He picks up Gotten and they proceed towards the Argama. Kara is watching Mashimar from afar. She is piloting the R-Jarja. The AMX 104 R-Jarja was created based off of an old design that was the evolution of the Gyan. This is a close combat mobile suit. It is equipped with a heat bayonet, a customized beam saber, and 2 variable shields, which are shoulder-mounted shields that can rotate to protect the rear, sides, or front. The variable shields also have 2 missile pods mounted on it. She is extremely turned on by her mobile suit. When she gets inside of a mobile suit, she tends to react this way. Mashimar heads in and attacks the Argama. Bright tries to get assistance from Levy and Rose. On Levy and Rose, they happen to have picked up Ino. They get a call from the Argama requesting assistance. Judo and Zeta goes and attacks one of the Gazas. He is angry and assumes that Ino is dead. Mondo and Bicha go to the hangar and steal one of the core fighters. As they take off, they run into Kara and is captured by her R-Jarja. She throws the core fighter, but Judo comes in and attacks her. Kara grabs Zeta and Mashimar comes in and shoots down Zeta's head. It is heavily damaged. As Judo drifts off, he notices Bicha and Mondo in a crashed core fighter. He bails from Zeta and gets into the core fighter. As Judo takes off, Kara prevents Mashimar from chasing him because of her soul? Okay. Judo runs into Rue in the core base. She tells him that the core fighter is a part of the new mobile suit and to follow her. But first, Bicha and Monda have to leave. Judo kicks them out into space. He syncs up with the core base and it transforms into Gundam ZZ. The MSZ-010 Double Zeta Gundam is another mobile suit that was a part of the Anaheim Electronics Zeta program. Just a quick rundown on the Zeta program mobile suits so far. It started with Gamma, which eventually became the Rick Diaz. Then the Delta Gundam, which evolved into the Hyakushiki. We then, of course, saw Camille and Judo pilot the Zeta. This mobile suit was supposed to bring the functionality of Grandpa Gundam and the G-Armor into a single machine. This unit has a more advanced core block system. The core base acts as its mobile armor mode, and it also has a G-Fortress mode that is used for bombing runs. Its 3 parts include the core base, core top, and core fighter, which all make up Gundam Double Zeta. According to an old GUNPLA model, the engine installed in the backpack is originally meant for ships and could supply power for an entire ship. It also incorporates a movable frame and magnetic coating. Like the Zeta, there is a simplified version of the Psychomu system installed using a biosensor. The Double Zeta Gundam has a number of strong weapons, including 2 hyper beam sabers, which are also usable as beam cannons, a 21-tube missile launcher installed on the backpack, and a high mega cannon on the forehead. More on the high mega cannon later. Other weapons include Vulcans and a winged shield mounted on the forearms. Mashimar begins fighting Judo once again, but he is way faster now. Double Zeta uses the beam cannon and destroys the Hamma shield. Mashimar retreats for now. Judo grabs the remains of Zeta Gundam and returns to the Argama. Back on the Indra, Mashimar wants to leave because of Kara. Glimmy holds on to Mashimar as he doesn't want him to leave.
あの女はモビルスーツのコックピットに座ると興奮しちゃうような安っぽい女なんですよ。
Tell me about it, Glimmy. Everyone except for Glimmy seems to be happy that he is leaving. He pushes Glimmy off his shuttle and bails. Kara wants to ram the Levian Rose. As she is aroused by this plan, she shoves Gotten's face into her boobs. Judo is supposed to be bringing supplies from Levian Rose, but they happen to stumble onto a Zaku. Being junkers, they decide to take it. Bright yells at him but says, "What? I can't hear you. Minovsky particle density is too high. La 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 la." Which I'm amazed that this is the first time someone did that to get out of a conversation. Elena wants to go out in the core fighter and take care of business, but she can only go out with Rue. Once again, Bright is losing control of his crew. Oh, Bright. Oh, you poor soul. Bright thinks of his terrorist son. Kara and Indra approach Levian Rose. They begin firing on her. Space Cindy Lauper is turned on and they ram directly into the ship. Glimmy goes and launches in his Gaza. Glimmy chases down the core fighter to see if it is Rue. His masculinity was hurt when she shot him in the back. Rue thinks he has an Oedipus complex. Judo and the Junkers finally contact the Argama. They tell him that Rue and Lena went out to fight since they were messing around with the Zaku. Judo jumps into action while Bicha touches L's boob. Glimmy catches the core fighter. Lena seems to be a Newtype as well as she reaches out to Judo in a moment of fear. Rue says she will go with Glimmy if she spares Lena. Once again, Rue tricks Glimmy and pushes him out into space. She gets back into the core fighter and takes off as Glimmy repels back to the Gaza. More Gazas launch. The 3 core fighters meet up finally to form Double Zeta, but they are being distracted from transforming. The Argama is making its way to the action. Ino jerry-rigged Zeta Gundam with parts of the downed Zaku to get it functioning. Ino launches and the Zeta Zaku. Only 180 degrees of the cockpit is currently working. This is because the old mono-eye sensor from UC0079 didn't have the 360-degree sensor that these spoiled kids have today. Glimmy goes in to attack Zeta Zaku. This is Judo's opportunity to transform into Double Zeta. The Levian Rose arms are tearing apart the Indra-class ship. They try to get out of the range of the satellite. Kara launches in her R-Jarja. Kara and Judo begin fighting with melee weapons. Judo is suddenly able to sense something in his head. It is Lena. She fell out of the core fighter. He fires off the high mega cannon. I didn't mention this earlier, but the high mega cannon, which is emitted from the head, has a 50 megawatt output. To give some perspective of how strong that is, it is 26.3 times as powerful as Grandpa's Boa XBR M7907G beam rifle and 1/5 the power of the solar ray. This is the most powerful weapon we will see during the Neo-Zeon War. It vaporizes the R-Jarja's legs. Kara retreats. Double Zeta completely shuts off. Judo realizes the power of the high mega cannon and gets a good lesson about managing power in battle. Glimmy grabs Lena and takes her back to the Indra, thinking it was Rue. She tells Judo and, infuriated, chases after the ship. Unfortunately, there are too many dummy rocks everywhere, and something Minovsky particle density something. Judo does that thing that a lot of protags do where they shoot up in the air in anger. The Argama finally docks with Levian Rose. Bright talks to the junk kids, minus Judo. He wants them to watch over Judo and make sure he doesn't go running off to find Lena. No one seems to be listening to him. Ku makes stew for Judo and she wants him to taste it. Ew, what is in that? L goes into the bathroom to find Judo in a spacesuit that he hid. He is trying to find Lena. L tries to calm him down. Bright comes in. Judo gets out of his spacesuit with comic timing. Mondo and Bicha learn the transformation process of Double Zeta. Of course, the two are going to steal the mobile suit once again. Judo goes to the hangar and sees that L is there with a spacesuit. While Double Zeta is going through tests, Judo tries to take the Gundam, but Ashtonage stops him. On the Indra, Glimmy is teaching Lena proper table manners. She does come from a trash colony, but we are about to witness an interesting dynamic between these two that greatly reflect the imperialistic ideas Zeon preaches throughout this series. Think of the Neo-Zeon War like the Crusades. Noble knights fighting for God's will, instilling their beliefs on another culture. These knights, however, are the children of Zeon, the offspring of those who truly attempted a revolution, simply trying to instill their forefathers' beliefs onto others. I think of Glimmy and Lena's relationship as a microcosm for the war that is about to come. Simply one group trying to tell another the right way to live. In the hangar of the Indra, Kara touches her mobile suit. Yep, that's an orgasm in a kid's show. They launch. Kara fucks her mobile suit over an open line, making her men feel uncomfortable. L and Ina go to find Judo, but he is sneaking around, trying to steal a vessel to get to his sister. They end up helping him. L gets into the newly fixed Gundam Mark II. The two open the hatch and make their escape. Bicha and Mondo sneak on board the core top. They run into Gotten dragging a dummy asteroid, with Kara following behind. Gotten detonates the dummy, releasing a spider net. The Mark II shoots part of the net. Kara and Judo begin fighting. The Indra class comes in and tells Double Zeta they have Lena. While they are negotiating, Bicha and Mondo and the core top release from Double Zeta. They begin fighting once again, and because of this, the Indra retreats. Bicha and Mondo uses the escape pod from the core top and they are caught by Zeon. Gotten's Gaza blows up, but Kara catches his escape pod. Even though he tried his best, she demotes him. Judo is once again upset Lena got away. Back on the Levian Rose. Oh no, Emery bumps into Bright. Whoops, silly her. It is clear that she has a thing for Bright. Also, I'm pretty sure Emery's name should be translated to Emily, but one person probably translated it wrong, and we are all just going along with it. I'm not confident enough, though, to change it to Emily like I did with Agnes in the Astray series, so do with that what you will. The Argama and Levy and Rose are heading into an asteroid field. Eno spots an asteroid that is a dummy, but it isn't a balloon dummy, as it has too much mass. It appears to be a colony within a shoal zone. The Argama suddenly receives communication from the colony. They call themselves the Light Tribe of Moon Moon. They say the Argama can come to the colony, but Levy and Rose must stay behind. Moon Moon is an open-style space colony that we really only ever see again in Sweetwater Colony in Char's counterattack. The members of the Light Tribe come barging in the hangar with their Tritons? Yep, that's Tritons. They tell the Argama crew that their giants are dangerous. Of course, they are referring to their mobile suits. They want to destroy them, but Judo suggests that they take it apart and make it seem like it is destroyed. The tribe agrees to this. Luckily, they don't know that Double Z can function as a core fighter when taken apart. The crew all play along and pretend like they can never fix the mobile suits, and all is lost. They allow Bright and the team to go and meet with their prophet. While this is happening, a group of random people meet and punch Judo in the stomach and kidnap him. They enter the colony to see most of it has been taken over by nature. Meanwhile, Kara and Gotten, along with Bicha and Mondo, are also there. Gotten reminds Kara that they are simply stalling here until Glimmy comes with a new ship. Bicha and Mondo escort her as she walks through the colony. Judo is taken captive in the colony when they run into Kara. The people who captures Judo also captures Kara. The tribe leaders want the Argama crew to join the Light Tribe in order to resupply the ship. Bright realizes that the tribe wants the ship for some reason. They say they could use this ship to travel and spread the gospel everywhere. Oh no, they're becoming space Mormons. Tribesmen come in and tells one of the leaders that Kara has been taken by the rebels. It seems the rebels believe one of these two ships contain their messiah. The rebels are explaining to Judo and Kara that the tribe leaders want to use the ship to spread the word of their religion. But the religion is built on the idea of returning to nature, and thus boarding a spaceship would make them hypocrites. Back on the Indra, Gotten wants to use Lena as bait because he thinks they are using Kara as leverage to sell the Indra to the Ayug. They tie Lena to a Gaza, which Zeon was Trojan horsing so the Light Tribe didn't know they had mobile suits. The Gazas enter the colony, which is what the Light Tribe was trying to prevent. Bicha thinks Gotten is going too far and tries to help. Lena screams out for her brother. Bicha gets into Kara's Arjaja and tries to help Lena. He isn't doing a good job. Judo notices Lena on the Gazas. The tribesmen bow down to Lord Cattle, the local god. According to Star Trek rules, they just broke the Prime Directive, and now they think mobile suits are their god. This whole time, Mondo was tailing and spying on Judo. Kara will help Judo get her sister back. They head out on a truck. Kara chucks a Triton at the Gaza and gets his attention. She takes his Gaza and tells him to go back to the ship. Judo reminds her that she said she would save his sister, but she is in the mobile suit now, so she is turned on and getting distracted. Since they haven't heard from the captain, Rue launches in the core fighter. Elle and Eno join. She goes and distracts Kara's Gaza. Judo is able to get Rue's attention so he can meet up with her. As she retreats from Kara, Bicha in the Arjaja comes in and falls in front of her. Bicha gets out and Kara resumes piloting the Arjaja herself. Rue and Judo switch places. He meets up with Eno and Elle to form the Double Zeta. Judo begins fighting Kara. It seems she forgot about saving Lena. He takes his beam saber and stabs the Arjaja in the back. He tells her to eject, but she doesn't listen. He then tells her to eject using psychic Newtype powers, and that gets her attention, and she bails right before the mobile suit is destroyed. The tribe's people see Judo as their messiah. One of the rebels that took Kara and Judo originally was Rasara Moon. They meet the prophet, who happens to be her twin sister, Sarasa Moon. They initially think it is the same person. Sarasa Moon wants Judo to help spread their teachings throughout the universe. Rasara Moon warned him about this and how it turns them into hypocrites. Convinced she is Rasara, Judo tells her to snap out of it and gives her a good old Bright slap. She slaps him back and says he is no messiah. It's at that moment that they realize their military training is far superior than their Triton skills. Oh snap, Rue even has a gun. Yeah, there's no threat here. The team runs away. But Emery and Bright get left behind and caught by the tribe. Rue and Kara are captured as well. Emery wants Bright to protect her. The kids stop and have a conversation. Hey, guys, I think you're being chased right now. See? As they run away, they stumble onto Rosara and Mondo. She tells them that even if the Light Tribe were to acquire their ship, they wouldn't be able to convince two warring nations about their ways. Bright, Emery, Rue, and Kara are being transported to the dungeons. Gotten and Beecha are negotiating with the Light Tribe once again. They want to help them. In exchange, they will be given the colony. Bright, Kara, and Emery head back to the Argama, while the rest head towards Double Zeta, except for Mondo and Rosara, who plan on fixing cattle. Named and designed after their god, this was a mobile worker that they used before the people of Moon Moon renounced technology. This was built before the 1 Year War and was designed for construction within colonies mainly. Although not made for war, it has a cannon of some sort on its arm. Even though this thing is a beast, it didn't have legs and rather hovers. Rosara wants to use it to prove her sister wrong. Outside of the colony, Glimmy and the new Indra-class ship, the Mindra, is looking for the Argama and Indra. They locate a signal to a first-generation colony. Glimmy goes in and investigates. Judo and the team go and find Double Zeta, but Beecha is also trying to get into the Gundam. Damn son, real talk, Judo isn't playing around anymore. Judo gets into the Gundam. Gotten heads back to the ship so he could launch Gazas. Meanwhile, the tribe's people are freaking out because gods are fighting in their colony. Mondo does the cliche where he can't get anything to work, but then he suddenly hits it and it starts working. Its mono eye sensor lights up and it begins moving. They need to show it to Rasa's sister. Glimmy heads to the colony using the Baoa Qu. The AMX 107 Baoa Qu is another Project Zeta mobile suit and can split into two parts. The top half consisted of the Baoa Qu attacker. This was a super agile attack fighter which consists of the torso, arms, and most importantly, the backpack, so this part has most of the firepower. In the future, we will see the sleeves add additional Vulcans to the attacker. The bottom half is called the Baoa Qu Nutter. Nutter. As the attack functions as the pilot's main unit, the Nutter functioned as a drone that is controlled wirelessly by Minosky transmission. This unit also stores the missiles and can function as a turret. The sleeves will also modify the Nutter and add a cockpit to this half. Other weapons include a grenade launcher, beam sabers, beam rifle, a shield with 5 megaparticle cannons, and additionally, it has a balut system. Glimmy is trying to save Lena, not because he is nice, rather he wants to save her to get on Rue's good side. He sees action at the colony. The Indra is getting attacked. He goes to search for the hostage. As Judo fights Gazas, the cattle comes in and begins shooting. Rosara tries to tell them that they don't need to fear machines. The cattle is able to finish off the Gazas. Glimmy takes Lena back to the Mindra, and Judo is too late to save his sister. It turns out the Elder was actually grooming Sarasa and convincing her to leave for his own selfish reasons. The team finally makes their leave from the colony. Even with all of the action, Judo actually enjoyed his time in the colony. He says that maybe he can one day return with Lena. The Argama continues on its own journey. The Argama is pursuing the Mindra as it makes its retreat from Moon Colony. They just lost one of their Indras and are heading back to the homeland. Bright wonders what they are planning on doing. Elle does the most teenager thing in the moment and says, Bright, they are obviously going to Axis to resupply. It's so obvious, you idiot. You're so stupid. You're so old and you're so stupid. Why are you so old? You're going to die soon. Teenagers. He goes and gets some rest. As he is changing his clothes, Emery just so happens to walk in on him. Emery tells them that the Argama upgrades will be finished in 5 hours. She then throws herself onto him. A picture of a little terrorist watches over Bright. He has a family and can't go through with this. They must remain professional around each other. In the hangar, Judo uses the PA system to give the weirdest pep talk, which is just a way to trash talk Beecha and Monda. In the laundry room, Shinta and Kum are making Kara do their laundry. They threaten to abuse her, and she threatens to sue them for breaking the Antarctic Treaty. Elle makes Judo fall on his balls, and she tells him to stop shit-talking about his friends. Bright tells everyone to get off the PA. Back on the Mindra, Glimmy is teaching Lena piano when they run into a civilian shuttle. This crew is bringing supplies to the Argama. Their names are Mucha and Millie. Get out of the way, Beecha! Glimmy talks shit to Gotten, and he is starting to get frustrated. The remaining Indra crew form the Indra Corps to keep the spirit of the old Indra-class ship alive. Gotten goes full Mashimer in this moment. Mucha and Millie are watching all of this and realize they have been captured by a bunch of idiots. The Indra Corps take the Baoa Qu and head out with the shuttle crew to use them as bait. The Baoa Qu detaches into the Baoa Qu Nutter and attacker. Glimmy calls Gotten an idiot and then continues about his day. Mucha contacts Bright, who grants him permission to board. The Indra Corps plans on using them to sneak on board the ship. Right before they land, Millie decides decides to crash the shuttle into the Argama catapult. Gotten's team begins taking over the ship. Did this guy just claim the ship before actually taking control of the ship? Bless his heart. One tries to get into the Mark II and L attacks. Another tries to fistfight Judo. It quickly turns into a metal rod fight. Emery goes and saves Bright. Kind of. Meanwhile, Kara knows Gotten is on board. She goes to find him. Another soldier tries to steal the Zeta Gundam and Judo stops him. Kara saves Gotten, but one soldier fires missiles on the Argama to create a hole. Gotten and Emery go flying out into space before the ship seals the hole. Gotten gets into the Baoa Qu and it forms back into the mobile suit. Judo finally launches and attacks Gotten. He is able to take out one of the Baoa Qu's arms. The remaining soldiers jump off the ship on foot. They all cramp themselves into the Baoa Qu. Judo has a perfect shot, but he sees something else. It is Emery's body drifting out into space. He can't shoot without hitting her. The Baoa Qu uses this opportunity to escape. Bright goes out to save Emery. Judo comes in and ruins a moment between the two. He is just ready to go and save his sister. The Argama finally makes its departure from Levian Rose. Bright and Emery look at each other as they depart. The kids spy on Bright being melancholy and horny. Mucha is handing down orders to Bright to attack Axis head-on. While at Levian Rose, the left megaparticle cannon was removed and replaced with the hyper megaparticle cannon. This weapon is designed to attack Axis head-on. The thing is a beast, but I can't find numbers on its output in terms of megawatts. Also on board is the Mega Rider, which is a jet ski that a mobile suit could ride. More on that later. Judo realizes that Lena is most likely at Axis, and she might get killed during their assault. He thanks Millie for this information by choking her out. Also, he messes up a paint job. The Argama is passing by an abandoned colony. Inside the colony is Gotten and the Endra Corps, trying to once again save Kara. As the Argama approaches the abandoned colony, Bright and Munda decide to test out the new Hyper Mega Particle Cannon. Meanwhile, Kara propositions Judo with his boobs. She wants to leave in exchange for helping him save Lena. He doesn't want to help her, so she takes Shinta as a hostage and bails. Right before they begin the test, Rue informs Bright that Kara escaped. Kara takes the core top. Gotten's men notices and goes after her. Judo goes out in the core fighter with Coom for some reason. Inside the core top, Shinta chokes a bitch. Rue launches and Zeta and L and the Mark II. They engage with Gotten and his men. Gotten is piloting the Gazaum. The AMX-008 Gazaum was originally going to be named the Gaza E, but it performed better than any other Gazas, and it was renamed. It still shares many parts with the Gaza D, which made production of the unit quite easy. It is mainly designed for anti-mobile suit combat, and its main weapon is the Hyper Knuckle Buster. This is similar to the Knuckle Buster on the Gaza line, but this is not connected to the unit. Because of this, it uses a battery pack, and its output is reduced by 1.4 megawatts. It fires way faster, however. Other weapons include 80mm Vulcans, a missile pod which uses homing missiles, and a beam saber which doubles as a beam launcher. He heads towards the Argama and begins launching homing missiles to distract Rue and L. Judo can hear on the radio that Shinta is fighting with Kara. Judo and Ino use this opportunity to transform. They are going to force Kara and the core top to dock. Force docking. Gotten is also fighting Kara as he doesn't know she is in the core top. He is simply just trying to prevent Double Zeta from transforming. Kara keeps yelling at him. Ino launches missile pods and they all dock while they are distracted. He holds only the core fighter holding Kara and Shinta. Judo is able to ward off the Gazas, but out of the dummy asteroid comes a new mobile suit. Bright notices the unit and thinks that it is the Qubli, Haman's personal unit. But this is the Qubli Mark II. The AMX-004 Qubli Mark II is more or less identical to the original Qubli, but this model has mass production in mind. It contains 10 funnels, which are bits controlled by the Psychomu system, as well as a beam gun that doubles as a beam saber. This version of the Qubli also has an updated Psychomu system and a new Psychomu head controller. This is a headset that allows the pilot to use the Psychomu system wirelessly and even outside of the mobile suit. We have seen the Cyber Newtype 4 Murasame use sheer Newtype power to control the Psycho Gundam, while also outside of the Gundam. This device most likely just focuses this energy in a more useful method rather than using sheer emotion. The funnel system can also be used with the headset. The pilot of this mobile suit is Eropi Puru in Japanese, which is El People in English. This is a reference to elf people, I think. Her first name is Pool in English, but when you break up the pun, it sounds really dumb. So I am going to refer to her as Puru. She uses her funnels on the Argama crew, getting a direct hit on L, Rue, and Judo. Bright thinks it is Haman, so he decides to test the new Hyper Mega Particle Cannon on the Qubli. The Argama fires, but misses. However, everyone watches the sheer power. Judo realizes he can't let that power hit Axis while his sister is on there. He decides to go off on his own in the core fighter and heads towards Axis. On Axis, we see the Minger docked next to a red Indra-class ship called the Landra. We will soon see Kara captain this ship. We are starting to see a new shift in Glimmy's confidence, which is manifested through his new outfit, which boasts his family crest more so than neon branding. He meets with Haman Khan. This is her first appearance in the series. That isn't a flashback. Haman wants Glimmy to take command of the new Psycho Gundam. He wonders if she has a pilot in mind. A bunch of asteroids clog up the hangar of Axis. One of the asteroids is a dummy with Judo in the core fighter hiding inside. He sneaks onto the asteroid. On the asteroid, Puru is taking a bath when she instantly senses the Double Zeta pilot. As she runs out, Glimmy, with Lena, tries to mansplain proper etiquette. Bicha and Mondo are still with Zeon, acting as their servants. They too decide to sneak into Axis. While Judo is walking around Axis, he runs into Puru. This episode has a lot of our main characters running into each other without realizing it. Bicha could have sworn he saw Judo, but that wouldn't make sense. Puru and Judo go to get some ice cream, and Puru licks his face. She remembers that Glimmy had Lena with her. The two go to find Lena. Meanwhile, Lena is able to run away from Glimmy and happens to run into Bicha and Mondo. The three run off. Judo deep throats an ice cream cone and takes it like a champ. Bicha runs into a truck that happens to have the Baoa Qu on it. They get into the mobile suit. Gotten chases after them, but the kids realize they're in a mobile suit, so the mobile suit chases after Gotten. He heads to the palace where Puru takes another bath. He decides to escape, but stumbles off the balcony. He gets up to Haman, pointing a gun at his face. Meanwhile, Gotten led Bicha and the Baoa Qu towards the palace. A thruster breaks and it crash lands in front of Haman. It gives Judo the opportunity to escape, not realizing that his sister is in the Baoa Qu. He heads back to the hangar and finds his core fighter before it gets thrown out of an airlock. Puru and her Cubely chases Judo outside of Axis. Luckily, Ino and L are there. The three dock and transform into Double Zeta. Judo tries to tell Puru that she shouldn't be fighting, while fighting her. He tells her that this isn't a game and is able to destroy all of her bits. She decides to retreat. Puru goes from loving Judo to loathing him. Judo ejects back into the core fighter and heads back to Axis. He still has to find his sister. Elle and Millie are returning to the Argama without Judo as he went back to find his sister. In the asteroid debris near Axis is the Sodalon-class ship. The Sodalon class is a third-generation flagship used by Neo Zeon. This battleship has 6 twin megaparticle cannons, 2 large megaparticle cannons, multiple missile launchers, and an anti-laser gun. The bridge is placed in the middle of the ship instead of the top, like most Zeon bridges. The tower at the rear of the ship is a sub-bridge, which doubles as a dummy bridge. Its mobile suit catapults are mounted on the sides, and for recovery operations, there are a pair of aft-mounted mobile suit decks. One behind the bridge and one beneath the main thruster. The ship is also equipped with a balut system, a comsci, and a holographic projection device. Haman is helming this ship. The helmsman notes that they created way too many dummy asteroids, making visibility difficult. Haman and the Sodalon heads out. 2 soldiers and Zaku's note that Zeon won't win by randomly putting out dummy balloons. One of the dummies happens to be Judo in the Double Zeta. Glimmy Toto is informed that Haman's ship has departed. He goes to talk to Bicha and Mondo about Rue. They say maybe there is a thing going on between Judo and Rue, but who knows? This frustrates Glimmy. At that moment, they hear a noise. It happens to be Judo and Double Zeta. He is offering Double Zeta as a gift and pretending that he is defecting. Glimmy simply arrests him. Puru comes in and gives Judo a big hug. After hearing that Rue and Judo might be a thing and seeing Puru jump on Judo, Glimmy starts to get jealous that all the bitches love Judo. He throws him in the brig. Puru complains to Glimmy and calls him an idiot. He thinks that piloting a mobile suit makes one coarse and thinks that Rue shouldn't pilot a mobile suit anymore. Everyone loves a little bit of innocent grooming. As he talks about Rue, she and Elle happen to be heading to Axis and a dummy asteroid. She thinks someone called out her name. She is exhibiting Newtype powers as well. Mondo and Bicha go to help out in the hangar when the two notice Double Zeta. They plan on taking it back to the Argama. As Judo is tied up, Puru comes in to help. Unfortunately, Judo uses this opportunity to tie up Puru and leave her in the jail cell, allowing him to break out. What he didn't know is that Puru planned on taking him to his sister, but now she is mad. Bright hopes they can find Judo before they make their attack on Axis. As Judo sneaks around, Puru breaks out and grabs Lena to use her as bait. Meanwhile, Elle and Rue break out of the dummy asteroid to reveal that the Mark II and Zeta Gundam are riding the Mega Rider. The FXA-08R Mega Rider is a support vehicle similar to a subflight system like the Base Jabber, albeit this device, you ride like a jet ski rather than ride like a surfboard with the Base Jabber. It is equipped with a Hyper Mega Cannon. This thing is powerful and can carry and tow multiple mobile suits if needed. It actually has its own cockpit and living space, can function as a mobile suit station if needed. Ru and L head into Axis, but are stopped by Gazas. As Judo heads to the hangar, he notices someone in Double Zeta. Glimmy thinks it is Judo operating Double Zeta, but it is actually Bicha and Mondo. He gets into the Baoa Qu, and calamity ensues between the two mobile suits. Judo accidentally gets caught up in the action and is on top of the mobile suit. Glimmy tries to kill him, but Ru and L break into the hangar right in time. Judo gets into Double Zeta to realize it is Bicha and Mondo. As he gets into the mobile suit to fight Glimmy, Puru in the Kubli comes in and shows Judo that he has Lena. She runs off and Judo chases. L in the Mark II riding the Mega Rider aims the Hyper Mega Launcher at the Baoa Qu. The Baoa Qu is very fast and is able to make his escape while a team of Gazas assist. As Ru takes out some of the Gazas with ease, a Gallus J comes in and attacks her with missiles. She dodges and is able to destroy the mobile suit. She is in love with herself. Ru is slowly becoming Kara. The Argama gets in range of Axis. Meanwhile, inside the asteroid, Puru and Judo engage in battle inside the colony. There are citizens everywhere and Judo wants her to stop. She unleashes her bits onto Judo, but Puru uses too much power and fries the Psychomu system. As Judo goes in to save his sister, Glimmy comes in and swiftly grabs the Kubli. Judo and the crew head out of the asteroid and back to the Argama, but Judo doesn't want Bright to fire on Axis. Ru and L grab him and force him back to the ship. Bright fires the Hyper Mega Cannon on Axis, but he doesn't destroy it. He simply sends a warning shot in the area not occupied by citizens. But you know a few maintenance workers were totally just killed in that blast by accident. Sucks to be them. On the Argama, Judo, Bicha, and Mondo are thrown into the brig with Kara. The Argama makes its way towards Granada to resupply. As Torres and Millie talk about touring the Moon City, they run into Bright, who is talking to Wong. We haven't seen Wong since the Grips conflict, but to summarize, he is the Enheim Electronics representative and money man for the AUG. He is also a really big dick. As usual, he is being very pushy with Bright. He says that Wong only thinks of people as pawns. He knows Bright is referring to Camille. Judo heads out with L and the others to get some food when Wong tells him that he must fix Double Zeta. He doesn't listen to Wong and he tries to correct him like he did with Camille. But Judo isn't having any of it and he kicks Wong in the stomach. Camille would be so proud of him. He and L run off into Granada to meet up with Millie and Torres. Their waitress, Cecilia, comes over to take their order. She happens to notice Torres, who fumbles to the ground.
Strike!
They seem to be friends from the past. Out in the city, Gotten and his men are spying in Granada. They plan on looking for the Argama crew as well as plant bombs within the city. Again? Damn, during the Grips conflict, Sarah was also successful at destroying a moon city. The moon can't catch a break. Torres says that he should go apologize to Wong and thinks that he may get kicked off the Argama for treating him like that. He chokes on some pizza and goes to the restroom. Elle follows and the two happen to overhear Cecilia talking to Gotten. She seems to be tasked with spying for Zeon. Bicha and Mondo head to the pizza place to see Gotten's men. They hide from them, but Millie comes over and outs them. A fight breaks out and everyone bails. Judo and the gang head back to the ship, leaving Torres and Millie at the pizza place. When Judo heads back to the ship to tell the captain, he overhears Wong calling him useless for wanting to save his sister. He runs off after hearing this. Meanwhile, everyone on the ship now wants pizza. The writers of this episode must have been craving pizza or something. Torres chases Cecilia while Bicha launches in Zeta, and Mondo gets in the Mark II while Judo follows in Double Zeta. Bright is also starting to get annoyed by Wong. Galzoms and Gazas attack them. Judo uses the High Mega Cannon on the mobile suits and are able to take them out. That was definitely overkill. Cecilia is still working with Gotten, but Torres wants to help her. She wants him to flee with her. Judo and Elle approach the two about Cecilia being a spy. We are left on a cliffhanger before Cecilia eventually spills the beans about being a spy. They inform the captain. Torres will try his best to ensure she isn't arrested. Bright is talking to Kara when Judo informs him of the spy in contact with Gotten. Bright touches Kara's boobs. Nice. Several cargo ships and mobile suits begin approaching them. While distracted, Kara makes her escape using Cecilia as a hostage. Kara smacks that ass and gets inside the Mark II. She, of course, is turned on by the mobile suit. She begins launching. Bicha, Mondo, and Ino were working on the mobile suit and are hanging on for dear life. They eventually fall off. Judo heads out in the Double Zeta and chases Kara. That is when Gotten's team decides to make his attack on Granada. Judo goes back in the hangar to grab his beam rifle. Kara gets the Mark II stuck. She smacks Cecilia, and the two take off by foot. Taurus comes in and smacks up Kara. Nice, this episode has everything. Cecilia takes off on her own for fear of getting arrested while Kara runs away when no one is paying attention. While running away, she happens to run into Anaheim Electronics. Gotten gives Cecilia money for spying on the Argama crew. She heads out into a shuttle with her family. Torres meets with her before boarding. She wants him to come with her, but Torres gives her a good smack and tells her that she is willing to sell out people just for her own selfish reasons. She was willing to lie to Gotten about which port the Argama is at and willing to get innocent people killed. Torres leaves her and heads back to the Argama. Outside of Granada, Judo begins fighting with Gotten's team. Cecilia's shuttle begins taking off. She drops her suitcase and notices that it is a bomb inside. Judo takes out mobile suits that are hiding behind the shuttle. He is able to take out one of Gotten's men. Cecilia takes the bomb and jumps out of the shuttle towards the Gaozom. Judo notices that it is Cecilia. He tries to chase them, but Gotten's ship fires at Double Zeta, allowing the Gaozom to land. As it lands, the bomb goes off, killing Cecilia, Gotten, and his crew members whose names I refuse to remember. Torres looks out at the shuttle, thinking that Cecilia is still on board. He wishes that she finds a new life for herself, not knowing that she was just killed in action. Judo wonders why Cecilia did this. The Argama finally leaves Granada and starts making its way towards the Earth sphere. Mad Char's shuttle meets up with the Argama once again, this time without getting captured. Mad Char happens to be carrying the Hyakushiki. Last time we saw this mobile suit, Haman shot down Quattro, and he was nowhere to be found after that. Everyone wants to pilot the new mobile suit. Mad Char has brought orders to Bright to shoot down Haman's flagship in the hangar. Bicha and Mondo convince Judo to head out in Double Zeta with a bunch of bombs and force Zeon to give back Lena. For some reason, he goes along with the plan, even though Bicha and Mondo think it will blow up Judo. In the process, the Sutterland-class ship begins spreading Manovsky particles as they get closer to Earth. Haman sends out Raken Dahakurin and his Dryson. If this name sounds familiar, it is because we have already been introduced to this character during Char's deleted affair. He took part in the Battle of Axis in UC-0082 and is Rick Dom Swai. The AMX-009 Dryson is a mass-produced heavy mobile suit that was developed from the battle data collected from the Rick Dom Swai. However, this mobile suit is similar to its ancestor, the original Dom, as this unit was also designed for high mobility close combat. Although developed for ground combat, it has no trouble working in space as well. Its main cannon is the triple beam cannon that is mounted on the forearms of the Dryson. These are retractable weapons that are powered by the suit's generator. The pilot can fire each barrel individually or combine the three cannons to create a stronger attack. The mobile suit also uses beam tri-blades, which looks like giant shurikens that could be thrown. Other weapons include a beam lancer, beam tomahawk, a beam rifle, a beam saber, and a giant bazooka that will be used later by the sleeves. One thing to note is that the power lines from the triple beam cannon to the generator is exposed on the outside of the Dryson. If these power lines are damaged, the cannons cease to function. In the future, the sleeves will solve this problem and hide the exposed wires. Back at the Satellon, Haman uses the holographic projection device to bolster the morale of her people. We see the Mendra class listening to her message. Haman proclaims that Neo Zeon will rule over the Earth sphere. This is the first time we have seen Zeon refer to themselves as Neo Zeon, ushering in a new era for the people who still seek independence. Mad Char makes his leave as the Argama gets close to the Earth sphere. Shinta and Kum have been trying to warn someone that Judo is in trouble and is going to blow up, but no one is listening to them. Finally, Rue starts to take the kids seriously. However, Judo launches from the ship, not realizing that Ino is still attached. As the two begin arguing, enemies start firing. Rue and L launch in the Mark II and Zeta. Judo breaks through one of the Indra's defensive lines. A Gaozom gets caught in the bombs. Judo shoots at the mobile suit, causing the bombs to explode. The Gaozom goes crashing into the Indra, taking the ship out. Haman is able to sense Judo. She notices that Double Zeta is searching for something. Judo is also able to sense Haman. She uses the hologram once again to tell Judo that Lena is on Haman's flagship. He has no choice but to land. Haman goes to meet with Judo. She takes him away alone. She jumps straight to the point. She tells him that there is clearly an attraction between the two. He wants to know where Lena is, but Haman says he knew she wasn't on board. He just wanted to see Haman. I think I just did a little bit. What are we talking about? Zeon soldiers distract the two, and Judo runs away. Meanwhile, the Argama and the Indra, commanded by Rakan, engage in battle. The two ships play a game of chicken. Both fire and almost crash into one another. Rakan is informed of Double Zeta on board the flagship and heads back with the main fleet. He decides to launch in the Dryson. Judo heads back to the Double Zeta, but the bombs were used to destroy the Indra. They blast their way out of the ship only to find Rakan waiting. Judo notices that he is quite fast. Rakan uses the beam lancer and nearly tears through the cockpit of Double Zeta. Mark II comes riding on top of Zeta in Wave Rider form, distracting Dryson. Judo is able to destroy the Dryson, but Rakan is able to escape. Back on the Mindra, Glimmy is making Lena learn ballet. You know, French things don't instantly make things classy. Sometimes they make things smelly. Shinta and Kun beat Monda and Bicha for giving Judo the bombs. Puru is being placed under some new type brain control by Glimmy and is being forced to run simulations. Once she sees Double Zeta, she begins to freak out. As she is passed out on the floor, Glimmy wants the doctor to get her ready to visit Haman. In the hangar, Bicha and Mondo don't understand why they would save the Earth as space noids. Bright tells them that he too is a space noid and gives them a lesson on contolism. Remember, contolism is the idea created by Zeon Daikum that all humans should move away from Earth and allow the planet to grow on its own. Bright wonders if Judo resents him for getting Lena captured, but Rue and El tell him not to worry too much. Glimmy heads to Haman's ship. He introduces Haman to Puru. Back on the Argama, Bright is informed that Dakar has already been taken over by Haman. Dakar is where EFF's parliament meets for assembly. We saw Quattro infiltrate a session once during the Grips conflict. Glimmy's Indra is getting closer to the Argama. Puru wants to go out in her Kubli. She now sees Judo as the enemy. It seems her brainwashing is working. Glimmy launches in the Baoa Qu with his team of Scizzas. Judo notices the mobile suits, but Puru comes in and attacks him with her bits. She isn't messing around. El launches in the Mark II, riding the flying armor. Remember, the Mark II doesn't use a balut system and rather uses a subflight system to enter into Earth's atmosphere. We saw Camille catch some sweet waves with the flying armor during the Grips conflict. After an entire episode of Judo, Bright, and El yelling at Bicha for being spineless and wanting to leave the Argama after they land on Earth, Bicha decides to launch in the Hyakushiki. Puru and Glimmy double-team Double Zeta. He realizes that Glimmy is manipulating Puru. Judo runs away and heads directly towards Haman's flagship. The Kyubi unleashes her bits on him once again. This allows the Sadalan to launch its balut system and prep for re-entry. The Scizzas are doing damage to the Argama. Bicha and El defend the ship while Zeta Gundam does some ranged attacks. Judo grabs a hold of the Kubli and opens his cockpit. He tries again to convince Puru to stop fighting, but she points a gun at him. She is slowly breaking free of the programming, but Glimmy comes in and distracts the two. She shoots Judo in the shoulder, and the two get back into their mobile suits. Judo goes in and attacks Glimmy. The Baoa Qu fires and accidentally shoots Puru. This pushes Puru into Earth's gravitational pull. Judo goes in and tries to save her. He transforms into his mobile armor form and has the Kubli ride him. Her shoulders are too big, however. She removes them to help stabilize the two during re-entry. Judo heads to Earth for the first time. On Earth, Neo-Zeon forces have taken over Dakar with ease. They plan on rounding up any remaining Titans members. While this is happening, the Argama makes its way into the atmosphere. They land somewhere around Africa. As they gather up all of the mobile suits, Bright mentions that the ship will never make it into space again. Ooh, ominous. Kuraba informs the Argama to head to Dakar. It seems they want to meet head-on. Out of the water, a fleet of aquatic mobile suits emerge and begin attacking the Argama. It is the Kapul. The AMX-109 Kapul descends from the Hygog, which we first saw in action in War in the Pocket. Its ball shape gives the mobile suit great mobility within water, and its legs can retract into itself. Its main weapon is a beam cannon located above the mono-eye sensor, which is dubbed the Beam Eye. It also has a sonic blast weapon in its waist, an 8-tube missile launcher, and the Iron Nail, very similar to the one on the Hygog, which can penetrate even Gundarium alloy. This is a very capable unit, but we will see that Neo-Zeon will simply resort to using the Zaku Mariner once they take over EFF bases and use their weapons. Also, I'm very convinced that someone took the Kapul design and turned it into the Pokemon Registeel. What do you think? I don't think this is a coincidence. Rue and the Zeta go out to check the enemy. Judo almost jumps off of the hangar from the second floor, not realizing that he is on Earth and gravity is in effect. This anime could have ended here. Rue loses track of the Kapul. Meanwhile, a civilian ship signals the Argama. They want to do business with the Ayug. Judo is going to use this opportunity to flee onto a boat and once again try to find Lena. The fisherman, Taman, notices Judo but allows him to join. They meet up with Anu, his sister, who doesn't want Taman to get caught up in the war. El realizes that they could use Puru's Newtype power as a radar to find Judo, but Puru tricks El and she flies off in the core fighter. Ino and El go to chase her. Anu tells Judo that his family has been getting involved in the war and it concerns her. She takes Judo to a cave to find that Neo Zeon is using the people of the secluded island to pilot mobile suits for money. Judo spies on the team, but Taman shows him the power of Earth's gravity. Anu comes and helps Judo when Puru comes in with the core fighter. She tells him that she called out to him with his Newtype powers. The two head out in the core fighter. Neo Zeon and Taman head out in Capools. Ino, El, and Judo transform into Double Zeta. El and Ino head back to the ship while Double Zeta heads underwater and chases the Capools. They try to get a message back to the Argama, but you know how those Minovsky particles work and whatnot. Judo tries to just take out the Neo Zeon soldiers, not hurt any of the islanders. Taman's father runs away, and one Zeon soldier shoots him down. Judo goes in and takes out the remaining Capools. All that remains is Taman. Judo tells Taman that he was being used. Taman jumps out of his mobile suit before crashing it into the cave, destroying all of the mobile suits on the island. He swims back to the island to be with his sister. The Argama is planning with Karaba. Now that Neo Zeon has taken over Dakar, they plan on retaking it, but it is taking some time to make a plan. The team decides to go on without the Argama, but to get to Dakar, they are going to need to go through the desert. Out in the desert is a small group of Zeon remnants known as the Ramba Ral. They have been laying low for some time. Their leader, Rommel, is informed that Zeon has taken over Dakar and that mobile suits will be making their way through the desert. Rommel compares the Argama to White Base. White Base? Ew, how old are you? It is clear that this group has been laying low since the 1-year war. They believe it is men of Zabi coming to reclaim Zeon independence. And it kind of is, but a lot has changed in 9 years. Someone needs to give these guys a recap episode quickly. Judo, El, Ru, Bisha, Mondo, Ino, and Puru are all out in the desert. They are trying to get into the Mega Rider, but Puru is locked inside, wasting all the water on a bath. Everyone is thirsty. Judo decides to go out in Double Zeta and find some water. Puru takes off in the Mega Rider and follows Judo. Since Puru is following, Judo might as well ride Puru. Yeah, I heard what I said. Before UC 0001, Pentax won the Great DSLR Wars. They are the #1 trusted camera of Universal Century. The Zeon soldiers show Rommel photos of the mobile suit. They prepare for an attack. He heads out with one soldier. Rommel is in the Dawaj Custom, while the other is in a Desert Zaku. The MS-09H Dawaj Custom is a heavy modified version of the Dawaj. This version has been updated to survive against the technologies of the UC-80s. It has an exhaust in its crotch and can handle tropical climates no problem. I wish I had an exhaust in my crotch, it would make summer so much easier. It is equipped with 60mm Vulcans, a heat saber, a scattering beam gun, a beam cannon, and a heat tomahawk. It also has extra propellant to extend its operating range. They attack Zeta Gundam. Judo, cosplaying as Luffy, tells Puru to get inside the Mega Rider. He begins fighting the Dawaj. The Desert Zaku throws a grenade. Zeta hides over the hill. From behind the Zaku and the Dawaj comes Puru and the Mega Rider. She attacks them and heads towards Judo. The two take off. Back with the team, El decides to go chase after Judo and Puru. Rommel and his men decide to hide under the sand and wait for them to fall into a trap. The Hyakushiki, Mark II, and Zeta are struggling in the desert. Also, Earth's gravity is weighing them down hard. Puru heads back with El and the rest while Judo gets lured in. One Desert Zaku lures the team towards the others, hiding in the sand. Wait, why is El wearing a dress right now? As Judo approaches, the Ramba Ral fires on both Judo and their own man who lured them in. He is killed by his own team. Also, this guy's name is Callahan and he had a family or something. I wasn't paying attention. They surround Judo. The rest of the team rides Puru and heads towards Judo's location to help him out. Rommel in the Dawaj goes in to attack Judo. Bicha goes to help El, who is down. They get on the Mega Rider. The team is able to take out the entire Ramba Ral. Oh, but Rommel himself. Judo gets out of the cockpit. Rommel sees that he is a mere child. He laughs to think that his entire team was killed by children. Filled with rage, he goes to attack Judo. Oh no, is he okay? Puru, you ruined it. You have to build the tension a little. Anyways, Rommel's dead. Pudu ruined it. I'm pretty sure it is intended to come off as Judo empathizing for the Rommel Corps, but rewatching in 2024, it just seems like a new type telling an old type, lols, get good noob. Judo is flying around in the Corps fighter. He finds a camel and crash lands trying to chase it. He happens to find a woman carrying around her former lover's old Zeon helmet. It's going to be one of these episodes. I always get like this when we get to the desert portion of the Gundam episode. Isn't that right, Kigali? Speaking of slaps, Ru and L begin fighting one another as they are hot and getting impatient. While they are fighting, Pudu walks up and takes what little water remains and pours it on herself. They now pour all their hate into Pudu. Pudu goes to find Judo, but he returns at that moment with the mysterious woman that helped him. Her name is Masai. She points them in the direction of the oasis by desert law. I guess you can't just let someone die in the desert? That is interesting. Who's gonna enforce that? Masai sees their mobile suits and takes off. They head to the oasis and freak out the local town folks with their mobile suits. While running to find water, they stumble onto Masai, heading into a cave. They spy on her to find that she has a Gelgoog. They try to stop her from piloting, but she wants to fight them and help the village. L and the others find out that there is no water. It seems that Masai has led them there to prove her own worth. Out in the distance, the Gelgoog comes. Ru thinks that it is Neo Zeon and goes in to attack to prevent Haman from knowing their whereabouts. Masai leads L and Bicha into a trap. She knows the terrain quite well. She catches up with Ru and Zeta, and the two begin fighting. She uses a giant sand vacuum to blow sand everywhere and distract the team. Bicha is taken out. Judo and Pudu head back to the core fighter and head out. He almost kills her in the process. Mondo is in the Mark II. The Gelgoog sneaks up behind him and takes him out as well. He gets too much sand in his exhaust. Zeta and the Mega Rider comes in and saves the Mark II, but Masai tries to stop her. Judo comes back and distracts Masai long enough for Double Zeta to transform. Judo and the Gelgoog engage in melee combat. She keeps mentioning her old lover. We get it, you're lonely. She wants to restore the honor and make the villagers see that Tag, her lover, was important to the village. Judo slices off the Gelgoog's arm and head. The mobile suit goes up in flames. Judo rushes in to save Masai. Quick, slap her! He pulls her out before the mobile suit explodes. Yay, we saved you. Now enjoy living the rest of your life of loneliness. The end. Dakar is planning a party for Federation members welcoming Neo Zeon. Judo and the team finally make it to Dakar. They plan on making their attack that night during the party. Pudu tries to run off with Judo, but L slaps her. You can't leave her alone or she will run off to find Judo always. Haman with Minerva Zabi makes their debut. Some Federation members cheer as she claims a desire for peace amongst the Space Noids and Earth Noids. Lena is also there with Glimmy and is weirded out by all of this. She realizes that everyone here is putting on a show. Meanwhile, Pudu decides to push a button and fire the Mega Rider's Mega Particle Cannon. The team begins their raid on Dakar. Haman pretends that this is a part of the ceremony by claiming to lure Karaba towards Dakar so they can experience Zeon's military power with their own hands. Haman sneaks out and takes Minerva to safety. As they approach the city, they take on Scissors and Dowages. We talked about the custom, but let's briefly talk about the original. The MS-09G Dowage is a mass-produced ground combat mobile suit and its final production model of the DOM series. The DOM has served us all well and will continue to do so all the way up to UC-0096. This mobile suit's giant bazooka is bigger than other DOMs in the past, at a whopping 380 millimeters. Only about 88 of these were built, and we see Zeon remnants use this in the future. It is equipped with 30mm Vulcans, a heat saber, scattering beam guns, a hand grenade, a 120mm machine gun, a beam pistol, a heat tomahawk, and a knuckle shield. Judo gets out of his mobile suit and runs towards the palace. Ru is able to take out a Dowage right in front of him. Inside, Lena uses her Newtype senses to feel Judo close by. She also realizes that this highbrow culture that Glimmy is trying to push onto her is nothing more than a bunch of liars who will say and do anything. She excuses herself and goes to look for Judo. When Judo enters the house, Haman's Newtype sexual sense goes off. She can feel him. She goes to find him, once again pointing a gun at his face. She seems to take all her anger that she was probably directing towards Char and puts it onto Judo. She shoots him in the arm. Lena finds her and runs to his side. As someone attacks the palace, Judo runs and attacks Haman. They scuffle and Haman shoots at Judo. However, Lena dives right in front of him, taking the brunt of the attack. Judo holds Lena in his arms as she bleeds out. He becomes enraged. So much so that she becomes scared as she senses his Newtype powers bursting out of him. It is so big that the rest of the team fighting outside are able to sense it as well. Haman runs away out of fear of Judo's new type aura. Lena is holding her own, but she is still bleeding out. They head towards the core fighter. Glimmy chases them down.
Judo, ここまで苦労して教育したリーナをむざむざ取り戻されてたまるか?
Yeah, women are property and investments. You always have the best wisdom, Glimmy. Out on the horizon is a Garuda-class ship. It is Karaba. They send Nemos and DJs to help out. Glimmy gets in his Baoa and begins fighting the Argama team. Lena's injuries are getting worse. As they try to make their escape, a Dawaj shoots them down. They are dead in the water, and Lena is slowly dying.
Hayato Kobayashi comes in spreading Minovsky particles everywhere. Haman, with Maneva Zabi on board, is prepping to bail from Dakar as they fight against Hayato's Garda-class aircraft. Haman fires missiles, and as the Garda dodges, Haman notes that the pilot must be very skilled since he can maneuver such a big ship so swiftly. Garda-class ships are big boys, and they usually move quite slowly. She gets a message that August is in a dry zone nearby. Puru and Mondo go searching for the core fighter. Meanwhile, Bicha and Mondo steal some Dodai Kais from Karaba Nemos. One thing to note is the difference between the Dodai and the Dodai Kai is that the newer model can carry 2 people. Puru and Mondo find the core fighter washed up on shore. She tells Mondo to get a first aid kit. Lena wakes up. Puru tells her not to wake up Judo. She takes her onto the island away from Judo and Mondo. She is starting to once again become jealous. A little while later, Rue and the others find Mondo and they wake up Judo. He goes rushing off into the forest, or jungle. I'm going to guess that it's a tropical jungle since they're close to Dakar in Africa, but who knows what half a dozen colony drops have done to the flora on Earth. Puru and Lena find a small hut, and inside, Lena picks up a stick and points it at Puru. She knew that she was up to something this whole time. She's jealous. Jealous of how both Judo and Glemmy treat Lena like a princess, while she is treated like a soldier. Lena understands that Puru can't help it as a cyber Newtype. The two scuffle as Judo comes running in. He calms her down by saying that they can all be siblings and no one has to get hurt. She begins crying about how unfairly she has been treated. While this is happening, the Gundam team is out fighting. Everyone can sense it, even Lena. She tells Judo that he must go out and fight. Puru says she will watch over her. I know that she just learned her lesson and everything, but are you sure this is a good idea? Judo goes back to the core fighter, but it's still busted. He gives it a good old whack and it starts up again. You gotta love that cliche. Less than 10 episodes ago, Mondo did this exact same thing to the cattle mobile worker. Keep playing the hits, Double Zeta. Glemmy is attacking the team, but Judo in the core fighter comes in to help. They need the core base. Everyone links up and uses their new type powers together to find the core base. Mondo in the Mega Rider grabs the core base, and that's when the team senses something. It's the Argama. It's finally made its way to Dakar. Bright preps the high mega particle cannon. Meanwhile, the team brings in the core base, but that's just when August arrives with his team and the Dryzen. Back in the jungle hut, Lena is starting to get a fever. Puru goes out for a brief moment to get a cold cloth to cool her down. The Argama fires its mega particle cannon towards Haman's Sadalan-class ship. The team has enough time to transform. As Glemmy tells August to pull back, Judo slices through his sub-flight system with his beam saber. One of Glemmy's men, Pola, is attacked in the Dawaj. She goes down but finds a Dodai Kai and uses it to escape. Rue in the Zeta Gundam begins fighting Glemmy. As the two grapple in their mobile suits, Glemmy does a little sweet talk to Rue and tricks her. He attacks her and gets away on her Dodai Kai. Pola in the Dawaj attacks the Zeta, but Rue shoots down her Dodai Kai. Her Dawaj begins going down in the direction of Lena. Puru runs back, but there's nothing she can do. The hut Lena was hiding in exploded, along with the Dawaj. Glemmy says this battle doesn't sit well with him. Judo rushes to find Lena. Puru approaches him, giving him a glimpse of hope for a brief moment. Judo is somewhat in delusion about the entire situation. Glemmy comes down and finds out that Lena has been killed. Judo tells him that Haman even shot her. Glemmy takes off and sees Haman and her Sadalan make their retreat. We are starting to see the roots of Glemmy's rebellion start to blossom. Surely Glemmy didn't think it was all about bloodlines, but being third-generation Zeons, he's starting to realize that he is indeed a Nepo baby. Remember, Glemmy comes from a royal family, but he was adopted. He carries the name, but he didn't completely grow up with it. We see this in the plot to assassinate Girin when the Toto family started gaining more power due to the family adopting a child. Certainly Haman is starting to be someone that Glemmy can't trust. Judo is still in denial, but Rue comes over and begins to give him some tough love. The team mourns in front of the burning Dawaj. The Argama makes its escape from Dakar. They are awaiting instructions from the Aldumla. Ever since returning to the Argama, Judo hasn't left the cockpit of the core fighter. Everyone wants to give him a little bit of time to mourn, but Rue is tired of his pouting. Puru tries to prevent Rue from intervening, but it's fruitless. They open up the canopy to see Judo's arms beaten and bloody from punching a monitor. Judo runs away and says that no one can understand his feelings. Astanaj gives him a nice, "We all love you, but you're acting crazy" tackle. Glemmy and Haman are meeting. They don't want the Argama to meet up with the rest of Karaba. She wonders what happened to that girl, and Glemmy mentions that she is dead. Haman plans on seizing control of the remaining Titans facilities while she orders Glemmy to handle Karaba. She reminds him of his bloodline. Back on Glemmy's Endra-class ship, the Sandra, Glemmy is talking with August. August will go down with the Dryzen team, and Glemmy will follow in his Baoa Qu and attack the city of El Golea, which is presumed to be Karaba's base of operations. Unlike Glemmy, August is a relatively no-nonsense person when it comes to getting the job done. He heads out with the Dryzen team. Bicha and Mondo start getting passive-aggressive towards Rue. After she calls them out, the two get directly aggressive for being so mean to Judo earlier. Also, can I just say that everyone in the past few episodes is going all out on the fashion. While Bright passively mentions that they should probably be treating Puru like a prisoner, the red alert goes up on the Argama. Ino tries to get everyone into the hangar to stop fighting and focus on the approaching enemy. Rue says screw this and goes AWOL in the core fighter. Bright orders Judo and Ino to head towards the Karaba base, while Bicha and Mondo go after Rue. Judo flashes back to Puru, telling him that Rue might be right about not wallowing in self-doubt. Rue runs into the Dryzen team. August heads on to the Karaba base while Glemmy takes on Rue. Bicha in the Hyakushiki and Mondo in the Mark II try to use Rue as bait. Glemmy in the Baoa Qu transforms as Bicha rubs Rue in Glemmy's face. Literally. Bicha, of all people, takes out Glemmy's Baoa Qu with his beam saber. Glemmy was able to jump out in time and survive. Rue also bails. Judo and Ino make it to El Golea after the Dryzen team starts their attack. Judo remembers Puru's words and it ignites his will to fight once again. The Dryzens run away, but the town is on fire. The Argama team helps out El Golea. Meanwhile, in the desert, Glemmy has been abandoned by August and the Dryzen team. He's been left on his own to die. Judo finds out that Bicha and Mondo started shit with Rue, ultimately because she gave him such a hard time. Judo puts the burden of Rue's leaving on himself. Rue hides the core fighter and heads out on foot. Glemmy is also wandering through the desert. He wonders how Haman even came into power. He reflects on a leader that he still admires, Zeon Zumdaikum. Meanwhile, we see a Zaku tanker carrying a Gelgoog, a Desert Zaku, and an Izak. The Zaku tanker is a transport vehicle that runs on caterpillar treads and has a Zaku head on the front. This was deployed mainly in Africa. It has a 9-tube missile launcher and a twin cannon. The RMS-119 Ewak Zak, better known as the IZAK, is a mass-produced recon variant of the Hyzak that was originally made during the Grips conflict. The biggest change between this unit and the standard Hyzak is the giant radar attachment on its head. This unit can spot enemies on the radar without giving away its location, unless of course you're looking at it from the top down. The IZAK is mainly used during pre- or post-battle and collects all of its data in data pods. If the enemy is ever compromised, it backs up 4 different copies and jettisons the data out in various directions in the hopes that no data is suppressed. It is also equipped with the updated Zaku Kai 120mm machine gun, a shield, and a beam saber. Rue has made it to the closest town, but they won't let her in without ID. She pretends that one of the men is her boyfriend, and he plays along. Unfortunately for her, he is now in love with her. His name is June Cock. Oh, jeez. In the hangar, everyone is bickering as they have to do more because Rue isn't there. Puru wastes a lot of oil. They need to make a stop to resupply. June takes Rue underground to the subterranean part of the city. Meanwhile, the Blue Unit forces Glemmy to infiltrate the underground city and find their control room. They are a part of the African Independence Front and they want to reclaim the city. While underground, Glemmy notices Rue. As June tries to hit on her, Glemmy comes in and punches him in the face. He takes Rue and they run away together. Back with the Blue Unit, the IZAK can find enemies approaching their location. This happens to be Judo, Ino, and Puru. The Blue Unit begins attacking them. Puru and Judo are currently using the Zeta Gundam. While they battle, Glemmy notices all the fighting. Rue tells him that he took his eyes off the prize and can't handle her, so she bails. Ino and El take on the Desert Zaku. The Gelgoog shoots its bazooka at the Zeta, but Puru can react faster than Judo. El and Ino come in to help the Zeta. They take out the Gelgoog. Glemmy heads back to the Zaku tanker and rushes to the battlefield, but not before the Argama team can retreat. They head to the town to go find Rue. Glemmy and the Blue Unit meet up with Dido, the leader of the team, who is in the Gelgoog. Before dying, he asks Glemmy to fight for the Blue Unit. He dies in Glemmy's arms. Elo, a Blue Unit team member, is testing Dido's old Gelgoog, as it is still functional. Elo says that Blue Unit member Gadib Yassin will be coming soon, but Glemmy tells him not to let his guard down around the Gundam. Rue heads back to the core fighter to find that Judo and the gang just left billion-dollar mobile suits lying around with the keys in the cockpit like a toddler in a hot car. Bright orders Bicha and Mondo to head out in the core base and core top to retrieve the core fighter. Remember that they can't transform into the double Zeta. Bright says he doesn't care about Rue, he just wants the fighter back. Glemmy buys June a drink as they have both been rejected by Rue, but June laughs at him and Glemmy punches him in the face again. This punch allows Puru to sense Glemmy nearby. As they find him, the Endra along with Gadib Yassin's team come in to raid the city. With the help of Neo Zeon, they plan on taking the city back. August is manning the Endra. Wait, roll that back? Absolutely savage. This might be the most brutal civilian death scene in Double Zeta thus far. Elo notices that Gadib Yassin isn't trying to recapture the city, but is rather tearing it apart. Elo begins turning on his Blue Unit teammates. Glemmy runs in front of Gadib Yassin's douage and demands that he take him to August. The Gundam team heads back to their mobile suits to find that Rue hid them under the sand. She yells at them for leaving their mobile suits out in the open like that. Everyone heads out in their mobile suits to help save the city. Meanwhile, Elo in the blue Gelgoog is taking care of business. August, looking like he's seen a ghost, now relies on the flowery language that Glemmy uses. The no-nonsense man is caught up in gloating about Glemmy's death. Gadib Yassin heads out along with August and the Dryzen team. Oh snap! Glemmy has a sharper tongue than I'd imagine. Gadib Yassin and Elo meet on the battlefield. In their conflict, they want nothing to do with the Franks, but Gadib and Neo Zeon are teaming up with them to take down the city. He demands to know why. The battle intensifies. Judo fights Gadib Yassin. Glemmy Toto comes in and uses the beam tomahawk on Judo, but Ino and Puru come in with the Dodai Kai and block the attack, destroying the subflight system in the process. Puru and Ino get out before the Dodai Kai explodes. That is when Mondo and Bicha come in. Now that the core fighter is here, they are finally able to transform into the Double Zeta Gundam. Rue in the Double Zeta goes in and attacks Glemmy, but Elo pushes him and takes all of the attack, sacrificing himself in the process. Gadib Yassin rushes Rue, but she destroys his douage with the double beam rifle. Glemmy retreats, unable to avenge Dido. Meanwhile, the city is destroyed, but June is drinking while pondering on war. He thinks about Rue.
The Satellon-class ship makes its way to Kilimanjaro. Haman makes her leave while Minerva gazes out to the earth. The Argama team is making their way across the desert to meet up with the Argama. It seems that they have stolen one of the Zaku tankers that we mentioned in last week's episode. Puru is complaining about the heat. Everyone is sticky and tired. They need to take a break. Luckily, they are able to find a bed of water. It is a salt lake. As everyone plays, Judo is about to jump in, but he senses someone nearby. It is August and his team. He is still concerned about losing his position now that Glemmy is back in command. Judo goes out in the Double Zeta. He takes out one of the Drysons with the quickness. Bicha comes in to help. August instantly retreats. Well, that was fast. Judo tells Bicha not to follow too far in, but Bicha tells him not to give him orders. Back on the Indra, August needs some form of strategy if they are going to take down the Argama mobile suits. Glemmy takes him to a secret location and tells him that after he sees this, he must follow his orders until the day he dies. He shows August a clone of Puru in cold sleep. Glemmy knows that August was sent to watch over Glemmy. He wonders if August can betray Haman. August becomes loyal to Glemmy. Bright is on his way to Dublin when August attacks the ship. He wonders where Judo and the team are. Judo finds it weird that they retreated so early. Rue fell asleep while keeping watch, but she wakes up and notices smoke in the direction of the Argama. The team goes to launch, but Bicha trips Judo and takes out the Double Zeta himself. Bright is happy to see Double Zeta coming in to help. While fighting Bicha, August proclaims that he don't need no Newtypes or Puru 2 to win this battle. L in the Mark II rides Rue in the Zeta mobile armor form. Judo and Puru are in the Dodai Kai. He contacts Bright to prep the Hyakushiki. The Double Zeta Vernier thrusters are messed up. L comes to help, but the two are both struggling. Bright launches in the Hyakushiki and Dodai Kai. Puru takes the reins of the Dodai, while Judo jumps onto the mobile suit. He goes in to attack August. August can't keep up, and Judo is able to destroy the Dryson and kill him. As he dies, he screams out for the Indra. The Indra? Aim higher, dude. That's like aiming for Zeon Middle Management. Judo proves that with Double Zeta or the Hyakushiki, Judo is better than Bicha. He goes to save his friend. On the Argama, Bicha learns a lesson that I'm sure he will forget next episode. Everyone is excited to finally wash all the sweat off their bodies. Back on the Indra, Glemmy heads to Kilimanjaro. He says that unlike August, he plans to use more than just power to win this war. He looks over Puru 2's body. The team makes their way to Dublin. Bright tells Elle that humans spent centuries planting trees, and if they didn't interfere with nature, it would be a desert like the Sahara. On Earth, Haman is trying to find a new candidate for the Psycho Gundam Mark II, but she is struggling. She is looking over documents, which shows a picture of Rosamia, who was the previous pilot.
Hey, big brother!
A Zeon pilot named Arias Moma and his team is heading towards the Indra. Professor X, what are you doing here? After changing course, Judo wonders if Bright ever wants to see his family. Bright says he will see them if they survive. Judo is upset by this but doesn't respond. Puru uses her Newtype senses to feel that he is hiding his true feelings. She was able to sense for a moment that Judo wished that Puru died instead of Lena. She runs and takes off in the core top just as the enemy approaches their location. She didn't realize that Ino was in the core top as well. She cries and says that she will defeat the enemy even though she is alone. Ino reminds her that she is not alone. Professor X and his team of Bawus attack the core top. Puru says, I will kill everyone in this cockpit if I have to. Ino would like to live, however. That is when Bicha and Judo come in with the core fighter and core base. They all head to a lower altitude. Puru and Judo talk to each other psychically. A shuttle comes in and Bawus drop down to Earth. Bright touches down and meets up with the EFF higher-ups. Judo wanders off to go find Bright while the gang heads into the city to find the hospital. They are working out peace policies with Haman and are considering offering her Side 3. But Bright tells them that giving Zeon their home back will only ignite their will for independence. They believe that the Ayug are in league with Anaheim Electronics. I mean, who isn't? They tell him to withdraw to Norway and ignore any fight. They say so with a sinister laugh. That is when Judo comes in and punches a fool. Meanwhile, we meet Fa, who is working at the hospital when she happens to notice one of the kids. She wonders if the Argama is around. Professor X and his team come into Dublin and begin destroying the city. Judo and Bright are being held prisoner when the building they are in catches fire. Luckily, Fa is nearby and senses Judo. The others make it back to the Argama and launches in their mobile suits. Fa uses her jeep to create a hole for Judo and Bright to break out. She takes them back to the Argama. That metaphor doesn't work on Fa. She hasn't been around Bright. You aren't helpful. Judo and Bright heads to the Argama while Fa heads back to the city to find Camille. Puru takes out Double Zeta on her own. Torres currently has command of the bridge. Hell yeah, let's see more of Captain Torres. Torres decides to lift off right before Bright and Judo make it back. Professor X's Baoa cuts through Bicha with ease. He is down in the water. That is when Puru and Double Zeta comes in to help out. Fa goes to check on Camille to realize that he is gone. The Argama finally lands and picks up the crew. EFF, along with the mayor of Dublin, want to confiscate the Argama, but EFF is in such a weak state that Bright just ignores them. However, they do notice Fa coming over. As she approaches, EFF tries to stop her. Judo comes in with a gun and says to the mayor, hey, have you ever been shot by a war orphan? They let Fa go. Fa reunites with Shinta and Coom, who acted as their parents more or less during the Grips conflict. She wants the Argama crew to help find Camille. Fa, Shinta, Coom, and Mondo head out on foot while El, Ino, and Judo head out in the core pieces. Puru is left behind. She is bored, but suddenly she senses Glimmy. She runs and takes the Mark II. The Mark II is still not repaired, but she wants to destroy the Sandra. Meanwhile, Glimmy is fixing the Psycho Gundam Mark II. Professor Xavier wants to pilot it, but he can't handle its new type powers. That is when Puru comes in and attacks the ship. She throws the Dodai Kai right into the bridge. Professor X begins attacking her. She hears a voice in her head helping her through the fight. Puru stills Arias' base jabber. Alright, I'll stop calling him Professor X. The Argama begins approaching their location. They tell Judo to come back to the ship. He along with Rue get a familiar voice in their head. Everyone heads back. The Mark II runs out of energy. They are fighting around the Psycho Gundam Mark II, and they keep crashing into it. While fighting, for a moment, Puru gets consumed by the power of the Psycho Gundam. A voice comes into her head telling her not to be consumed. The Bawus are able to take out the Mark II. Puru passes out. Judo, Ino, and El dock and form the Double Zeta. A strange voice is also guiding Judo. Everyone regroups. Judo uses the high mega cannon, vaporizing one of the Bawus and clipping the Sandra. They all retreat and Judo goes to find Puru. As she wakes up, she says she knows where Camille is. They wonder if the voice in their heads were Camille this whole time. They head out to the bluffs to find Camille staring out to the ocean. Bright gets a message from Hayato and the Aldumla. They get a scrambled message about a colony from Side 4 making its way to Earth. They must get the Argama back to Dublin. Meanwhile, Camille finds God, like the same God Kanye claims to see. That is what Camille is seeing right now. Racken gets a message from Haman informing him of the colony drop. The Aldumla meets up with the Argama finally. The first thing that Bright does is show Hayato Katz's room. It still has a picture of the entire family. We find out that Hayato knows of his death, but he hasn't informed Frau Bo or any of the children yet. Damn, dude, it's almost been a year. Just rip off that band-aid. Judo tries to take Camille to Glasgow, away from the events of the colony drop, because they are afraid it is going to trigger him. Camille runs away. Quick, someone stop that autistic. Even though he is broken, he still wants to fight and help out. Hayato sees Katz and Camille and realizes that they are putting children in a messed up position, fighting their war for them. Hayato lets Fa and Camille take his shuttle to Glasgow. They wonder what Camille was trying to tell him. Raken launches in his Zaku 3. The AMX-011 Zaku 3 is the evolution of the tried and true Zaku 2. However, it is far beyond the power, speed, and maneuverability of the Zaku 2. This unit is equipped with a 1.7 megawatt head beam cannon mounted in the mouth. Then why call it a head beam cannon if it comes out of the mouth? It also has a similar beam cannon and beam saber found on the Qubli. This unit was in the running for mass production alongside the Dovin Wolf. This mobile suit is also equipped with a beam rifle, a beam machine gun, bazooka, and interchangeable head-mounted Vulcans. This mobile suit will later be used by the Sleeves, and like the Zaku 2, will have many variants. Before heading out, Judo goes to talk to Puru in sickbay. She tells him that she loves him and to do his best. They have 4 hours till the colony drops. Ino, El, and Judo launch in the core pieces. The Argama and Karaba go to rescue as many citizens as possible. Suddenly, Raken comes in and attacks a boat, evacuating some citizens. The Argama team moves in to protect the people. Camille in Glasgow is able to sense the battle taking place. Specifically, he is able to sense Judo. Hayato is in the Dodai Kai when Raken surrounds him. His first response is to try to commit suicide, but Judo comes in to stop him. 1 hour remaining until the colony drops. They need to start making their retreat if they don't want to get injured. Core pieces transform into Double Zeta, but Raken goes in to attack the core fighter. Judo is vulnerable, but Hayato in the Dodai attacks him. Annoyed, Raken fires at the Dodai. As he goes down, he hears Kat's voice. Hayato is killed in action. Everyone retreats except for Judo, who wants to take down the remaining mobile suits. Raken goes into attack, but as the two battle, the colony comes crashing down. Dublin is obliterated. Camille looks out to the sky in sadness. Everyone is getting swept up from the blast of the colony drop. Raken continues fighting with Judo. The smoke clears and Bright sees the damage of the colony. Unlike Operation British, this colony did not explode on impact, so it is just sticking out of Earth. Glimmy is above the clouds and is Indra, watching this all go down. He feels useless, but he still has the chance to save face by taking down the Argama. Judo's Newtype senses overwhelms him with grief. He hears the voice in his head again when Raken attacks him. Judo's rage gives him his second wind. Glimmy goes to awaken Puru too. When he does, Puru can feel her. Raken is overwhelmed by Judo's power and runs away. Bright hasn't had any contact with anyone, so he decides to head to Dublin to find survivors. Puru 2 launches in the Psycho Gundam Mark II. This is more or less the same Psycho Gundam we saw Rosamia pilot by EFF. The only difference is that it is now under the hands of Neo Zeon. The Gundam team regroups. The core fighter and core top can't fly anymore. The Dodai Kai comes in to pick them up when they spot the Aldumla. Ru and the Dodai Kai head out to protect them. Puru informs Bright that something is coming their way. She helps guide the high mega cannon, and the Argama fires through the colony towards the Psycho Gundam. Remember a few moments ago when Bright wanted to help survivors? I guess he's over it. The mobile fortress didn't get hit. They need time to recharge the high mega cannon. Puru runs off in her broken down Qubli Mark II and launches with the Dodai Kai. Puru and Puru 2 engage in battle. Oh no, they are fighting perfectly symmetrical. They both use their bits on one another. It's a bit battle. Judo comes in to help Puru. The Psycho Gundam Mark II transforms into mobile suit form. He tells Puru to head back to the Argama and goes to fight Puru 2. Meanwhile, the Gundam team lands on the Aldumla. They can't get in contact with Karaba and the ship starts slowly descending. They break into the ship to find that the Aldumla crew has been killed. There are civilians still on board the ship, but no Karaba members in sight. Judo is running out of beam energy, but Puru comes in to help him. She realizes that she is fighting herself. Puru unleashes her bits, and they all target a central location to create a giant anime ball. The ball explodes, taking out the Qubli in the process. Unfortunately, the Psycho Gundam still stands. Enraged, he attacks the Psycho Gundam and destroys it, but Puru 2 rejects. Double Zeta tries to chase down the escape pod and notices that Puru is piloting the Gundam. Puru just killed Puru. Back on the Argama, everyone has a moment of silence for those who died. black rain pours down. Right after the colony drop, Haman uses a mass driver system to launch back into space. The team gets wind of this and makes their way to Norway to also head back into space. However, they are leaving the Argama behind for Karaba to use. While prepping for launch, Judo feels that they were useless while on Earth. He and El have a moment, but Bicha gets jealous and interrupts it. As they take off, Camille and Fa watches on. In Dakar, we also run into Selah, who happens to be with Lena. She is still alive. They make their way to Levian Rose. As they approach, they see a new ship. It is the Nahil Argama. The SC-VA-76 Nahil Argama is designed to be the new flagship replacing the Argama. It has a higher mobile suit carrying capacity, more catapults to launch mobile suits, and an added recovery deck at the rear. The Argama was a relatively light armored battleship. This version fixes the issue by having so many beam cannons. I guess you can't destroy armor if you create a wall of beams around you. Remember, Levian Rose refitted the Argama to have the high megaparticle cannon, and the ship was used as a testbed for the Nahil Argama. This ship will also later be retrofitted to keep up with Londo Bell's latest toys. It is equipped with 4 twin beam cannons, a single barrel beam cannon mounted near the starboard, a secondary beam cannon mounted near the dorsal hull, a VLS system for taking off on Earth, and anti-air machine guns. Bright goes to talk to Madchar, while the rest go to check out the new ship. Bright and the team find out that with the exception of Bright, the Argama crew will be let go. They have no regards for any orders. He's kind of not wrong. Judo talks a bunch of shit to Madchar when Levian Rose is attacked. Meanwhile, Mashimer is doing his best 80s hair metal cosplay. It turns out that Haman placed Mashimer in charge of dropping the colony. I guess this is his morning outfit. He is with Ilya Palzom. In yesterday's video of Char's deleted affair, we saw a young Ilya Palzom living in Zeon Remnant territory. Mashimer gives Ilya the Haman rose. She calls him the romantic type. They get signal of the new Argama-class ship and wonder if they got an upgrade. The new team fights with the old team, and they both try to pilot the Argama. Everyone is fighting with one another. Bright leaves Bicha in command. Judo launches. They are attacked by Ilya, piloting the Regelgug. The MS-14J Regelgug is an upgraded version of the Gelgug, which stands for Refined Gelgug. Its main improvement is its mobility and has more vernier thrusters in the shoulders. It has a backpack that is equipped with a missile pod and 2 beam lancers. The generator is greatly improved as well. Other weapons include a grenade launcher, a twin beam sword, a beam rifle, and the same beam machine gun that the Gelgug Jaeger uses. It also has been known to use the Gyaradoga's beam machine gun as well. We will also see these survive and be used by the sleeves in UC-0096. Bright fights with the crew while Shinta and Kum help out. Ilya attacks the Nahil Argama and creates a hole, throwing the new crew and Shinta and Kum out into space. Judo and Ilya begin fighting one another. When the Regelgug touches Double Zeta, they both get a Newtype sensation of the sorts. Bright launches in a shuttle to go find Shinta and Kum. Rue launches to go protect him. He sends out a tow cable for the kids. Did Hato just bite down on the tow cable? Good robot. The Regelgug gets close to the shuttle, but Judo prevents her attacks. He hides behind an asteroid, but he actually ejected the core fighter. He is able to trick her for a moment, but she grabs the core fighter. Judo tries to talk to her face to face, but that is when he feels that sensation once again. Ilya takes off as Rue comes to help out. They all retreat for now. Ilya returns and gives Mashimer Haman's rose back, but it has been destroyed. He swears he will get his vengeance on Judo. Back on the Nahil Argama, the crew says, "Screw it, we can handle this on our own." They let Bright and the kids get some rest for now. Bicha, acting as captain, commands the crew to head to the moon with their goal of pushing towards Side 3. Really? You build robots and you still get boy crazy like this? Shinta, Kum, and Bright will head out while Emily and Levian Rose go to catch up with the Nahil Argama. On board the ship, Judo is getting angry, but he says that Lena would get mad at him if he got angry. He wants to end this war so he could go and see her once again. The crew thinks that Judo just needs some rest. Meanwhile, 3 mobile suits are heading towards the Injure 2. They are Jamru Fins. The AMA-01X Jamru Fin is a prototype mobile armor that is still in development. These units are intended specifically for space combat. This mobile armor far exceeds the speeds of the Baoa Qu and other transformable mobile suits. This mobile armor can be fitted with the Mega Booster, which is fitted with extra weapons, extending its operating range and combat ability. It can also add extra power output to the high Mega Cannon. Along with a 30.1 megawatt Hyper Mega Cannon, this unit is also equipped with a 3-tube missile launcher, a beam gun, which doubles as a beam saber, and a bomber unit. The Mega Booster adds a Mega Launcher and an 8-tube missile pod. The team consists of Danny, Dune, and Dale, which make up the 3D team. Oh, I get it. They head into an asteroid field and see a light. They decide to head towards it. However, it was Emery who decided to send out a flare to try to contact the Argama. They go to attack Levi and Rose. I am sure there is a joke in there about a Rose finding that D. The Gundam team heads out on the Mega Rider. Judo fires the Mega Particle Cannon past Levi and Rose and towards the 3D team. They need to make their time with Mashimer, however, so the team decides to retreat. Judo wonders what those new mobile suits were. The Argama docks with Levi and Rose. Emery gives Beecha Bright's message. It says to hunt down Neo Zeon, or you will be treated as traitors by both the AUG and EFF. Bright also gives them a video message, which is more uplifting. Judo just wants to end this so he could send Lena to a good school when this is all over. L tells everyone to just go with Judo's delusions for now. On the Indra 2, which is exactly the same as Mashimer's original Indra from the beginning of the show, he meets with the 3D team. He puts them on standby while launching the Sturm Diaz team. The RMS 099B Shujrum Diaz is an improved version of the Rick Diaz. At this point, Neo Zeon has solidified their place on the Earth's sphere and have taken over some factories and started working with Anaheim Electronics. This mobile suit is designed for hit-and-run missions. It has a different skirt and improved speed and is 1.5 to 2 times faster than the Rick Diaz. However, it is equipped with the same weapons as the Rick Diaz, which include a 50mm Vulcan Phalanx, beam pistol, beam saber, a 300mm clay bazooka, and a beam cannon. The 3D team launches as well as Ilya in the Regelgug. 10 mobile suits make their way towards Levi and Rose and the Argama. The Gundam team launches and engages with the Sturm Diaz team. One of the mobile suits gets close and almost shoots the bridge, but Ilya shot down the Sturm Diaz commander for disobeying orders. The 3D team move in on Double Zeta. Beecha is struggling to command the bridge crew, so Emery decides to take command of both ships while Beecha launches in the Hyakushiki. Beecha and Judo fumble to work together, but they are eventually able to sink their attacks and get damage on the 2 Jamru fins. Ilya decides to have the team retreat. During the battle, Beecha was able to sense Lena. Judo is now sure that she is alive on Earth. I guess he isn't as crazy as the crew thought. Mashimer aborts his chase with the Nahil Argama. He knows it is going to Site 3, so they will meet them there eventually. Ilya isn't as optimistic as Mashimer. Beecha wants to murder everyone on Site 3, but they all remind him that doing so would be no different than what Haman did to Dublin. Bright should have left L or Rue in command. As they approach Site 3, the crew spots a shuttle being attacked by old Zaku's. L and Rue head out to handle it. They engage with the old Zaku's. They all have Dodai Kais, giving the old mobile suits some modern-day mobility. Not only that, this team is well-trained. They retreat, claiming their mission is complete. The Argama crew boards the shuttle. They find civilians on board. Also on board are Zeon soldiers that are hiding from the AUG. Beecha gets an alert that there is another shuttle close by being attacked by the same Zaku's. This time, Judo goes out in Double Zeta. He doesn't let them escape this time. Poor Zaku's, they didn't have a chance. He uses missile pods to take out the final Zaku. On board, the ship happens to be the Light Tribe. They run into Sarasa and Rasara once again. Torres wants to treat them as spies for now. Sarasa mentions that there is an evil aura on board this ship. One of the civilians is Haman in disguise. One of her underlings sends out a flare to warn nearby Zeon pilots. As it goes off, the pilots launch in their Gaozoms. They surround the Argama. Judo is IDing the civvies. He touches Haman and instantly gets a bad feeling. Rather than realizing that it is Haman right in front of him, he runs off to the hangar. Beecha wants Mondo to go out in the Hyakushiki, but Judo wants to help. He tells him to let him show off and do it alone. Londo doesn't even make it past the landing strip to realize he's in a bad position. Mondo starts to get cocky and mess with the soldiers. Judo heads to the launch pad. He realizes that they don't want to destroy the Argama and wonders why. Mondo launches a Gaozom off the launch pad while he takes out the remaining one. Judo goes in to destroy the launched mobile suit. After the battle, Rasara goes to Haman and tells her that she senses an evil in her, but her true feelings are no different from Judo's. They head to Colony 24 of Side 3, which is a neutral colony. The team makes it to Colony 24, also known as Tiger Bomb. Tiger Bomb It's way better than Bengay. Just don't put it on your junk, or you're going to have a bad time. Stampa Haloi runs the colony, and they don't want any military personnel to be seen on the colony, so they split up. Stampa likes to collect women for his team. He sees Sarasa, El, and Ru and decides they will be his. The real reason to split them up is to get the girls alone. Also, Haman is here. As Judo's team is being transported, it is attacked by a petite mobile. Some random citizens want to take the Gundam, but Judo kicks him in the freaking head and tries to crush him with his own petite mobile. They tell Judo and the gang that they have to steal to make ends meet, or they get sent to the mines. They also tell them that Stampa is going to have sex with all your crew members. It's time for a good old-fashioned cross-dressing episode. The boys dress up like women to break in and save the girls. Stampa is watching the monitor of all the girls. This scene is just missing a bottle of lotion. Gross. Sarasa and Rasara bug Haman about following the light. Proselytizing a religion usually never works. Haman wants to be away from these religious freaks. The boys dressed up as girls to get into Stampa's compound. They notice mobile suits outside being used as statues. They enter and Stampa calls them ugly. He kicks him out but lets Ino stay. Judo knocks out a guard and gets into one of the gogs outside. He breaks out the girls and begins fighting Stampa's men. One is an Agai guy. The MSN 04N Agai guy is a modified variant of the Act guy. After Zeon forces took over California base during the 1-year war, they created a model with the sole purpose of infiltrating Jaburo. However, since Char was able to find a way into the base, an attack happened before the mobile suits were actually finished. This unit is primarily designed for close combat. It is equipped with 20mm Vulcans, a heat rod, an iron nail, and interchangeable forearm. They were rarely used and found in the hands of rich guys like Stampa. He is able to take out the mobile suit in quite a comedic manner. A Zagak suddenly appears. It happens to be Haman. She is still trying to convince Judo to join her. Judo tries to make her flinch, but she says, "You a punk bitch." Stampa gets in the way and everyone retreats. Meanwhile, Mashimer finally makes it to Side 3. Haman and Stampa begin working together. He wants to take down the Nahil Argama for her. Sarasa senses that the Argama crew is being brought down by the presence of Haman, so she wants to handle it on her own. Rosara and Mondo goes with her. The rest of the team follows Mondo and the sisters. Of course, while out in public, Mondo is caught instantly. They run away and eventually run into Stampa and a Zagak. Stampa tries to crush Mondo, but Rosara comes and jumps on top of him. She prevents the Zagak from crushing them, but he trips and destroys a building. Some rubble happens to fall on top of Rosara. She tells Sarasa to protect the people of Moon Moon before she dies. Judo is able to operate a crane and take out Stampa's Zagak. Mondo cries over Rosara and Judo yells out. Haman is able to sense that he is coming. Judo wants revenge, but Sarasa has already found forgiveness and tells everyone else to find peace. Yeah, you are way too mature for this bunch, Sarasa. He runs and meets up with Haman. She literally tells Judo, "Together we could rule the world as Newtypes." Sweet baby Yoda, that's a Star Wars reference in my Gundam. While talking, Stampa betrays Haman, but that is when the team comes in and Elle does her best Omer impression. As the explosion goes off, Haman runs away. Judo meets up with the team as they are being chased by Stampa's men. Bicha comes in piloting Zeta Gundam. Who the hell is commanding the ship? Hopefully Torres. They continue their escape to be met with Ilya in the Regalgug. They surround Bicha as the rest of the team heads back to the Argama. Oh hey, it's Ino in command. Still better than Bicha. Mondo launches in the Mark II. He is furious and wants revenge on Rosara's death. Ilya realizes that Haman is close by. Elle continues to handle business with the rocket launcher. Mondo destroys the Zagak and kills Stampa. Congrats on not learning Sarasa's lesson, I guess. Ilya finds a flare. It is Haman. She goes to pick her up and take her to Mashimer. Judo heads out to look for the Regalgug, but they have made their escape. Sarasa and the Light Tribe take Rosara back to Moon Moon. She tells Judo that he and Haman are connected and to watch out in the future. They have a moment of silence for Rosara. The team is making their way to Core 3, which is a space colony in Side 3 that is being used as Haman's base of operations. They plan on connecting the asteroid Cicero to the colony. This is the Argama team's best opportunity to break in. They use dummy asteroids to get in close and head in using jetpacks. Haman is informed that Kara Sune is making her way to the colony, while Glimmy just departed to take out the Argama. Puru 2 launches in the Cubely Mark II. Unlike Puru, Puru 2 uses the Psychomu headset that focuses her Newtype control. They are able to break into the colony through the hangar. They find new mobile suits along with miners. These miners were forced into this situation and are anti-Zeon. No, not that type of miner, and not forced into that situation, you sick fuck. That is when Kara comes out with a whip, but once she sees Judo, her personality changes. She rubs her boobs in his face. Luckily, she now has 2 soldiers to help out when her personality changes. A girl named Lucina, similar in age to Lena, hands out food. The miners wonder if they could use the Argama crew against Kara. Puru 2 arrives at Core 3 to meet with Kara. She shows off her Saikomu headset and tells them that there is a bad aura here. The kids are captured by miners. Lucina goes to chase them. She asks if Puru 2 could follow them. Lucina and the Argama crew tell the miners that they are working against Neo Zeon and they could actually work together. Of course, Puru 2 was overhearing this conversation. She calls for the Cubely Mark II with her headset. Kara chases them as she gets into the mobile suit. Judo goes in and tries to convince Kara to join the AUG and do his laundry. You thought I was making a joke on that one, didn't you? Nope, actual line. Judo tells her that Rosara is dead, and that brings her back to her horny personality. Suddenly, Bicha blasts a hole in the colony. Judo jumps out into space and back towards the dummy asteroid, which contained the core fighter. He transforms into Double Zeta. Kara meets him on the battlefield with the Gamalk. The AMX 015 Gamalk is a mass-produced mobile suit intended for Zeon's new types. Gamalk is one of the most heavily armed mobile suits of its time, with over 20 beam weapons mounted on a mobile suit that is only 25.5 meters. That is slightly bigger than Double Zeta, but very small considering it has more beam weapons than a one-year war battleship. This unit also contains a Saikomu system and has 2 types of funnels. There are 2 mother funnels, which are technically closer to bits than funnels, whereas the child funnels can output 1.8 megawatts and can store 28 of them on the mobile suit. It also has a beam rifle, a beam saber, and a triple grenade launcher. Judo tries to convince her to stop fighting, and she responds by firing all of her beam weapons. Judo runs away as Kara's 2 men come out in Galbadis and snap her out of it. They head back to the asteroid to find out that the miners and Lucina have been kidnapped. It was Puru 2. Cicero finally finishes connecting to Core 3. Puru takes Rue and the girls as prisoners, but they run into a random room, which just so happens to have Minerva Zabi studying. Meanwhile, the boys are working with the remaining miners. They wonder if they could use the Argama's high mega cannon to disconnect the asteroid. Haman orders Puru 2 to suppress any uprising by the miners. Puru 2 can sense that Haman can sense her. She realizes Glemmy's true intentions and curses cyber Newtypes. Gaza D's are guarding the asteroid. Mondo and Bicha chase them away and cause a distraction. The others launch dummy asteroids to head back to the Argama. Puru 2 takes Lucina and frees her for saying nice things to Puru. But Kara is watching, and they think Lucina is working with Glemmy now. Judo finds Lucina when Puru 2 flies overhead and begins attacking the mansion. As they are attacked, Haman is also informed that Glemmy has begun taking over Axis instead of capturing the Argama. Kara and her men go out to stop Puru 2, but she can't use the Gamalk to its full potential inside the colony. This is an 80s anime, but Puru 2 laughs like it's a 60s anime for some reason. Meanwhile, on the asteroid, the miners begin rebelling against Neo Zeon. Judo breaks the girls out of jail. As they escape, they run into Haman. One of Kara's men, Lant, goes to save Haman while the Argama crew retreats. Judo hides the core fighter in the subway system. They head out of the colony to find Bicha and Mondo. Puru 2 breaks through the colony and begins attacking, but she finds that she can't. Puru is stopping her. The Nahil Argama finally makes its way to the colony. Hell yeah, Taurus is in command again. They fire the high mega cannon. Puru 2 is too close to the beam cannon and it melts the Cubely Mark II, but she ejects in a pod. Haman makes Kara commander and tells her to take care of Glemmy's rebellion. Lucina is reunited with her father on Cicero. The people of the asteroid have finally broke free from Neo Zeon's control. Haman is currently distracted by Glemmy's rebellion. Judo and the gang think this is a perfect opportunity to kidnap Minerva Zabi. Emery commanding Levian Rose doesn't think it is a good idea, but she lets them go through with it. Damn, that is savage, Judo. Give her a break, she is going to die in this episode. Side note, Japanese marketing sucks. They give away spoilers and deaths and trailers. Double Zeta gave away Emery's death, along with Rosara's death in the episode trailer. I don't like that. Rue and Zeta, and Judo and Double Zeta head out disguised in dummy asteroids. Raken plans on taking care of Kara during Glemmy's advance. If the Argama makes its way to the battlefield, Puru will take care of it. Glemmy tells her that Puru 2 is the only one capable of piloting Queen Mansa. Judo and Rue head into Core 3. Meanwhile, Haman gives Mashimer a new rose. As he leaves, Haman tells Ilya to watch out for Mashimer. Judo takes out the power, notifying Haman, but she doesn't know if it is Cicero rebels or Glemmy. Haman has made a lot of enemies. she senses Judo. Judo and Ru break in to find Minerva crying. They realize that she may be the heir to Zeon, but she is still a kid. Ru and Minerva escape while Judo takes on Haman. Oh no, watch out Judo, she might lean on you! For a final time, Haman tries to convince Judo to come to Zeon, but he realizes that she will do to him what she has done to Minerva. He will simply be a pawn in her game. He flees to Ru, who is in a standoff with Mashimer and Ilya. They threaten to kill Minerva Zabi if they attack. Haman says that she will kill Minerva herself and would rather have her dead than in another's hands. She is serious, so they give back Minerva for now and escape in some fighter jet that I spent way too much time researching, only to realize it's probably just a generic shuttle. Purutu launches in the Queen Mansa. The NZ-000 Queen Mansa is the perfection of Newtype mobile suits and is developed from both the Psycho Gundam Mark II and the Kubli Mark II. It is also the end of the AMX line and the beginning of the NZ line of Zeon mobile suits. Like the Gamalk, it also has many beam weapons, including 2 large beam sabers, 6 megaparticle guns, a 3-barrel megaparticle gun, and 30 funnels. The shoulder binders contain megaparticle deflectors that could also be used to redirect beams for offensive attacks. Like the Psycho Gundam, the cockpit is in the head and functions as an escape pod. And of course, it wouldn't be a Newtype mobile suit without a Psychomu system. Bicha heads out in the Hyakushiki with L in the Mega Rider and Mondo in the Mark II. Who is in command of the ship? Emery uses Levian Rose to protect the Argama. She evacuates the satellite. She is willing to die for her unrequited love for Bright. The crew suddenly gets assaulted by Purutu as the Argama retreats. Purutu destroys Levian Rose. Judo, Puru, and Purutu have a psychic argument when they are interrupted by Mashimer. Ilya tries to pull him back. One thing that we haven't noted is that Mashimer has undergone some Cyber Newtype enhancements. The idealistic crybaby that we saw on Shangri-La has become a cold soldier of war. I guess that's what the black outfit symbolizes as well. Everyone retreats for now. The Argama crew heads to Levian Rose to find Emery's body. Mashimer heads to Axis to retake the asteroid from Glimmy. Both give emotional speeches to their teams before a battle. The Argama crew is sifting through the rubble of Levian Rose. They find the black box. Millie promises to give it to Bright. The team's plan is to flank Haman while they attack Glimmy. Everyone begins launching. Ashtenaz shows off some improvements for Double Zeta. This is Full Armor Double Zeta Gundam. The FA-010S Full Armor Double Zeta Gundam is an upgrade of the enhanced version of the Double Zeta, which I think we forgot to talk about. Whoops. This upgrade adds many extra beam cannons. It also has a new anti-beam coating and can withstand standard beam shots for up to 3 seconds. The downfall to the full armor version is that the extra armor prohibits the unit from using the core block system. It has the same weapons loadout as the enhanced Double Zeta. Raken and his team launch in the Dovan Wolf. The AMX-014 Dovan Wolf consists of parts used by EFF and the Psycho Gundam Mark II, as well as the Gundam Mark V as a base, while integrating the quasi-Psychomu system of the Hama. This allows non-Newtype pilots to use Newtype weapons such as the Incom. This is a backpack that has wired beam guns. It also has beam hands, and the hands themselves function like funnels. This unit's fusion reactor has the highest output for a mass-produced mobile suit, with only the Double Zeta and the Gamalk surpassing it. It is also equipped with a megaparticle cannon, a 12-tube missile launcher, anti-ship missiles, 30mm Vulcans, a shield, and much more. Mashimer launches in his Zaku 3 Custom. The AMX-011S Zaku 3 Custom is a modified Zaku 3. It has a new head unit which mounts a pair of Vulcans. It also has a new backpack with high output verniers. This unit also has a longer skirt which stabilizes the unit and improves the AMBAC system. Raken begins fighting with Kara's 2 men, Neil and Lance. Last time I said that they were in Galbatis, but they are piloting Gaz R and Gaz L. The AMX-117R Gaz R and the AMX-117L Gaz L did evolve from EFF's Galbati Beta and are designed to be the Royal Guard for Haman or Kara. It is equipped with a Hyper Beam Saber, a regular beam saber, a heat lance, and a beam rifle. Mashimer and Purutu begin fighting. He is handling his own against the Queen Mansa's bits. The Argama goes in to attack Axis before Haman's ship comes from behind. As they head out for battle, Bicha says that he was always nice to Elle and hoped that she would notice, which is the closest thing we're getting to character growth for Bicha. Kara is fighting with Raken when Judo comes in to help. But since Judo is there, Kara's personality changes and she begins acting weird. Raken attacks Mashimer. His Dovan Wolf team all grabs the Zaku's limbs and attack. But Mashimer is exuding with Newtype rage. His aura is overwhelming. Mashimer kamikazes, not with his mobile suit, but with his Newtype potential. Did Mashimer just do a Char's counterattack before Char's counterattack? The man who spent the majority of his life pleasing Haman has also sacrificed himself for her cause. And a response to that is simply, I have one less pawn. Truly a simp to the very end. Raken's team retreats as Puru 2 and a Newtype unit begins their attack. On the moon, Bright meets with Lena and Selah Mass. She gives Bright Emery's final message. They wonder where Char could be in this moment. They mention that he is most likely waiting for the right time to make his move. Glimmy breaks off Mosa from Axis. He intends to crash it into Haman's fleet. Puru 2 and Kara begin fighting. Raken pops out of a dummy asteroid and uses a beam cannon on Kara, but Neil sacrifices himself by jumping in the way. Puru starts fighting with the Newtype ghost of Puru, while Raken and Judo begin fighting with beam sabers. Judo slices through the Dovin Wolf, killing Raken. Haman's forces are able to redirect the course of Mosa, barely missing Core 3. Glimmy just says screw it and sends Axis hurling towards Haman's fleet. Puru 2 comes back to Axis as Judo enters the colony. Ghost Puru is interrupting her and she can't pilot, so Glimmy decides to pilot with Puru 2. Rue runs into Glimmy and he takes out Zeta's head. L comes in to help out, but Glimmy disables Mark 2. That is when Judo finally comes in, but they don't fight. Rather, they get out of their mobile suits and Judo tries to convince Puru 2 to come with them. Puru 2 jumps out of the Queen Mansa and into Double Zeta. At that moment, Rue locks on to Glimmy's cockpit and opens fire, killing Glimmy in the process. The team gets out of there before Axis crashes. Haman's fleet falls back and abandons Core 3. Axis crashes into the colony, but Double Zeta is able to make its escape. L, Rue, and Puru 2 is with him, but Zeta and Mark 2 didn't make it. Haman's fleet isn't moving, as though waiting for the Argama to make a move. Judo realizes he has to go out and face Haman alone. L goes to chase Judo, and Bicha chases L. While Judo preps for his final battle, Bicha says, "This one's for you, Bright," and gives L a nice slap. He says that they all need to put their faith in Judo. She agrees. Wait, is that the resolution to the L, Judo, and Bicha triangle? That's a little underwhelming if you ask me, but I guess Bicha did have one more character moment, so that's something. Haman heads out in the original Cubli to meet up with Judo. When they do, Glimmy's Newtype fleet of Cublis are still alive. Cucarun and Lance come in to take care of the Cublis while Haman fights Judo. They take out Lance and the Gazelle instantly. Kara grabs one of the Cublis and overdrives all her beam weapons, blowing up the Game Hulk and killing herself in the process. She's so happy when she dies too, look at her. Whee! Judo tears through Haman's bits. They go into the remains of Musa, which is the first place they met. Musa begins heading towards Core 3 and takes out what remains of the colony. The two get out of their mobile suits in the chaos and have a moment similar to Char and Amuro's romantic moment in the finale of the original series. Judo gets back into the core fighter, but it is disabled. He also removed the full armor at this point. With the power of all new types from the past, they help him form into Double Zeta on his own. Usually it requires 3 people. Haman sends Camille during this moment. The two have a final duel with beam sabers. As the two strike one another, they destroy each other's mobile suits. Even though Haman is fine, she sees this as a failure. She was unable to take Earth under her control. She decides to commit suicide rather than be saved by Judo. Musa is falling apart and the core fighter is not working. Puru 2 can sense him. She tells Bicha to use the high mega cannon on the colony to help him escape. They fire the cannon, blasting the colony. In the rubble is the remains of Double Zeta, which is somehow alive? Of course, after the battle, the AUG and EFF fleets arrive. They board Haman's ship to find out that Minerva Zabi is actually a double and has been a fake since the end of the Grips conflict. No one currently knows where the real Minerva is. Tired of the nonsense that all adults cause on Earth, Judo and Rue decide to join the Jupiter Energy Fleet and leave the Earth sphere. Everyone comes to see them off, but most importantly, Judo is finally reunited with Lena. And that will conclude the Neo Zeon War and Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta. In the end, Neo Zeon surrendered to EFF and Karaba, and the AUG reintegrated back into EFF as well. We will see the emergence of Londo Bell led by none other than Bright. We will eventually learn what happened to Minerva Zabi, and she will eventually make her appearance once again in UC 0096. Under a different name. With the end of Double Zeta, we have unlocked a new chapter in the UC timeline. Now that we can head to UC 0090, we can now cover Moon Gundam, Beltachika's Children, the return of Johnny Raiden, but most importantly,